Education will come to order. If you will, please stand and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Hill will be a little bit late getting here, but everybody is in attendance. Change to the agenda, I have two, one to be voted on and one that was resolved. Under the afternoon, 3A, an opportunity school choice request. It was settled in favor of allowing the student to transfer. Which one? 3A. And then we have a request from Mr. Napier to be added to the agenda, and I'll need a motion, a second, and a vote to do so or not to do so. He wants to be added to the agenda. He's not on the agenda. He was before us, I don't know if it's been last year. I believe it was last year. It was about a revocation of his license, but now that the law has changed, he has teachers can now come back to us under certain circumstances. So
I move to allow that we add Mr. Napier to the agenda.
I have a motion from Mr. Chandler, second from Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Napier, you will be heard later. Do you have does anybody have anything they want to pull or discuss from the consent agenda?
I have several things that I just have questions about. 3, 6, 7,
Okay, 3, 6, 7,
15, 16.
3, 6, 7, 15, 16. Anyone else? 11. Anyone else? Okay, let's take them in order then. The number 3, that would be Ms. Jacks.
Melissa Jacks, educator licensure.
Good morning, Ms. Jacks. Thank you for your hard work. I just had a real quick question. As the year progresses, are you going to keep adding the percents to our list?
Yes, ma'am, we are, and I thought about that this morning, and it's just that because when we have to turn them in, it's not it wasn't the 30-day with children
Right.
rule yet.
Right.
So we'll start putting those percentages on next month.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Number 6,
My question on 6 and 7.
Mr. James.
Eric James.
Was very similar. I looked at the matrix we were given, and on 6 and 7, the way I read it, it says the minimum sanction recommended for those is suspension with training. Both of those are probation, so that was my question on those.
Yeah, you had two mitigating factors there. You have one situation with possession, and then you have one situation with actually under the influence. And so you have mitigating factors and other variables that we'll discuss. So it's in line with the matrix, but we can mitigate them down or aggravate them up. That's just, it's not a, you have to do this. It's so we land in the proper area and we can go down or up.
Okay. I guess
I think the point she's making is from what we have, and they look exactly the same, but the penalties were different.
Mm-hmm. And what I shared is the only distinguishing factors there.
I kind of understood why one was less than the other, because one of them had actually done some rehab, training, that sort of thing. But was going by the matrix, and I didn't understand why it went down from suspension when suspension was recommended as a minimum, and then both of them went down to probation. I guess that was my question.
Gotcha.
So,
And
I shared your concerns on those.
And Matrix, like I said, is used for a guide. It's not that we have to land on that, but all that information is discussed with the board, and that's where they land with the recommendation they give to you.
okay.
And is 11 is the next one? No, that was Dr. Moore.
Yeah, well, back on 6 and 7, so I have similar concerns to the point that I might be interested in pulling them for, would that be a next month issue if we pulled them? Would it be a next month issue if we pulled them today?
It would be similar to the one we pulled last month and put it on this month. So with these, you would pull this month and add to the action agenda next month, if you wanted a more fleshed out piece of information.
I think I would feel better if we at least took a closer look before we approve, so.
Okay, Ms. Freno, would you remind me if we need a motion and a vote on that, or do we just automatically do it? Mr. Dugan, Mr. James, help, somebody.
2 months ago, one of the cases in reference to Ms. Pippinger, that was pulled by Ms. McFetridge
Uh-huh.
for a letter. The letter was furnished. So this would actually be the second time that that particular item would be pulled from this agenda for a different circumstance. So I'm just reminding the board on that. That was 2 months ago for that case.
Okay, thanks for the reminder.
And just section 16 of the rules governing the code, Taylor Dugan. Oh, we're not on the record, so. Section 16 deals with state board review of items that are pulled from the consent agenda to the action agenda. And it states the state board may remove a PLSB recommendation from a consent agenda for further review as follows. The state board will request that the review be placed on the action agenda for its next available regularly scheduled monthly board meeting and provide its rationale for the review. And then, so I would think that all the board would need to do is make a motion, state its rationale, and then it would be put on the action agenda for that next month. And then we would send notice to the educator or their attorney, if they had an attorney, that they may appear at that subsequent meeting. And they would have 10 minutes to address the board, and then the PLSB would have 10 minutes to address the board. So I would ask the board to, make a motion on it, and then if they wanted to remove it, and just state for the rationale.
I think if you do want to make a motion and pull it and put it on next month's agenda, that you would need to deal with them one at a time.
Do what?
Deal with them one at a time.
Yes, yes.
Do I have a motion on number 6?
I make a motion that we pull item 6 and put it on the action agenda for next month.
I have a motion by Ms. Newton to pull and put on the next month's action agenda. Do I have a second?
Second it.
A second by Mr. Pecron. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. And now number 7.
I make a motion to pull item 7 from the consent agenda.
I have a motion by Mr. Pecron to pull number 7 and put it on next month's action agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. Okay, on the 1240s, the rest of them are on the 1240s. Let's take those in order. I think number 11 was Dr. Moore, is that true?
Yes.
Am I remembering correctly?
I
Okay.
didn't know if the Hope School District is on the line.
We have Superintendent Bobby Hart on the line.
Awesome. Thank you. So my question, it sounds like this library media specialist position, I couldn't tell what building this was in.
It was in our junior high school, Gerger Middle School.
Okay, so in this case, are students attending a library class, or is this supplemental to their?
It's supplemental.
Okay, and just based on the information y'all gave us, do you feel that the paraprofessional is receiving the training necessary to supplement
Yes, ma'am.
both teachers and students?
I'll just give you a good example. My wife is the library media specialist at the high school, and she has taken time. We've asked her to take time to assist with the administrative side and with the day-to-day operations from time to time with the middle school.
That's great. So hopefully she's been able to mentor that person as well, because this is a very important, as you would know, a very important role that we don't want it to be overlooked because of the waiver. Thank you.
Trust me, I hear about it quite often.
Okay, thank you.
I think
That's all I had.
okay, and the only question I had is when that media person resigned, did that make the waiver go away? It does not. Okay, I'm getting a shaking of the head. Okay, that's fine. Anybody else have a question on number 11? Okay, number 14, is that correct?
15.
Number 15.
Is there somebody-
Hermitage, the person on the line is Tracy Tucker.
Good morning.
Good
Dr.
morning.
Tucker, you there? Okay, good.
My question was on the waiver that you had for library media services and teacher salary. Neither one of those were addressed in your report. Are you using those waivers?
No, ma'am, we are not.
Okay, so neither one of those two waivers are being utilized at this time.
No, ma'am, not library media.
What about teacher salary?
No, ma'am,
Okay.
neither of those.
Okay, thank you. That was all I
We
had.
we have a certified teacher in the library media position who is on an ALP and is pursuing her degree through SAU at this time.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
is that all for Dr. Tucker? Okay, and Mr. Edwards with Lafayette County?
Superintendent Edwards should be in the room.
He's right behind you. There you are. Good morning. Good morning.
My question on the teacher licensure, because the scores were very concerning. How many teachers do you have on the teacher licensure waiver this year?
Currently, we have 5. We have one that, in talking to SAU this week, one will come off. She is our art teacher. She will be removed whenever the Arkansas Department of Education releases paperwork. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Or, excuse me.
so are all of those at elementary or high school? Or?
No, ma'am. We have two at high school. One in our 10 through 12 English, and just a sidebar on that. Our test scores did increase in our 10th grade reading there under her, and the other one is physical education and athletics.
Okay, all right. And what are you doing to support your teachers that are on waivers?
We're providing all the professional development we can. We've partnered with Solution Tree through the assistance of the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. Excuse me on that last ADE, I apologize. We brought Solution Tree in. They've been there twice already, 2 days already. We sent them to Hope to get the training they offer through the teacher recruitment and retention model. And like I say, anything we can do to better assist, we're doing.
Okay, and where are you in your RISE training right now?
Myself,
No, your district.
we are in year 2, I think.
And so how many of your teachers have been trained?
I'd have to look. I can't answer that honestly right now.
Okay.
But we have provided, even with our 3 new hires, we've provided days in August for the RISE training. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay. Are your principals going with the teachers for the training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
They're
if they can be an instructional leader for those
Yes, ma'am.
unlicensed, okay, good. Anybody else have any other questions on this? Okay, do I hear
Thank you.
a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda?
Moved by Ms. Chambers, seconded by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, move to the action agenda. Mr. Dugan, we're ready for you when you are. And I thank you again for providing the nice binders for us, so we, and at least if we're not organized, it won't be your fault.
Well, Taylor Dugan, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education, Attorney Legal Services. I am really excited about these binders, and I know my colleagues have had to hear about them, all week. And I hope it does make things more organized, even though Ms. Link is going to be taking over these actions past this month. So the first thing on the agenda, Madam Chair, is
Wait just a second, we have a person without a binder.
there
Does
should.
anybody have two? She does. She did. She got it.
I guess I'll outline a little bit. Dr. Hill, good morning. What's
Welcome.
in the binders? So,
Dr. Hill, would you like to raise your chair? You look very low. Would you like to? That's good. Okay, now I've got my people in order
all
here.
right.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Dugan, I apologize.
Excuse me. So what's in these binders, ladies and gentlemen, is the cases that are dealing with the licensure actions today. I've also put on the inside the relevant rules for the ones we're going to hear today, and a motion for continuance that's for a later case. But the first one that is on the action agenda is Jessica Lynn Williams. And so that should be the very first case that the board has in front of them. Madam Chair, may I proceed?
Please.
Thank you. So Ms. Jessica Lynn Williams is in front of the board today because she was found guilty of a disqualifying offense. She is not present today, neither is her attorney. However, I've put the email communication between me and Mr. Ernie Witt, who was the attorney that represented or is representing Ms. Williams in this matter, who also represented her during her criminal charges. And so I'm just going to go through real quickly the exhibits here, but then also at the request of the educator, read the letter that she sent me asking for her license be suspended instead of revoked. I will let the board know that once I received this letter, I communicated with her counsel, which are in the emails that are provided as Exhibit 6DZ, Exhibit 6, that when I found out she was incarcerated, I sent her notice of the disqualifying offense to her address of record and also to the jail where she's incarcerated. She's incarcerated at the Scott County Jail. Mr. Witt did send a waiver request, so I communicated with Mr. Witt as far as could we set up a Skype, could we set up some type of phone conversation. So I did let Mr. Witt know that those were options that could be provided, and we moved it from the August agenda to September once we received this letter to confirm whether or not that's something we do. I even contacted the jail, and they let me know that she could have 5 minutes because they only have one line. And that's when he provided me with more documentation in those emails saying they're waiving their appearance, however, would like me to read this letter to the board asking for a suspension rather than a revocation that the statute asks for if there is no waiver request. So first we have as DZ Exhibit 1 is her license. So just entering that into the record to show that she is a licensed educator. The DZ Exhibit 2 is the sentencing order from the Scott County Circuit Court, which shows that Ms. Williams was convicted of sexual assault, first degree. and also indecent exposure. She served in the 9 months in the Scott County Jail for the indecent exposure. However, she was sentenced to 120 months probation for the sexual assault in the first degree, which is classified as an A felony. And so after receiving that information, I sent Ms. Williams a copy of the disqualifying notice letting her know of these charges and that she has a right to ask for a waiver. Like I said, I sent that to her address of record and also to the Scott County Detention Center. And received what is DZ Exhibit 4 from Ms. Williams' attorney, Mr. Ernie Witt, stating that she would be requesting a waiver for this disqualifying offense. So that's why I tried to coordinate with them how we could get that done with her being incarcerated. And so that's the hearing notice for August 8th for last month, but I moved it to this month just to make sure that if there's anything I could do to help facilitate, even though she's incarcerated, asking for the waiver. And so that's where we have the letter that I put in the packet, and I apologize because it was written in pencil that it's so hard to read, so I did type up a copy of it, but I am going to read it to the board since I communicated that with the attorney that I would do that. And one other thing that I put in the binders, ladies and gentlemen, is the rules dealing with these types of hearings. Because I've received a question as far as what can the board do in these situations. On the third page, section 3.05, those are, after a hearing, the state board may take one or more of the following options. So this is a letter that the department received on August 1st from Ms. Williams. Dear sirs, it is with great respect and humility I write to you on this first day of August 2019. In June of 2018, I violated Arkansas Code Annotated 617-410C. My actions were immensely irresponsible and inappropriate. Over my tenure as an educator, I prided myself on my integrity and professionalism. While off contract in June 2018, I allowed my personal circumstances and vulnerability to impede my judgment. I was negligent, careless, and destructive. I hindered students from learning, teachers from teaching, and administrators from leading. I abandoned a school district and a community that passionately cares and supports one another. There is no doubt that I will live with sorrow and regret for the rest of my life. A profession I was designed for will forever live in my heart. I was nationally board certified, obtained my master's in education leadership in May of 2018. Education was truly my passion. I sincerely apologize to the ADE for my incredibly distasteful and unethical actions. I'm pleading with the ADE to suspend my license rather than revoking. I fully understand my guilt and the repercussions that come with it. I would embrace the opportunity for my 13-year career and dedication to be fully considered. I am grateful for the time and consideration of the Arkansas Department of Education. Sincerely, Jessica Williams. And so that's the letter, ladies and gentlemen, that I received from Ms. Williams. And so I'd ask that that also be taken into consideration with whatever the board decides. And if there's any questions, I'm here for questions.
Mr. Dugan,
Yes, sir.
I believe I saw in here that she was required to register as a sex offender.
That's
And
correct.
so even, she couldn't teach regardless of whether she has a license.
Well, she would have to have a waiver of this offense. The board can waive any offense, but there is no disqualification just because someone is a sex offender.
Other than the fact she couldn't come to her school.
That's correct. You're right. Now that I'm thinking about this, thinking this through my mind, you are exactly right. Yep.
Would you repeat that?
Other than the fact
You
that
already-
she can't
Come
be
near
near
school.
because
Right.
she's a sex
Within
offender.
so many
So
yards.
this whole thing seems a little academic.
Correct. There is that. I forgot about that. Yes.
Right, and isn't this one of the ones where they said if a person's license had been revoked, that we can't unrevoke in this kind of instance?
That's correct, Madam Chair. Under the law currently and the rules that are an emergency and the ones that are drafted, that'll be going out for permanent promulgation, that's correct. But the statute does state that if it was for a sexual offense or a violent offense, it is permanent revocation. So in this case, Ms. Williams' license, it would be a permanent revocation. And that's the current law on it.
Okay. Do you know which level of sex offender she is? And
So-
whether she has appealed that?
There are 4 different levels of when someone's on the registry, 1, 2, 3, or 4. I do not know which one they classified her as. 4 is a violent sexual predator, so I'm not sure which level. She would, once she was convicted, then she would have to schedule a meeting with Sherry Flynn, and she would end up doing an assessment on her, and from that assessment, they would determine which level she is.
Thank you. You're finished with your presentation?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any more discussion? Do you have a motion?
Not sure exactly how it should be phrased, but I move to approve the recommendation of revocation.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Packron, second by Ms. Dean. Do we need to take a Boas vote, or do we need to take a roll call?
I don't think that question. Sorry.
I would think just a vote.
Okay, let's take the vote, and then if it's not clear, we'll say, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You pass that along.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Next case?
Next case is, the second one on the agenda is Mr. Brian Jared Little. Mr. Brian Jared Little is represented by Mr. Ethan Nobles of the Nobles Law Firm. And so just real briefly, Madam Chair, since this one, we do have an attorney present, if I may, just review the rules very quickly on the procedures.
Please.
And so these, also in the packet, this is the first page, State Board Hearing Procedures. And we've exchanged exhibits and done all those things, so gonna go to 8.03. Each party will have the opportunity to present an opening statement of no longer than 5 minutes, beginning with the representative of the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. The chairperson of the State Board may, only for good cause shown and upon the request of either party, allow either party additional time to present their opening statements. And then after that, each party will have 15 minutes to present their cases, beginning with the representative of the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. And then next would be the educator. And then if there's any witnesses that would be giving testimony, they would need to be sworn in. And then finally, 5 minutes for closing for each side.
Okay. You may proceed.
So this is going to be the second case, ladies and gentlemen.
I tell you what, let me
Yes, ma'am.
swear anybody that's going to be giving testimony first. If any of those of you who will be giving testimony, please stand and raise your right hand. Let me find this. Okay, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, you may be seated.
And for an opening, Madam Chair, I'm going to waive opening. I'm just going to go through my presentation of the documents to just show by preponderance of the evidence that why we're here today. So with that, I'll waive my opening. And Mr. Nobles, if you have an opening that you'd like to present to the board.
I'd like just briefly, if I may.
And just identify yourself for the record.
My name is Ethan Nobles, the Nobles Law Firm in Denton, and I represent Brian Little. And I'll keep this brief. There's just a few things I'd like to bring to y'all's attention. First off, and you will see this a little bit in the sentencing order, I do want to point out that he is eligible to have his record sealed after his probation is served. We anticipate in a year approaching the court and sealing his record, expunging his record, depending on all offenses. Secondly, I just want to point out.
May I ask you, is there a difference between expunged and sealed?
I think they just call it sealed under the new law. There's no
Okay,
difference.
and if you will speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's no difference. I think it's just a term of art since the law changed. Sealed, expunged, same thing for our purposes. Second, after representing a number of folks in criminal matters, typically they're sorry they got caught, and that's about it. Mr. Little, I believe, is contrite, and you will see this in a little bit. He understands that he had a problem, and he has taken active steps to work on it. We will present his drug completion certificates. When you will review your package, you will see a number of letters of support. People who worked with him, they want him back. He belongs back teaching. He made a mistake, he's paid for it, and he is working to reform himself. He's ready to get back to work. He's a great teacher, and we just need to see him back in the classroom. Yeah.
Mr. Noble, can I ask you a quick question
Yes,
that'll
ma'am.
frame our
Yes, sir. Yes,
discussion? Is your client asking for no consequence or a lesser consequence?
Absolutely not. He's asking.
No, I'm sorry, I'm asking, I'm sorry, I'm not asking it correctly. Is he asking a complete waiver from the board, or is he asking for a suspension or some lighter
He
penalty
is
than
asking for a
revocation?
waiver at this point in time. And that's, yes, that's. what
Okay,
he's
thank you.
asking today.
Sorry, I wasn't clear.
Okay, Mr. Dugan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is going to be the second case that's in the binder, which is titled at the top, Brian Jared Little. And for my first exhibit, as usual, is the educator's license. This is a copy of Mr. Little's license showing what the licensure areas that he has. We received, this one you see that the notice for the, that he would have the opportunity to request a waiver is from August 20th because to my understanding, Mr. Little is a teacher over there at Pulaski County Special School District, and he's currently suspended without pay. That letter is DESI Exhibit number 6. And so was trying to get him in front of the board as quickly as possible in case there was a waiver granted so that way he could get back to work. So that's the second exhibit, just showing that we had notice. The sentencing order, that's DESI Exhibit 3. And it shows that Mr. Little pled guilty to possession of a controlled substance, and then also that he pled guilty to possession of drug paraphernalia and was sentenced to 2 years probation. And that he also performed 30 hours of community service, and his driver's license is suspended for 6 months with hardship. And the Exhibit 4 is Mr. Noble's requesting the waiver to be in front of the board today. And Exhibit 5 is the waiving hearing notice. But luckily, Mr. Nobles is here today, so that shows we got good notice on him. And so that concludes my presentation. I just wanted to show the board by preponderance of the evidence that this is one of the enumerated offenses that falls with under 617-410. So therefore, this board has the authority to take action, grant a waiver, not grant the waiver, which if not granting the waiver, that would be a permanent revocation. But what also was put in y'all's packet, again, 3.05 is the things that is stated in the rules after hearing what the board may do in these types of cases. And so if there's any questions of me, I would love to answer questions.
Does the department have a recommendation?
Doesn't have a recommendation, but I have no objection to granting a waiver for Mr. Little because it's similar to other cases where the board has granted waivers.
Mr. Dugan, I
Yes, sir.
noticed in the original letter, Exhibit 6, it states that he was charged, among other things, with possession with intent to deliver. Was that null pros?
Mr. Nobles might be able to speak to that better than I can. Usually, now, I was a prosecutor actually in this county for a little while, and so whenever I was doing the sentencing orders, I always would put null pros. That charge would be there, and on the actual sentencing order as an additional offense, because Mr. Pecron, if you look on there, it'll say offense number 1, offense number 2, offense number 3. So these were the offenses that he was charged with, and so therefore it would say null pros right there, the second line down of each charge. We would check off that that charge was null pros, but Mr. Nobles would probably know that answer better than I would. You're welcome.
Any other questions of Mr. Dugan? Okay, Mr. Nobles?
Before we get going, I would like to address your question. When they had initially picked up Mr. Little, that was one of the charges, was intent to deliver, that was addressed. By the time they got around to actually charging him, they did not charge. So it wasn't null pros, he just wasn't charged. When they picked him up, that was one of the charges listed, but it never. The charge, the only thing that we addressed that he admitted to are in the sentencing order. With that said, I'd like to call Mr. Little if I could.
Sure.
and I suppose I will ask some questions.
Y'all have to share the microphone, thank
All
you.
right, we'll do that, a little bit off of what we will imagine. Would you state your name and address for the record, sir?
Brian Little. Address?
Address.
2401 Countryside Drive, Little Rock, Arkansas.
And when were you arrested for
It was-
charges we're looking at today?
April 20th, and I wanted to thank everybody for at least listening to me today and giving me the opportunity to share my story.
And how old were you on April 20th of this year?
46 years old.
46 years old. Would you tell the board briefly about the circumstances giving rise to your arrest?
Absolutely. My addiction began in the year 2014. I began having numerous foot and feet problems. I went through 3 successful surgeries where they had to reconstruct my feet. And between the years of 2014 and 2016, I was prescribed, and I'm not blaming them because I was smart enough to know I should have gotten help sooner. And that's where I have to admit my guilt. I should have gotten help sooner. From 2014 to 2016, I became addicted to painkillers. It's been a struggle. The night of April 20th was somewhat of a blessing for me because it gave me the opportunity to go get the help I needed. So I stand here before you, a better man, a better husband, a better father, and I will be a better teacher. And again, I appreciate you listening to me today.
Now, we have some, here on microphone, we have some additional exhibits I would like to present. Before doing that, I'm going to ask Mr. Little to identify what they are. And I'm going to pass these out in a second. First, I have a Quapaw House Incorporated certificate. What is this that I'm looking at, Mr. Little?
Immediately after my arrest, I entered the Quapaw House, which is in Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's a recovery center where I stayed for a month, and I graduated from the program after a month.
I'd like to pass these out. Start here and just go down. So there is one additional exhibit. I have, of course, a second one. Would you identify what this exhibit that we're looking at is here, Mr. Little?
Yes, sir. This is a letter from after I graduated or after the program at Quapaw. I decided that I wanted to continue with outpatient treatment here in Little Rock. So after I came back home from Hot Springs, each week I've been following up with Quapaw here in Little Rock. And they've written a letter to verify everything I'm telling you now and giving you some sort of insight into me. So.
Well, I'd like to pass this one out as well then. Now, continuing with a few questions. Let me get my statute back out. So you got arrested in April, and when did you enter your guilty plea approximately?
I think it was the 22nd, or the 22nd.
Of July, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And have you used any medication since that time? Any non-prescribed drugs since that time?
No, sir. I take weekly tests. I also have invested in tests to take at home because one of the things I've lost along the way was my trust with my family and my friends. And my job now is to build that trust back up. And every day I wake up happy. And I'm so glad, and I hope this comes out right. I'm glad that this happened because it got me here today. Because I don't know where I would be maybe if April 20th didn't happen.
And have you at any time denied that you had a problem that needed to be worked on?
No, sir.
None?
I take full responsibility for that.
Okay. In fact, has your wife not said you better stay on the straight and narrow?
She is definitely my better half, and she has stuck with me through all of this. My children, my co-workers, all my family. The support system I have is unbelievable, including the school, Lawson Elementary, where I'm a teacher, where I've been for 14 years now.
And your wife is here today, is she not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is it your understanding that you can go back to which school were you at before?
I'm at Lawson Elementary here in Pulaski County, where I've been for 14 years. They are currently, I have full support from my principal, all my staff members, the community. We're a small community school, and I want to be that recovery story for them. It would have been easy for me to run and hide and to, let all this go away and disappear and try to get my license later on. I want to step back in that school and be a recovery story for these kids and their parents. Right now, they have a position for me. I could step back in there tomorrow with your blessing.
And they are holding your position open?
They have. Pulaski County has stood by me, on my school, and all the staff.
And you've seen the exhibits that were attached to the packet.
Yes, sir.
Are some of those exhibits from people you work with?
Some are, yes, sir. Some are from parents. Some are from various members of that community.
And was your principal not one of those who'd written them?
He is, and he wanted to be here today. He was a gentleman that was in an accident in Pine Bluff about a month or two ago. He wanted to be here today, and I told him, I said, you take care of yourself this time. Let me take care of this. And he's been by my side the whole time. So.
And you've been a teacher for 14 years?
14 years at Lawson, 15 years with Pulaski County.
Have you ever wanted to do anything else in your career?
Funny story. I actually teach at the school, Lawson, which is where I went as a kid. So when I graduated college, I had one goal, and that was to get back to Lawson and help those kids in that community just like I was helped. My own kids went to that school. Now, I'm the teacher there. It's much more than just a job for me. It's a second home, and I plead and ask you to please give me a chance to go back there to share my story, to encourage others with the same problem I have.
And just one more question. Are you ever going to let anything like this happen again?
No, sir, but this has been a great learning moment for me. As a teacher, we always talk about putting tools in our toolbox. I have a new tool in my toolbox. For one, I have compassion now. I'm a forgiving person because I see how many people have forgave me. Also, I know more about addiction than I thought I ever would now. And I do ask you again, please consider my waiver. I would love to walk back in that school with my head held high, ready to teach these kids again.
Thank you, Mr. Will.
Thank you.
That's it from us. We would rest at this time, I suppose.
Okay.
Look forward to your decision.
Mr. Dugan, do you have anything further? Okay, do you have a closer, Mr. Nobles?
I don't. I think I summed it up in the opening, and Mr. Little just summed it up. If y'all have any more questions for Mr. Little, we'd invite those.
I'll check.
Okay.
I'm going to start on this end down here. Ms. McAdoo, excuse me. Dr. Moore? Mr. Williamson?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Little?
Yes, sir.
Are you active in a 12-step program?
Yes, sir. I attend meetings. It's called Keep It Simple. It's located in Bryant, Arkansas, and I will continue to do that.
And you're working your program?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Little, I understand it's hard. Al-Anon's out there. I don't know if you're aware of that. I don't have a problem giving somebody that's trying to help themselves a second chance at all.
I appreciate that, sir.
Addiction affects some way or another, probably everybody in this room. And I hate that, you went through all this, but I can understand what you're saying, that, it probably saved your life.
It did. It did. Thank you.
Anyway, that's just kind of
Thank
where
you,
I
sir.
am on this.
I appreciate it.
Ms. McFettridge?
What do you teach and what grade level do you teach? Did you?
The first 3 or 4 years of my teaching, I taught second grade. For the last close to 10 years, I'd say between 8 and 10, I've taught 5th grade.
And what's your subject area?
I teach math, science, and social studies. But I'm certified to teach all of it. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Dean? Ms. Chambers?
So the waiver that we're talking about is, what does that look like? What's its form? And maybe it's to Taylor that the question goes to.
Yes, ma'am. Would you mind repeating the question?
Well, what form, when we talk about a waiver, what would the waiver look like? What conditions, if any, would be associated with that?
So the board could put conditions on the waiver, could grant a waiver flat out, and then he wouldn't have any conditions, or they could grant a waiver and put conditions on the educator, and those conditions are the ones that are in the rules. A suggestion could be that he be on probation during the time that he's on his criminal probation. Once he completes his criminal probation, then that would complete the probation for his waiver. The board could ask that he provide documentation of meetings that he attends, that the Al-Anon or something of that sort. So there are training that the board would think that would be beneficial to the educator. Could be also if the board granted a waiver with these terms. So yeah, the board has full discretion to do that.
How long is the criminal probation?
So it is for 24 months. However, if he does everything that he needs to do and, checks in with his probation officer, passes all drug tests, in my experience, 1 year. And in your experience, Mr. Nobles in Saline County, it would be about 1 year, wouldn't it?
1 year.
Yeah,
right.
so.
And the conditions are, we don't have huge fines or anything, and I fully expect this will be done in a year.
Microphone.
Oh.
It might be.
Yeah, it could be a year. If he meets all of his conditions, he doesn't, refuse to meet with his probation officer or get in any more trouble, then, of course, we're looking at no probation at all. But from my experience with him, I don't see a time when he's not going to meet with probation officers, pay his fines, or do what's required. I represent a lot of defendants in the criminal justice system, and you worry about some of them. I don't worry about Mr. Little.
Well, to the point, it does so help to hear from an individual, and your sincerity is very obvious. My concern, and I don't know anything about addiction, my concern is the recency. This just happened. And it's obvious that you have a lot of support and a lot of expectation that you'll do well. I'm trying to figure out what the board's role might be, though, relative to ensuring that the kids, over this period of time, as you continue to create distance between the event and being through your probation, what we could do to ensure that that you are successful. And I don't know, Taylor, if there are any things that you could recommend. Maybe it is, maybe minutes and attendance to these meetings is sufficient. But I very much appreciate your testament.
Thank you. Could I just say one thing? Lawyers don't shut up, do they? He is still participating in Quapaw House, correct? Yes, sir. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, that he'd have any objection at all of providing or having progress reports provided to the board showing that he's doing what he needs to be doing.
Do they do some type of drug testing, random drug testing?
They did when I was in in-house treatment. They haven't recently, but per law.
You go to the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. When I was in-house, they did, but since I've been out, I've been drug tested by the probation officer monthly. But no, I can ask them, or that I can go get it tested somewhere. I will do whatever.
As long as you have a probation officer, will they continue to
Oh,
do
yes,
that
ma'am.
test?
Yes, ma'am. Every month.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But that could end in a year.
1 year.
Right, and if I could just mention, if he comes back positive, they will revoke his probation. So that is something that in my understanding, that the school would report to the Department of Education immediately. So
And something that could be factored into the waiver.
right, and if he flunks any drug tests, then probation's done.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hill?
No, I was just making sure I understood that. That's from the school. The school has those, like your principal. You were saying the person that you were not here today. Do they have parameters that your guidelines within the school as well?
I'm sorry, not that I know of,
Okay.
but like I said.
Since that's your support group.
Yes, sir.
So
Absolutely.
and I've dealt with it before. I was just, as your institution that you're with each and every day.
Yes, sir.
They see you every day.
Yes, sir.
And so I'm going to support your opportunity
Thank
to
you.
do that, to
Thank
get
you.
back in there. But I think the people that you're working with each and every day are the people that you're most accountable to, and the
Absolutely.
people that you see are the ones that you should adhere your responsible behavior to, and they should even be more so concerned because we won't see you.
Right.
So even though we put the prerequisites or requirements in there, we don't meet but once a month.
Right.
I want to know who's seeing you every day.
Right.
And then if your behavior becomes something of such, then they have an opportunity to do that. So that's my concern, that institution that's working with him on a day-to-day basis have an opportunity to, at any time there may seem to be erratic behavior, that they have an opportunity to be able to pull a drug test or be able to do anything.
And Dr. Hill, thank you for that response. Because the board, in my brief time helping out with these cases, has put that condition on educators to where they had to provide some type of documentation from the school. And I know Mr. Little does have support of his principal, just that hasn't had any new violations.
Right, because, if something happens in 2 weeks, it would be next month before we're here. So I want to know who's there every day on those babies, the kids, because he's working with babies now. Okay.
Ms. Newton?
Thank you for coming and taking responsibility and being willing to use this as a growing experience. I guess my question would be, Mr. Taylor, could we then, if we did a year probation, and then at the requirement of the monthly drug test, but also at the end of the year, could we get something back from, I don't know if you plan on continuing with Paw Paw for the full year, or get from some professional that at the end of the year he has been clean and is still on track to maintain his drug-free lifestyle. Would that be something that would be possible?
I think it sounds fantastic. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Packron? Oh, sorry.
Mr. Dugan, as you know, we had 2 cases earlier today that we pulled from the consent agenda for different but related circumstances. Could you talk a little bit about the matrix and how, if this had not been quite what it was, how it would have reflected on the matrix?
Yes, sir, Mr. Peckron. My response would be that PLSB cases have they have to apply the code of ethics to the educator. And in this situation, since this was a criminal offense that wasn't on school grounds, those types of things, it wouldn't fall within the code of ethics.
And Mr. Little, I feel compelled to ask you a difficult question.
No, go right ahead, sir.
Were you ever under the influence when you were teaching?
No, sir, but I will be honest, after my surgeries, there were times when I had taken pain pills, but never in abundance. But I want to be honest with you, yes, to get me through the day because of my surgeries. Yes, sir, I have taken pain pills before I left the house in the morning, or at lunch maybe, taking one just for my feet. Yes, sir.
But not any illicit?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir.
Mr. Williamson?
Yeah, I just want everybody to understand, and I know you've heard this time and time again, and your family has too. This is, this disease of addiction, it won't ever end for him. He'll have to fight this for the rest of his life. And, getting a drug test, like you said, at the end of the year, that's just a flash in time. This is something that he and his family will fight for the rest of their lives. And you have a sponsor? I meant to ask you that earlier.
I do not have a sponsor. I've been meeting with a therapist. I have not had a sponsor.
Okay. I think that's really, really important to get one. If you're active in a 12-step program, they're gonna make you get it right. And I think to me, that's more evidence that you're in a 12-step program. And, I mean, you know, I can't control you, you know that, but I would really try to compel you to get that. It will be a lot of help. And there are gonna be some crappy days. Okay? So, you just gotta hang in there, and you gotta stay focused on it.
And it's weird to say this, it's like I've been born again.
Back to the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. There were so many years that I went through life on pain pills that it was one of the first things I thought of every morning. And now, when I wake up, I think about what I'm gonna do productive for the day, and how am I gonna get better each day. So it's a lifestyle change like you were talking
really
about.
is.
So I appreciate that.
It really, really is. I can't stress that enough. That the only way to get over it is to die.
Exactly.
Okay? And, you know, I don't want you dying next week. I mean, I'd rather you retire and spend some time with your family for a while and die when you're supposed to. Okay? I do think that I would put a condition on anything that we do that, you know, you get a sponsor. Okay?
Ms. McAdoo?
At one point, when you were sharing with us, you mentioned that you wanted to be the recovery story for your community. When I was in elementary, we had the DARE program. Have you had any thoughts or communication with your school or the district to see how that might look in partnership with?
I have not yet, but to be honest, I hadn't thought of the DARE program. I was thinking more like of a support group for the parents of the community, but to incorporate the DARE program into the school, that is a great idea. So, thank you.
Ms. McFedridge?
I'm just curious, what is your pain level now? Are you still suffering from your surgeries?
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
Are you still suffering from your surgeries?
No,
What is
ma'am.
your pain level now?
It's at a 0. It's amazing once you admit you have a problem with pain pills and you ask the Lord to help you. My life is so much better today than it was just 6 months ago. And I truly believe without the Lord's help, I wouldn't be here today. And then the Lord has worked mysterious things in my life. I feel no pain anymore. I really don't. And I think my heart always wanted to do what was right, but my mind wouldn't let me. And now my mind understands that I can live in this world without ever taking a pill again. And that's where I'm at today. So my pain level is gone, to be honest with you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Did this go through drug court? Do you all have drug court there in that county?
We do. It did not go through drug court, no.
Okay.
We took the first offender probation instead and the terms that were offered. It was advantageous to plead to the charges and be on probation and serve his time and get off in a year.
Okay,
So-
thank you. Any other questions, comments? Do I have a motion?
I'd actually like to make a comment.
Okay.
Mr. Little, I commend you for everything that you've done. I think you're on the right path. I'm concerned that this is too soon and that I'm concerned about the precedent that we would be setting here. My thought would be that a one-year suspension would be the appropriate resolution, but I don't know how prior cases have been treated in the past, but that's my feeling.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion to that effect and see if you get a second, or do you want to
I'd like to
discuss
hear
it with your other people
If
first?
anybody else has any other thoughts on that.
Okay. Does anybody have any thoughts or reactions to the comments by Mr. Peckron? Ms. Chambers?
It's where I started. It's the recency. It's everyone, I think, that's heard your story is pulling for you. You just haven't had much time yet. And I was trying to think, and to your point on precedent, is there some way while you're on probation and probably most vulnerable in terms of really living this new discipline, is there some way to ensure that the kids are safe and that you are clean? And that's what I was wrestling with. Is there some way to do that, to bridge while there's time being built? And I don't know. Please.
And I genuinely appreciate both concerns. And if you don't mind, I'm gonna go back to what Dr. Hill said. The people that can hold me accountable the most besides my wife and my children are my coworkers. And they see me as much or more than my own family. Again, everyone in that building understands what I went through. They know my story just like you guys do now. Going to see them 5 out of the 7 days every week, for me or for them, they would be able to see the transformation I've made. It's not them hearing about it like I'm telling you guys, but they would be able to see it on a daily basis. And I promise you, they would be the first to tell you, hey, he doesn't need to be in the building anymore. But what I think is going to happen is it's going to be just the opposite. And they're going to be, yes, he is that recovery story. And I know the time is soon. I do. But I don't know if there's anybody that's wanted to beat this addiction as bad as me that's ever stood up here. I will not go back. There's nothing that could happen in my life that would push me backwards. I love my life the way it is today. And I respectfully respect your opinions, but every day I get better. I'll never take a step backwards. Thank you.
Did any of the people that you spend your time with in the schools bring to the attention of you or the principal their concern prior to the April?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So the people that you're saying are your support
Yes, ma'am.
did not recognize the issue?
No, ma'am. And like I was saying earlier, the stuff, I was a functioning addict where I thought I could, it helped me get through the day instead of being someone that just did it for the pleasure. I convinced myself, I needed to do this. And no, no, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dean?
No, go ahead.
I didn't,
So this happened on April 20th of this year.
Yes, ma'am.
You spent a month
ma'am.
at Quapaw.
Yes, ma'am.
And you graduated May 22nd.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
what have you been doing up until now?
I go weekly. Do you mean like for recovery?
Well, as far as occupation. Any work?
I was still getting summer pay because I did not get suspended until the letter, I think it was August something.
Okay.
So I had all my summer pay and all that.
Summer pay, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
If you were not able to go back to teaching immediately, what would be what's your alternative?
I'll be honest, I came here hoping that I would be given a chance to go back into teaching. I made an impact while I was at the recovery centers about working with other people, and a couple of my therapists have suggested maybe working with kids that are in addiction facilities. So that's an option, but I'll be honest, I want to go back to my school. I want to walk in there and be that positive role model again. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Hill?
Yeah, just a comment. And it's kind of like, both, when we're talking about too soon, I think that can be looked at both ways. And I say that because y'all know how I feel about out-of-school suspension. You suspend some person away from an environment that can help them, and then you want them to do better, but the people who they need to be with, they're not with them, and they're out in the streets with people they don't need to be with. So if we ever want to see him be empowered, and I understand, because I'm thinking about my children in that situation, if it was not a small community, an urban, a big city, and nobody could hold each other accountable, how big is the town?
We have a school that we're lucky to have 300 kids in the whole school, but I think we had 250 last year.
And that's my part of accountability with the school. Brent mentioned the sponsor. I think that and so, but I would like to see that sponsor be somebody at the school, because everybody's accountable when a child is hurt. And be the entire institution. And so I think it has to be an effort. Teamwork will make the dream work in your instance. And if you don't have a good team, supporting team, you're gonna cause everybody to sink. And so you gotta hitch up to a quality support team that's gonna be there with you. And that's my concern, is the accountability from your teammates to hold you accountable. And if that is not in place, then I'm against it, as long as those people are there to hold him accountable to those expectations, because in this case, expectation drives performance. That's what he has to do. He has to perform that way each and every day. But I'm not opposed to throwing him out of a situation that could actually be empowering to help him get to this next level through some transitionary period. That's my feelings, but I don't know what that is because it hadn't been put out there. So those are my conditions for that.
Ms. Chambers?
So I'm ready to make a motion with help. One of the things I so appreciate about this board is we work really hard at trying to be consistent and being mindful of precedent, but never taking our eye off the individual circumstance that we're facing. So that's what you're hearing today, which is, I think, our role, our responsibility. I'd like to move that we give you a waiver with conditions. I'm going to solicit the conditions from my peers. Certainly one is a mentor, a supervisor, a sponsor. And Taylor, I'm assuming what makes most appropriate bookends for this time frame is during the probation, although I'll solicit for if folks think it needs to be longer.
It doesn't have to be, Ms. Chambers. For the criminal probation to run concurrent. When I've looked at old state board orders, I've seen that's what the board has done in the past, that they've run probation concurrent to the person's criminal probation, but the board does not have to do that. Like Mr. Noble said, does everything right, could be off in the air. If the board wanted to have probation longer than that, obviously that's an option. So y'all aren't bound to that, but that is something y'all have done in the past.
So I'll just take a cut at, given this is, you were taking that medication for 5 years, and you've just been clean for 3 months, 4 months. So I'll recommend 24 months for the conditions that we're suggesting. I do think it's important that the drug testing continue. I mean, obviously, you're participating in that. And that would be part of this, one of the conditions. Are there others that individuals would want to see included in this?
I think recently we had a case where we had a principal or a supervisor give some letter of support. Was it by semester, I think? Each semester that the person was, still on track, still doing their job. So that would be 4 times during that 24 months.
So every 6 months, Ms. Newton,
Yeah,
provide.
at the end of each semester, provide that letter that that he is on track and doing what is being asked. And during that second year, I'm assuming there probably wouldn't be any more drug testing by the probation officer. So do we want to maybe have a couple of times in there, have some drug testing also? Monthly? Okay.
I'm assuming the drug tests that are done now are at the expense of the, whatever unit the probation officer works for. And
Of the state.
The drug tests that were done after if he gets out from under probation during the second probation of us, you'd have to stipulate who would, at whose expense that drug test would be done.
I would say at the expense of the educator.
Okay.
And I'd also ask that you stipulate what type of drug test. Is it going to be
Yeah, because
urine
there's
urinalysis?
urine, there's hair, there's several different things.
I'm out of my league, so I'll pass on that.
Well, I don't know, I know.
What does the probation office do?
Urine.
What about a continuation of that?
Okay.
Okay, and the probation officer has a clear understanding of how long the drug stays in your system?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Does anybody else want to add anything to Ms. Chambers' motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Mr. Williamson. Let's take a voice vote, please.
Mr. Peckron?
No.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. McFetridge?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
6-1. Okay, let's see if I can restate this. You have a waiver to continue teaching. You will be under this board probation for 24 months. After your other probation is over, you will, at your expense, be given a drug test, and we will expect from your principal, whoever that might be, a letter at the end of each semester. Is that correct? Okay.
No, just clarify, was it something with the sponsor too? Because I did have that in my
Yeah.
notes.
Oh, yes.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
that's what I was about to say,
Yeah.
that we didn't get that included
Yeah, we
in there.
gotta-
So I'd like to alter the previous motion that I, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had it, I just didn't restate it.
That is correct.
And I think it doesn't need to be somebody that random at your school. It needs to be someone who understands the responsibility of a sponsor in an AA program or a NA program.
Can we ask for a letter from the sponsor as well, quarterly? I think that'd be
You'd have to
helpful.
make another motion. This motion's
Oh.
already passed.
Then I think we're fine.
I mean, that's fine. If you want another motion, it's just I can't.
Gotcha.
Okay, you're excused.
Thank you.
Sign this one, either that.
Thanks. And I saw your son dumping. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, and those other two that we put. Mr. Dugan? Yes, ma'am. Here are the ones that we passed as written, and the ones that were pulled are in the front, and the one, this one that'll need to be rewritten is there.
I'll draft an order this afternoon for you
Okay.
guys. And the, oh no, y'all are fine. I understand that.
The Odom case is the one I have next, but I don't see it in our,
And so the PLSB cases, I haven't put in there because if they have the transcripts and all the evidence, they're around 400 to 500 pages each. So those are the ones I send through the secure server. For Ms. Odom's case, and I'd emailed the board the motion for continuance
right.
from the educator's attorney. I'm excited that the educator has got an attorney. I think it's great when folks get attorneys and are represented. So I have no objection to that continuance. She just retained counsel. And it had been after the agenda item was placed. Around Tuesday or Wednesday of last week is when Mr. Hensley contacted me stating that he was going to represent her. But that's why I asked for something in writing, because as you can see from the case number on this one, it's a 2017 case, and trying to get him moving. And so he asked for this continuance for be put on the October agenda. So I have no objection to that.
Okay. Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Peckron, second. I'm sorry, oh, okay, Dr. Moore, I didn't look fast enough. Motion by Mr. Peckron, second by Dr. Moore. All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? There being none, motion passes. And our next case is Robert Thomas Edwards III.
That's correct, and this is the one that Mr. Peckron had removed from the consent agenda last month. And so, Ms. Freeman, did you want to introduce this one, or would you like me to introduce it? Okay. I'm going to grab my other binder. The reason I didn't put this one in that binder is because you will see that the PLSB cases, they each get their own. So this is Mr. Robert Thomas Edward III. We had an evidentiary hearing on this case a few months back, and in that case, the board had recommended the sanction of probation with the trainings and the fine, and Mr. Edwards had accepted that. So I'll let Mr. Coleman come on up, and Mr. Edwards. These are the two.
And Mr. Dugan, before they start, I'd just like to say that I'm recusing from further consideration
Okay.
of this matter.
Ms. Freno does, or Mr. Dugan one, when he recuses, does he have to leave the room or can he just not vote?
I'll just leave.
Well, wait just a second, because we'll need to know at some point for others as well.
Lori Freno, Department, or DZ, he said that he would leave. I mean, it probably is the best idea if he leaves. There is no actual criteria, as long as he doesn't vote.
Right. So it's up to you. You can leave or just not vote.
I'll step out.
Okay.
And while we're here, I just want to point out that, and Mr. Dugan can help me with this, but today, if it is determined that there is going to be a full hearing on this, this is something that there will not be a hearing today on. Very similar to like a charter, when if you decide to reconsider, at that point, there has to be an opportunity for both parties to brief the matter and bring it before the board.
Thank you.
And so this is Section 16 of the rules dealing with the Code of Ethics for Educators, where the State Board may remove a PLSB recommendation, kind of like this morning, from the consent agenda, and that the State Board will request that the review be placed on the action agenda for its next available regularly scheduled monthly board meeting and provide its rationale for the review. And at this meeting, the educator or his attorney may elect to appear at the subsequent review meeting and have the opportunity to make a statement at the board review for up to 10 minutes, and the PLSB may have up to 10 minutes also. And so Mr. Coleman is the attorney that represents the educator in this case, and I spoke with him prior to this, and the rules state that he gets first, but he asked if I would go first, and I have no objection if the board has no objection to going first.
So what we're deciding right now is if we believe that there's enough information to go forward with a hearing, but not to actually have the hearing today.
So I would say that, and what's always given benefit to the educator is that he be afforded the time to review all those documents, review all those transcripts, and be able to have ample time to review all the hearing transcript and make a brief and write a brief and be able to come and argue that brief. So I would just ask the board that today, after sending those documents to the board that the board has reviewed, after hopefully reading the transcript from the hearing that was had and all the exhibits, that it falls in line with that sanctioning matrix, which are our guidelines, and that the sanction was appropriate from the evidence that was presented at that hearing.
Okay, so what we're deciding is whether or not, after you all read the full transcript, whether or not we think that the evidence is such that we want another full hearing, which would be next month, or do we believe once we have seen all the evidence and read all the evidence that we believe that PLSB made the proper recommendation? Okay?
And would y'all like to know what that recommendation was?
That'd be great.
Right. Yeah.
The first and the second recommendation.
And so, do you remember, Eric, the first recommendation? Would you mind reminding me that the last one? Remember, it was a suspension. 2 years. So the only difference was it was a suspension of license for 2 years, excessive $75 fine, require educator to complete the following courseworks, and there were 2 trainings for him to complete, and require the educator to prepare a written reflection for each book due within 90 days of the state board order, provide copies of curriculum required by the university, and require Mr. Edwards to pay, or Dr. Edwards to pay all of those costs. After we had the hearing that day, I believe it was back in April, back in April, we had a full hearing. We had witnesses presented, exhibits presented, and Mr. Edwards testified, but also he had members of his board come and testify. And I can't speak for our evidentiary hearing panel, but I think that was some of the most persuasive evidence, was why they modified the sanction from the ethics subcommittee. Because in the process with the PLSB, what happens is the case, someone makes an allegation, and then it's validated by Mr. James, and then it's taken to the ethics subcommittee, and they authorize whether or not to investigate. And then it's assigned to an investigator, they go investigate, they go and make a report, and they provide just that report to the ethics subcommittee. And the ethics subcommittee reviews that and makes a recommendation of that sanction, in which the educator can either accept that or reject that and ask for an evidentiary hearing. And one thing I love about evidentiary hearings is people getting to bring their own witnesses, bring their own exhibits, and letting those evidentiary hearing panel members judge the credibility of those witnesses. And so I think that after having the hearing, they were able to make their determinations and deliberate in executive session, and came to an appropriate sanction after being present at that hearing and with evidence that was presented at that hearing.
I'm sorry, and so the second recommendation was?
Probation, so they had changed the suspension to probation of 2 years.
So you think, based on what you heard that day, that this was the appropriate sanction?
I do, and ultimately I just really love hearings. I do, and the reason I love hearings is people getting to come and bring evidence that was not just, written down. They're able to bring witnesses, bring letters of support, or maybe make an argument that, hey, here's a different way to look at this. And so we had our panel members there, and I believe at this one who do we all have on the panel? So yeah, we had 3 of our panel members that came to a concurrence after hearing all those witnesses, reviewing all the evidence, that this would be an appropriate sanction. Because again, I remember the board members at the hearing really testifying to the fact that they appreciate Mr. Edwards' work with the district as a superintendent. He was a new superintendent. And again, credibility and everything like that always come into play when you have a hearing. So, is there anything, Mr. Coleman, you would like to add? Okay.
I'd like Mr. Brendan Sullivan and be potted plant at the hearing here.
And so if the board believes that after reviewing that transcript, that was an appropriate sanction, then the board can move to accept that. Or if they do not, then what I would do is I would provide Mr. Coleman that transcript and all that stuff so that way he could fully brief it and be able to have the opportunity to really present argument. If anybody has any questions?
I'm looking for somebody to make a move here.
I will tell y'all, my clients spend a lot of time, effort, energy, and money.
Come a little closer to the mic.
Putting a presentation together for the PLSB. And he has accepted that recommendation for purposes of the hearing or meeting here today. It's my impression that both the PLSB and my client are agreeable to what the result was from the April 26th hearing, and we would urge that acceptance to this board.
Mr. Edwards is here today, ladies and gentlemen, if the board has questions of Mr. Edwards.
That would be appropriate, even though we're not having a full hearing?
I might not want to do that.
That's
We'll
right.
have a full hearing.
Okay.
Let's have a full hearing.
Not to suggest to his attorney that might be a bad idea, but, so did everyone have I know we've been having lots of meetings this month. Did everyone have an opportunity to read the full transcript that was provided us?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what we're doing is,
Deciding whether to have a full hearing or go with PLSB's second recommendation, not the original.
and your client is okay with the
Yes,
recommend,
ma'am.
okay.
We
So
accept it.
I move to accept the recommendation of the PLSB and not to review.
Do I have a second?
I will second that. I think I don't remember. I think I originally seconded the pulling of it last month. And I think after reading the transcript, we have much more information. And so I feel comfortable moving forward.
Okay. So I have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Dr. Moore to accept the second recommendation of PLSB that was presented to us last month. Roll call.
Dr. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. McFetridge?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
7 votes, yea.
Motion passed. We will accept the recommendation. No hearing next month.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mr. Coleman. And Ms. Zucker, will we hear Mr. Napier's
I'll
as
have
new
to
business?
ask my board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Typically, when we add something to the agenda, it's heard at the end of the business day action agenda. Do you want to wait and hear the Napier case at the end of today, or do you want to go ahead and hear it now, since it is also a case of a teacher and a waiver? Do I have a motion?
I move that we hear it now.
Ms. Newton moved, Ms. Dean seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, would someone get Mr. Peckron? He may not have known it wasn't going to be, there he is.
And ladies and gentlemen, this item, like Ms. Zook mentioned.
This is in your folder, by the way. It's the last item in your folder.
This is an item, ladies and gentlemen, that just was added to the agenda. There's two things that Mr. Napier would need motions on today, whether or not he gets a waiver, because it does deal with the criminal offense. And then secondly, under our new rules, the reinstatement of his license that was revoked back in 1999. And so I'm going to proceed, Madam Chair, going through kind of the disqualifying offense first. And what I have in the last bit of the packet is the documents that I put together for Mr. Napier's case. Mr. Napier was able to get this all completed. It was about 4 o'clock yesterday, wasn't it, Mr. Napier? Yes, sir. So we're going to go through those a little bit together, and if you guys have any questions, please let me know. But the disqualifying offense notice I sent to Mr. Napier yesterday via email, letting him know that the charge of bank fraud, when I was analyzing it and I looked at the criminal information from the 1998 case, and I looked at 617-410, I felt that it could fit in with the forgery and the theft of property statute. So it fell under 617-410 that he would need to get a waiver of that disqualifying offense. That was a charge back in 1998, and that was the charge that led to the revocation of his license in 1999. Mr. Napier did request that he would ask this board for a waiver. I attached in pages 5 through, I believe it's 13, between 5 through 15, that is the information about the charge way back in 1998, in which Mr. Napier was convicted of bank fraud and false statements. He was sentenced to 6 months in the federal penitentiary, and that he have 5 years of supervised probation. He did complete that probation, and I'll talk more about that because that's one of the requirements with the reinstatement of revoked license, to show that he completed all that. But he did complete all of that in 2004, paid all restitution, completed that probation. Has had no other offenses since. And that's the first issue. If there's any questions to me as far as whether or not the board would do a motion to grant a waiver of this disqualifying offense, or if they have questions of Mr. Napier here as far as that goes, but I felt that there would need to be separate motions.
Do you have a recommendation?
I would say grant the waiver. It's been a long time. That way y'all could hear the reinstatement of a revoked license.
Okay, do I have a motion to that effect? Motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now we're to the reinstatement of revoked license, and this would be governed under the emergency rules of educator licensure. And the procedures for this case are very similar to the background check procedures, is that each party will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement, then each party will have 10 minutes to present their cases, and then finally would have 5 minutes for closing. I'm just going to reserve the right, waive in and open in, and just will present the case for the documents. But if Mr. Napier, if you would like to make an opening statement.
First of all, would you stand and let me swear him in?
Yes, ma'am. Is it just, you're just the only witness?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
I was here back in July of last year. I think most of you remember me. And I was told at that time that I needed to get with our local senator and representative and try to have get a bill passed that would come an act to help someone in my
We didn't ask for a
situation.
lot, did we?
No, not a lot. It was a long, hard road. But just to kind of refresh your memory about me, I live in a real rural area in Arkansas. We're about 50 miles north of Russellville, about 40 miles south of Harrison. My wife, who's with me today, she's a principal at a little school. And back in 2000, the reason I really got really interested in it, after I had my license revoked, I coached AAU basketball, helped with Pee Wee programs at both our little school, Deer, Mount Judy, had consolidated together. We didn't really have anybody to do anything. You know, it's hard to get people to do, and our numbers are, of course, are falling. So we've been trying to keep that together. But just a little refreshment about the problems that I had was over financial issues. Like he said, I had, when I had my license revoked, it was over this financial issue and the bank fraud charges they had brought against me. But I've never had any trouble before this, or nothing but after, and definitely think my wife would skin me if I did. What I wanted to tell you is I spent 20 years in education, 13 years in high school at Lone Oak, Arkansas, Clarksville, Charleston for 9. And then I was 9 years of coaching college basketball at Division I level at Arkansas State, Oral Roberts, and South Alabama. And then I was able to coach at Deer for a year before all this kind of blew up. It wasn't a large amount of money, but it was just the situation I was in. I was trying to buy time and just made a mistake. And I regret it so much. But that didn't get me down. I went ahead and started a business. We've been very successful in that. In this meantime, I don't know if, I think I may have told y'all about this. I've been battling cancer for be 9 years in October. And prostate cancer. And it got really bad the last 2 or 3 years. And I almost decided not to do this. But what I was going back to in February of 23rd to 2017, my wife was serving as a curriculum coordinator for the schools, both schools, and was having to spend a lot of time at Mount Judy. Well, our principal went in to get just a simple procedure done on her lung. She was kind of a heavy smoker and passed away. The very same day, our coach, who had been there for 40 years, who's the pillar of the community, he had been in the hospital for about 2 weeks, an older gentleman. He had a lot of trouble with, he was having trouble with pneumonia, then got worse and worse, and he passed away on the same day. So those kids, 2 of the pillars that they looked for, that needed, was not there. So my wife, of course, stepped up, and that she was asked to, and she's been there ever since. And
You have a minute and a half.
Okay, I'll finish that up real quick. The last one I was going to say, I've been helping ever since. Been volunteering my time as much as I can at school, even at the elementary, high school, and whatever. But what I'd ask you to do, you told me what I need to do. Mr. Key had explained it to me in detail, and I've tried to fulfill those requirements. And in consideration, I sure appreciate it very much, and God bless you guys.
Mr. Dugan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when Mr. Napier made this request back on, let me get back to the actual day, I believe it was August 26th, he sent the department notification that he was wanting to ask for his license to be reinstated. Yes, August 26th, that's when I received it. And so I started working with Mr. Napier on trying to get the requirements provided in those rules. And so that's what I put in this packet, because the rules stated that he needed to provide us a written request notifying the Office of Educator Effectiveness and PLSB of intent to seek reinstatement of his license. So I notified the appropriate parties and let him know that that's what he was wanting to do, and that's what's page 16. He did complete an updated criminal records background check. He paid those costs. That's obviously when I did his background check, that charge that caused the whole issue of his license being revoked is what came up. So he's done an updated criminal background check. He did provide 3 reference letters from educational professionals that were notarized, and those start on page 17 through page 19. He also provided documentation of having completed any and all requirements of his criminal sentence. Because if you look at page 20, that's the document from the United States District Court showing that his probation period had ended there. That's dated March 2nd, 2004. I also just wanted to follow up, so I did email the district court, the Western District Court here, the federal courts here in Arkansas, where I just, sent Ms. Sullivan an email saying, "Good evening, I'm helping Mr. Napier and his application have his teaching license reinstated. The rules require proof that he completed all terms of his criminal sentence and paid all restitution. Can you confirm that he completed all the terms of his criminal sentence and all the restitution is paid?" And she responded back that Mr. Napier was sentenced to 6 months prison and 5 years supervised release on July 29, 1999. He was also sentenced to pay $37,000, $480.30 in restitution. A full monetary satisfaction of judgment and release of lien to defendant Rick Napier was entered on the docket on March 12, 2004. As far as completion of his sentence and supervised release, that would have also been completed, and there are no further instances of no compliance docketed on the record. So just want to get that confirmation that that had been completed. And then finally, yesterday he had completed all the 36 hours of professional development that he needed to complete, and I followed up with licensure to forward this over to him, and they let me know that that met that requirement. So for the rules go, he's met all the requirements as far as what's needed to ask for the board to reinstate his license, but it's up to the board as far as whether or not it has full discretion on whether or not to grant that request. If there's any questions, please let me know. Hopefully I didn't leave anything out. I went through that quickly, I understand.
And for the board's information, the bill that had to get passed is in previous years, if you had if your license had been revoked, you could not, the board could not reinstate. That is changed now under certain circumstances, this being one.
It's not a violent offense or a
No,
sexual offense.
right.
So.
Do you have any questions? Either
Mr.
end?
Napier, what are you going to do if we give you your license? Do you have a job lined up?
First, I'll have to, we have a lot of cattle, so I'll be chasing after them for the next few months. But as soon as a job comes available in our area, and what I'm doing right now, I'm volunteering with our local elementary programs. Matter of fact, that's why my throat's a little sore. I got from 2nd grade all the way up to 6th grade, I'm working with at this time, volunteering my time. In our area, a lot of schools, basketball is all we have. And so what I'll end up doing if a job does come open, then I will be applying for a position there. I'm hoping to end up pretty close to, in our school district if things work out like we think they can. But, and as you guys know, in the school business, things change from day to day.
I just want to say I appreciate and commend you for all your hard efforts. The fact that you had to go all the way to the legislature to get your law changed to get your license back shows a lot. I just want to commend you on that.
Well, I missed it a lot. I miss those kids.
What is your area of certification?
In physical education, health, and a minor in history.
So you do have a certification to teach history?
Yes, and
9/12?
I'm one of my passions. I love history.
We have to do some updating of those from.
I hope I don't have to do more than 36 hours I just did.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
But yes, I'll have to
You
probably
had
do
to
some
do
updating.
that,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Dr. Hill, Ms. Chambers, Ms. Dean, Mr. Peckron, did you have another question? Ms. McAdoo? Dr. Sander? Dr. Sander, sorry. Anybody else? Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll move to reinstate Mr. Napier's teaching license.
I have a motion from Ms. McFettridge to reinstate the license. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Hill, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, may I make just a brief comment
Sure.
on this process? You know, Mr. Peckron, I really appreciate you commending Mr. Napier, because it's been, just with our part of this process has been a little over a year, but I have to commend the department folks that have worked with this all the way back into the session. You know, and this bill, it's not just for one person, but I think this is a good example of how government, because of one person and a team of folks who really get behind it, can work for the people. Senator Elliott, you know, had 2 sessions ago, I think, had tried to figure out how can we have legislation that would establish a pathway for reinstating a revoked license under certain circumstances. It came at the end of the session in 2017. It was not enough time to really vet everything, and then Mr. Napier's situation came up last summer, and that got another set of legislators involved. But our team put together a draft and started working on this. It brought together a lot of the legislators that knew we needed to do something. We got a path forward through legislation, but just the work that our team has done, because what you have to realize, it wasn't just passing the legislation, we had to get rules. You all saw the rules on that. We had to go through an emergency process. You know, the first time we sent it over to the Bureau of Legislative Research and the Arkansas Legislative Council, they sent it back to us and said, well, this isn't an emergency. Well, it was for Mr. Napier, you know, and you know, so we were able to send it back, further explain why we needed this expedited timeline. They did consider it, they heard it, they approved it, you know, and to think from August 26th till today that Mr. Dugan was able to help Mr. Napier get all his background checks. Mr. Napier went through the 36 hours, all these things that happened. And today, really culminating with your decision to say, yes, we're, you know, have a reinstatement of this license. Expect that there will be others, okay? I just want y'all to know that there's a likelihood that there will be other Arkansans who had some situation, you know, maybe 20 years ago, that will get another chance now under certain conditions to get back in the classroom. But I want to commend the team. I want to commend Mr. Dugan specifically for all the effort he's exerted. And just overall, the process works when people collectively come together and say, we're going to make it work.
Thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. Next item is waivers. Ms. McLaughlin. Y'all be sure to give your nice folders back to Mr. Dugan. He worked real hard on those.
Turns out I have some folders for you too.
Okay, great. We love organization.
Well, good. Kelly McLaughlin with the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. Today we have district requests for Searcy County School District. They are here to request waivers for flexible schedule. Just as a reminder, they will have 20 minutes to make their presentation, and any opposition will have 20 minutes as well. And then the district will then have 5 minutes to respond before the Q&A begins. Act 1240 of 2015 allows a school district to petition the State Board of Education for all or some of the waivers granted to an open enrollment public charter school. So we do have representatives from Searcy County School District appearing today. Their 90 days will expire on November 6th, 2019. They are requesting for 3 years, which would end on September 13th, 2022. We have Superintendent Alan Yarbrough, Dr. Kim Fowler from the OUR Education Service Cooperative. We have Lori Gray, Literacy Instructional Facilitator, Benita Caston, Leslie, Intermediate School Principal, and Becky Sullivan, Federal Programs Coordinator. And they have board resolutions. With your approval, I would like to pass those out to you.
And they don't have to be sworn in, is that right?
They do.
They do have to be sworn
Yes,
in.
ma'am.
Would everyone that will, plans to give any kind of testimony, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may be seated. Is there anyone here in opposition, do we know? Okay, thank you. State your name.
My name is Alan Yarbrough, and I'm the superintendent of the Searcy County School District in Marshall. And,
Congratulations on such good grades within your district.
thank you, ma'am. Madam Chairman and Board and Secretary Key, thank you today for giving us the opportunity to come and present this request. And I just want to say, after sitting back there, thank you for the work that you do for the students of the state of Arkansas. And I know you probably don't hear that enough, but I do appreciate that, and being able to see firsthand coming down here today really makes me appreciate that. So thank you very much. Just a little background on the Searcy County School District. We are the Searcy County School District, not Searcy School District. And so we have that problem a lot to distinguish ourselves. We are located in north central Arkansas. We have about 785 students, and our district is made up of 3 campuses. We have Marshall Elementary, which is a K-3 campus, Leslie Intermediate School, which is a 4-6 campus, and Marshall High School, which is a 7-12 campus. We're separated by about 2 and 10 miles of Highway 65, US Highway 65. So we travel that a lot back and forth through the course of the day, transporting students from campus to campus. The purpose of my request, and I'll be brief, the purpose of my request is that we're asking the State Board to grant us under the Act 1240 waivers 9 days of early dismissal. And the purpose for this request is that we are in the process of implementing professional learning communities throughout our school district. We currently have professional learning communities established and working on our elementary campus. We've been in that process for about 2 years. And so after looking at our test data, we've determined that we believe that that process needs to carry forward onto the other campuses in our school district. And we are very mindful of the fact that we need to improve reading scores within our district. Now, even though our reading scores compare very well to other districts around us in the state, we believe we can do better. And we believe that the PLC process is going to allow us that vehicle through which we can bring that improvement to our staff and ultimately to our students. That's a brief summary. We have worked very closely at the elementary campus with Solution Tree. We have also worked very closely and started a partnership with the Arkansas Public School Resource Network to provide us support in this process. And then also the OUR co-op staff has been very supportive to us in helping us get our teachers trained and our administrators trained so that we can begin this process and hopefully be very effective at it.
That, y'all have have any questions about that before I ask mine? Dr.
Well,
Moore?
I appreciate that y'all have already reached out with parents and others and communicated your plans. As far as transportation and any aftercare programs, will those be in effect during these 9 days?
We have an ABC preschool, which is under our umbrella, so we will work with our staff there to provide any extra daycare that might be necessary for our teachers as we go into this. We also provide that for, our parents. So obviously that is something that we've considered. We will have to continue to plan for that if you approve us to do this today.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McFettridge?
So you were able to do this at your elementary schools without having this extra time needed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have time built in the day where we're able to have team meetings and having common planning time there. But in order for this process to really work, we would like to use some of that expertise that we've developed with our elementary staff to work with our other campuses and our other teachers. And so in order for us to do that, the only real opportunity that we have is to dismiss early and bring our staff together so that they can work as a collaborative team district-wide.
Okay. So then this would include the elementary schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because
Yes,
that
ma'am.
wasn't really clear. I think my concern is that's a lot of instructional time lost. I understand the benefits of your PLCs, but that is a lot of time, instructional time missed.
Yes, ma'am. We have time banked on our high school campus. If I think we provided you with a dismissal schedule, so we do have quite a bit of time banked on the high school campus because of our transportation that we have in the district. The high school has about 20 minutes extra a day. We also have some time, we believe, banked at the intermediate school. So yes, we are going to dismiss early. But also, I'd like for you just to keep in mind that we do have some extra time within the day that we feel like we can compensate for that lost time.
But not at your elementary schools.
Not so much at our elementary schools. That is the K-3 campus. That is one area that we don't have that extra time built in throughout the day.
Okay. But you have met with your parents and they feel okay about this?
Yes, ma'am. We have done extensive work with our board. I've provided you with a resolution there that our board passed in August for us to come and ask for this waiver. Also spent quite a bit of time at the beginning of school talking to our parents about today and us coming and asking for this waiver and what we would do with that time and how we would utilize that and preparing them, for those days that we would dismiss early.
Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Yarbrough, there are other schools and districts that have followed a similar model. And I know at least what we've heard from them is that time lost, we think of it as time lost, but the collaboration that occurs in that time actually translates to more effective teaching. So the time that you have in those classrooms becomes just basically you're gaining time, if you will, with the same or shorter amount of time just because of the teacher alignment, the collaboration. That's some of the feedback we've gotten from like Valonia, some of the PLC pilots. Have you looked at other districts or other schools in your area or in the co-op region that are doing something similar to this? And that's the first question. The second question is, because Leslie is quite a bit of a distance, describe a little bit more detail how this is going to help overcome that disconnect that just happens with vertical alignment when you've got a whole intermediate set of grades that are separated physically.
Yes, sir. That's very good question. And obviously, in our co-op area, we have several schools that are undertaking this process. Some have been, like our elementary school, have been in this process for quite some time. I would point out to the State Board of Education that our elementary school is an A school based on state rankings, and I contribute a lot of that to the work that they're doing in the PLCs. So we are very mindful of the time that we're using, and as Secretary Key said, that we believe this process will enhance our instruction across the board in the district. And we believe that whatever time we lose with those students through this early dismissal, we're more than going to make that up in having more efficient and more expertise in the classroom as we instruct students. Our Leslie Intermediate School at Leslie, it is 8 miles, as you're aware, south on Highway 65. So we do have somewhat of a disconnect there from time to time. It is difficult for us to bring all the staff together in the district. And so that's really going to be an important component into these early dismissals so that we can bring those staffs together. I've said this for years. If you put a group of elementary teachers in a room together for 30 minutes, they'll solve all the problems of the world. And I mean, that's jokingly. So I don't, but if you allow teachers time to come together and collaborate, they are able to do a lot of work and to solve a lot of problems. And those problems are specific to children and to students. And so we believe this process is going to give us that opportunity to solve those problems that are specific to students, individual students.
Ms. Dean, Ms. Chambers, Dr. Hill, Ms. Newton?
I don't really have a question, just a comment. I want to commend you for your good work up to this point, but more than that, I want to commend you for not being satisfied where you're at, being willing to recognize that we can all get better, and this is a way that you think that you can do more for kids. And so that's our goal, that we want everyone to realize that we can always do better for kids. So thank you for that.
We believe that.
Okay. The question I had, are you on block or regular schedule at your high school?
We are on a regular schedule at the high school. We are in the early stages of being fully certified as a school of innovation at the high school. So, we are trying to be very progressive with what we do with our students in the Searcy County School District. So we have since last year went back and made some modifications to our schedule. So we do have some time built in that, we're going to be able to have some common planning time for our core teachers throughout the course of the day. And so we have that on every campus, right. But we will have that at the high school as well, even though we are on a traditional schedule.
I was just concerned if it was blocked that they would be missing the same class every time.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And is your curriculum, I know you said you're into RISE and PLCs and getting better. Have y'all adopted a curriculum that is aligned with the science of reading concepts and RISE?
Yes, ma'am. We are in that process. We have done that. I had a group with me, but I had to promise them that they wouldn't have to stand up here with me and ask any questions. So
they promised to tell the truth if they did.
I had told them the truth, but yes, ma'am, that is correct. We have been in the process of adopting that, and I appreciate Dr. Fowler from the co-op coming with me today and taking her time as well.
Okay. If there's no other questions, is there any opposition? Okay. Do I have a motion?
Move to grant the waiver.
Ms. Newton moved to grant the waiver.
Second.
Second by Ms. McFetridge. All those in favor?
Aye.
Your motion passes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good luck. We'd be anxious to hear from you in a year to see how it went. Okay, our final item should not take that long, so let's do it before we break for lunch. Number 6, the ABC program, and I'm sure we have Ms. Underwood. Good morning.
Susan Underwood with the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education, Arkansas Better Chance Program. We have brought to you the round 4 of the Arkansas Better Chance grants. You have in your board packet.
Excuse me, can you pull the microphone down? I'm having trouble.
Yes. You have in your board packet a chart that tries to explain what we're doing. Let me kind of walk you through this. The Blytheville School District has requested to join the Crowley's Ridge Educational Co-op, the ABC program. The 40 slots approved by Blytheville School District ABC program would remain on the school campus, but it would be administered by the Crowley's Ridge Education Co-op. The second one is that Crowley's Ridge Co-op has requested to convert 40 home visiting slots to center base to continue the high-quality preschool services for children in the Earl School District community. That conversion rate of the 40 home visiting equates to 14.95 center base slots, which we would round to 15 slots. Thus, the remaining amount of the $218,504 for the payments 3 through 10 for Crowley's Ridge would include the original award of 250 center-based slots, the 40 slots from Blytheville Pre-K, and then the 40 home visiting slots converted to the 15 center-base, giving the Earl ABC site a total of 55 slots. Therefore, we are requesting an approval for the Crowley's Ridge Education Cooperative ABC program with a total of 305 center-based slots for the total grant amount of $1,460,004.
Okay. Any questions? And I think she stepped away, but I will mention to the board, Dr. Moore is a liaison from the board to the Early Childhood ABC. Oh, there you are. I didn't see you. Sorry. Anybody have any questions? Have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. McFettridge,
Second.
second by Mr. Pecron. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, very good.
And I do have one thing that just transpired this week. As of this week, there has been a termination of an ABC grant with the agency Kid to Kid Child Development Center based on a failure to follow ABC regulations. Therefore, we are requesting an approval of the reallocation, awarding those return slots to the Pine Bluff School District ABC program to provide high-quality preschool services to additional children in that community. So this would include 80 slots that they have been awarded, with the additional 20 additional slots beginning with payments 3 through 10 in the amount of $79,456. That would result in a total award of 100 slots with the total grant amount of $476,736.
Okay, I'll have to get legal counsel on this, whether or not she can add something to her agenda item that was not given to us ahead of time and for which we have not voted. Will that require a motion to hear it, or will it need to be postponed till next month, or what is the procedure there? She had a spot on the agenda. This is a separate amount and discussion about transferring, which I'm sure will be no problem, but I need to know procedurally what I need to do.
The state board can add, Lori Freno, the state board can add an agenda item with a 2/3 vote. Consequently, I would think you could add something to an agenda item with a 2/3 vote.
Okay. Do I have a motion from a board member to add this item?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Chambers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Okay. Now tell us again.
Okay. This week, we had a program terminated. And that was the agency Kid to Kid Child Development Center, because there was a failure of ABC regulations. So what we're asking you to do, those slots that were approved to Kid to Kid, prior approved in April, we're asking you to reallocate those return slots to the Pine Bluff School District ABC program. So there will be more high-quality preschool services for additional children in that community. So Pine Bluff already has 80 slots that were approved in April. So we would add those reallocated 20 slots, beginning with payments 3 through 10. And that would be an additional $79,456. So that would equate to 100 total slots for Pine Bluff, and the total grant amount of $476,736.
And if I may, Madam Chair, this was a request that I made to them to look and see. A few weeks ago, I was in Pine Bluff, and I got to visit their pre-K center. You all, if you get a chance, you will want to go see that pre-K center. Dr. Owa was just very pleased and bragging on that group of educators and that principal there, and said that their data show that those kids that leave that program are on level and ready when they hit kindergarten. But they had a waiting list. They could have served more kids. They have plenty of room. There are classrooms that are ready. All they have to do is get a teacher in there and get the kids in there. So I came back and asked the team, hey, how can we add more seats there? And just, by the providence that we had a situation that a closure of a center, and that freed these slots up. So they jumped on it. Again, this is an example of how I think we want to see transformation work, because we knew there was a place, we knew there was a need, and they found a way to make it happen. So just appreciate Susan, you and the team having this done and being able to bring this to the board on such short notice.
And let me add to that. I did call all of the ABC programs in the Pine Bluff area to see if there were availability. What was reported to Secretary Key, there was over 50 4-year-olds on the waiting list and 53-year-olds on the waiting list. So when we went back and did our homework, some of those children had already found places to be served. All of the ABC centers in the Pine Bluff, Dollarway, Watson Chapel area are full, but we do have a partner with Head Start. Head Start said that they could take the 3-year-olds, and so when I called the coordinator back, at this time there's around 21 children that need to be placed, the 4-year-olds that need to be placed in Pine Bluff. So we can place those children in these 20 slots. If there is an opening, we can place the final one, and the 3-year-olds can be served by the Head Start program.
Now, it's my understanding if one of those is a foster child, that you can go over the number, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you find out that's true, then voila.
There you
Do you
go.
have a motion?
I have one question.
You have a question? Sorry.
So the center that's closing, that is closing, are those students going to be communicated with that they will have new spots elsewhere, or how will that work?
Yes, they have not been in operation this year.
Okay, so it's okay.
Yes.
As a parent of a young child, I was worried that those kids were going to be shuffled around right away. Okay.
Yes, they have
So
found
don't
other
have any kids
locations.
there at all.
Yes.
Okay, that makes me feel better. Thank you.
Any other questions on this side? This side? Have a motion?
Move to approve the reallocation of seats to the Pine Bluff ABC program.
Ms. Chambers moves, second by
Seconded.
Mr. Pecron. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch, and we will return. I think it's scheduled, it says 1 o'clock. The first two items are Succeed Scholarship transfers, so I don't think it would be a problem if we started at a 1:45. And then the Opportunity School Choice number 3A was pulled, and then so we will go to the Opportunity School Choice, the other one, and that way we won't be pushing people time-wise. At the very end, yes. right, we'll wait. That thing about being able to have one person coordinating ABC to talk to K-12 to talk to, that's just great.
Yep. It's, I think it's going to make things considerably smoother and definitely more efficient.
Yeah. We're not sure that Miss Alice Ford heard 12:45, so we're gonna give her a minute, because she's first up on the agenda. Give me just a minute, Miss Dees.
That's fine.
Call the meeting back to order, and our first item is a Succeed Scholarship transfer, and we'll turn those over to Miss Alice Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The first item on the agenda is a request for transfer of Succeed Scholarship. This is similar to ones you've seen in past months. The De Leon family is requesting a transfer from St. Edward's to North Little Rock Catholic Academy as a result of the closing of St. Edward's at the end of last school year. And I don't believe anyone is in the audience. There may be someone on the phone.
Jeff McGregor is on the phone.
I'm sorry, did you say Mr. McGregor?
Yes.
Okay. Is Mr. or Miss De Leon on the phone? I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you have any, excuse me, do you have any questions of Miss Alice Ford, or do I have a motion?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, transfer granted.
The second item is another request for transfer of Succeed Scholarship. This family is requesting a transfer from Bentonville Christian Academy to Clover Community School, and Mr. McGregor is on the phone if you have any questions.
Any questions of this parent? Not, do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Ms. Chambers moved to approve.
Second.
Second by Mr. Pecron. Any objection? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
very much. 3A was pulled this morning, and the child was granted the Opportunity School Choice transfer. The next one is the Harris Hudson family. They're in a level 5 district, and Opportunity School Choice allows a family to request a transfer if they're in a level 5 district or in an F school. And since Little Rock School District is in level 5, that gave them the opportunity to make an Opportunity School Choice transfer request. And Ms. Dedman, if will walk us through that.
I'm afraid the parties have not arrived. We're looking for Dr. Saunders and Ms. Harris Hudson still.
It's my understanding Dr. Saunders is not going to be here. Dr. Hernandez, can you confirm that Dr. Saunders is not planning on being here? Okay, thank you.
In that case, we do not have the parent yet. The
Okay.
notice letter was set
Well,
for
we're early, so.
1 o'clock.
Yeah, I didn't expect us to just flip through those others. Okay. Is Miss Alice Ford still in the room? If she is, oops, we've lost her now. I wanted to keep going. You didn't know I'd get back to you quite so quickly. Sorry. The parent wasn't here yet, and it does say 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's fine. We were out there looking to see if anyone outside was parents. Okay. So we are on item number 4. We are requesting final approval of the division's rules governing the Educator Compensation Reform Program. The board released these rules for public comment on June 13th, and we held a public comment hearing on June 27th. There were a few comments received, however, no substantive changes were made. And just to refresh your memory, these are the rules that govern administration of the $60 million for teacher salaries.
Okay. I'll start. It seemed that some of the concerns that were expressed are legitimate financial concerns. So can you help me understand what, if anything, is going to be done to ease their concerns, or is it just a matter of you'll have 1 and 2 and 3 years notice, so it is what it is?
So one of the concerns that we heard from multiple people was regarding being able to use these funds towards step increases in the master's level.
Yes.
And so we did them in the rules so that the funds can be used for that purpose, even though that's not part of the calculation, which means that if a district uses their funds to increase bachelor's and master's in year 1 or year 2 or year 3, when it comes to year 4, if they are financially not able to meet the increase for bachelor's using these funds, they would have to use their own state and local funds. And in terms of concerns beyond the 4 years, there's both their ability to plan going forward, giving the 4-year time frame, and then also, of course, you'll have your usual increases in foundation funding. And then we fully anticipate that the legislature will be revisiting this type of funding as part of the adequacy reports going forward.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? None on either side? Okay, do I have a motion?
Move final approval.
Motion by Mr. Williamson. Second by Ms. Dean for final approval. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
And then we also have for your consideration the division's rules governing the School District Educational Excellence Trust Fund. These were a result of the same act that had to do with the $60 million. They were also released for public comment on June 13th and a public comment hearing held on June 27th. No comments were received on these rules, and so we are requesting final approval pending ALC review.
Any questions? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Pecron, second by
Second.
Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alice Ford. Mr. Ballard, I think we'll take up yours now. We're still waiting on the parent. I don't know if we know for sure if the parent is coming, but we will give them time past 1 o'clock because it did say 1 on the agenda. Number 6, Reginald Ballard will do the presentation.
All right.
This is a consideration for the charter authorizing panel action. Last month, we had our charter application hearings, and we heard and had one decision that was made for a granted charter for Hope Academy, Northwest Arkansas. So this is just a consideration of the charter authorizing panel action on the open enrollment public charter school application, Hope Academy of Northwest Arkansas, Bentonville, Arkansas. On August 13, 2019, representatives of Hope Academy of Northwest Arkansas appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting a charter in the Bentonville School District. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the decision made by the panel was submitted. The State Board may exercise the right to review and conduct a hearing on the charter authorizing panel's determination at the State Board's next meeting.
Has everyone had a chance to look at this, and do you have any questions, Ms. Newton?
Is there someone from the charter here, or are we able to ask questions? I noticed, and with some help, that one of the things that's asked for a waiver of is the school counselor. And I know that we're trying to make sure that every child has access to a qualified, excellent school counselor. In 618-201 is the one that they're asking waiver of. And so I'm concerned not only for these students, but for once we grant this waiver, then that opens the door for other places to come in and ask for this same waiver. So I'm concerned with that. Maybe someone can answer that question.
Absolutely. I see our legal counsel, Mary Claire Hyatt's right behind me.
Mary Claire Hyatt, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. So there's no one here from the charter. I will tell you what they put on the waiver request so that you have that information and we can go over it. This is the first time that this waiver would have been granted of the new School Counseling Act, which is something I pointed out to the charter panel at the time. So their request was a waiver from employing a counselor who's also a certified educator. They are going to, let me make sure I'm reading this to you. So the charter plans to use counseling and medical services with a proven positive track record, working with children in another program overseen by the sponsoring entity. These service providers are able to provide expanded services for the charter. And then I asked them, because they originally asked for a waiver of the old student services law, to review the new legislation and reflect on what pieces of that they would need. And they did ask for a waiver of the entire section, stating our organization has counseling services in place and will be moving an existing member of staff over to the position of student and family case manager. This staff member has a master's degree in social work and is experienced with case management in an educational setting. This individual will be charged with carrying out a written plan for a comprehensive school counseling program that will include all the components mandated by Act 190 of 2019. So one of the things we talked about at the hearing was, did they need a waiver of the entire new legislation since they were going to be meeting components of it? And they did choose to go forward asking for a waiver of all of the sections of the new legislation.
I think the answer, the way that I heard it, is it will be a MSW as opposed to a guidance counselor. So they actually will have as much or more training, they just won't have the educator license. So, and this is a specialty charter, so it wouldn't be one that we will bring them up later and say, well, you don't have enough of this kind of kid and enough of this kind of kid, because this is a very, I'm not trying to persuade anybody to vote, I just am explaining what I heard. It's a very specialized charter that is working in partnership with the Bentonville School District.
I understood that, but I think what my biggest concern is,
Yes.
with these 1240 waivers is when we approve this one, then there's going to be another one come behind them. And I'm very impressed with the charter, what their intents are and what they're going to do, but I am very concerned about waiving this entire section because of the precedent that it sets in the future.
And I think another thing that Ms. Newton is bringing forth is part of this state board was there when if a district had a child in that you could ask for those waivers. The way the law has changed, if any charter has that waiver, it doesn't matter if it's on one end of the state and the traditional district's on the other end of the state, that now opens the door for those traditional districts to do that. And that is something that you might want to pull them in for review for that purpose. I don't know. Anybody else have other concerns, questions?
I really think that we need to not get in too big of a hurry. I think we need to really think about what we're doing, and I don't know if that would entail a review, but, you know, we've had discussions on 1240s before.
This isn't.
I know that.
Oh, okay, okay.
But where are we going?
Right.
Okay.
I understand.
And once we do this, then that door for the 1240 is opened. And so we need to make sure that we want to open that door, is what I'm saying.
So that would mean that you would need to move to review,
So
because you
I
can't
think-
delay an approval
Right.
once it comes to us without a review. Is that correct?
We were double checking the rules.
She's getting her rules.
Just a short 80-page rules charter. If you have additional questions and you want to have the charter applicant or the granted charter come before you so that you can ask those questions, it would be appropriate to do a review at the next state board meeting. You would need to provide today the information or as much of the information as possible so that the charter applicant can be prepared to discuss those things at the hearing or at the review with you guys. I think one of the other times we've done this, we did allow you to submit additional questions the next few days following the state board meeting so that you could make sure that you had thoughtful comments to give to the charter applicant, which I think would be fine to do again if you chose to do a review. But the decision today is to review or not review.
The only way that we can even consider this is to review. So I make a motion to review.
Okay, we have a motion to review by Ms. Newton. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? If you'll notify them.
And would you guys mind just going down and giving the reasoning and the information you'd like for them to have at the review? And then if there are any additional comments, if you'll send them individually to the charter office so we can get that in the next couple of days.
Yeah, part of the law that we were reminded of is that you have to have specific things you want them to bring to you so you can review, so they can not only make their presentation, but they can respond to those questions that you might have. So, Ms. Newton, do you,
I
or
guess
Mr.
just
Let me
how-
start with Mr. Pecron. Do you have any specifics that you would like to hear?
Nothing specific.
Okay, Ms. Newton?
Just specifically how they're going to make sure that every portion of this section that they're going to waive, how they're going to serve kids through that, and why do they want the whole thing waived? Okay.
Dr. Hill? No. Ms. Chambers? Ms. Dean? Anyone on this side? And I guess correct me if I'm wrong, we can say to them, no, you can't have this waiver. Is that correct?
So at the review hearing, you can decide either to affirm the decision of the charter authorizer, to take any other action that you wish, which could be sending it back to the charter authorizer to rehear that, to change something that the charter authorizer did, request additional information for another meeting. Pretty much you have a lot of flexibility. So at the review hearing, if there's still disagreement about that part, I'll make sure to advise you of all of your options at that time.
So I guess my question in general, doesn't have to specifically do with this, is can we deny a waiver?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And we can also deny 1240.
Yes, apparently now, the way it's
pick
the
and
way you
choose
read the
that.
new rules, right.
So,
But
I just want us to think about it
Yes.
before we open the door.
Oh,
And to your point, it would be interesting to know, especially if we're getting into something that does set precedent, why it has to be as broad, so that they're thinking about, could they take care of their needs and be narrower in their request. I know sometimes they just say, well, let's ask for the whole thing so we don't have to go back, which I can't say that I blame them, but that, I think, will help influence the way we think about it.
And, you know, they can always do partnerships with Bentonville, with their council. I mean, there's a lot of ways
options,
that they
yeah,
can do
right.
that, yeah. Okay, we're good? Okay, do we know yet if the parents for the Harris Hudson family, they're not here yet? Okay, do we know if they're coming?
The parent is not here yet, but also it's possible the parent will not come. My understanding is that she received a conditional offer from another district, so she may not appear.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and hear it then and see the pleasure of the board. You want to tell us about it?
Yes, ma'am. This is an opportunity school choice
And
appeal.
identify yourself.
Yes, ma'am. This is, I'm Jennifer Dedman, an attorney for the division. This is an opportunity school choice appeal for a family wishing to transfer from Little Rock School District to one of the two districts that they listed on their application. When you see their application, you'll note that there is an opportunity to transfer to either Bryant or Benton listed. They have the districts ranked number 1 and number 2. Because one district issued a denial before the other, the appeal is only the denial from Benton School District. Neither the parent nor the district has appeared today, unfortunately, so we will not be able to hear evidence from either party.
This is another opportunity school choice where this child is in a level 5 classified district, and they're requesting to go to Benton or Bryant, and the rejection was based on by Benton that they weren't the nearest district, which that is in the law, but it's not something that we've seen used before. So do I have a motion, or do you have questions of Ms.
I
Dedman?
have a question.
Can we table it?
Did you say that she had been conditionally admitted to another school?
We received information that she may have received a conditional acceptance to another school, but we do not have anyone here to give evidence of that today.
Do you know what school? Or?
It may have come from Bryant.
Bryant, okay.
But her first choice is still Benton, right?
Yes, ma'am, and this appeal is only of Benton's denial.
Okay.
Can we table it into next month? Or
No, I think with schools, we could, yes. But with school starting, I think to expedite a decision would be in the best interest of the student. That's your chair's opinion. That doesn't mean that's y'all's opinion.
Have we heard, was there a communication that the parent was planning on being here today?
There was a notice letter sent to the address of the parent by certified and regular mail, as well as to the email address the parent had been communicating with me through. So there's been no further communication from the parent.
Okay.
Do you have a motion? Do you have a motion to?
Actually, can I just ask a question? I'm sorry, I'm still getting familiar with some of this. So the way this worked was they applied to Bryant first, Bryant?
No,
No,
Benton.
they applied to Benton first. But
They applied using a single opportunity school choice application and listed two districts, ranking them as their first and second choice. They received a denial from Benton School District first, and therefore they appealed the denial from Benton School District, which was listed on, you'll see on your application, as their first choice.
Okay.
Right.
Move to deny the request.
Say again?
I move to deny the request to transfer to Benton.
Second.
I have a motion to deny by Mr. Williamson, a second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion denied.
Thank you.
Let me get my berries. Okay, we are down to the legislative reviews. The first one on the docket is Dollarway here?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Miss Warren is out not feeling well today, so
Oh.
she's dealing with some health issues. and
I
so
hope
she
it
won't
wasn't
be-
because we invited her in, did I?
No, ma'am, it was not. Okay. Good morning. Mike Hernandez, State Superintendent of Office of Coordinated Support and Service. And today we're going to start out with our legislative reports with Dollarway. To give you some background of the process, as we did last year, is this is kind of that beginning phase where we've received our school level plans from the schools. The districts have reviewed those along with us. We've developed the district support plans, or the district has developed the district support plans, identified how they're going to support the schools throughout this year. In addition to that, we've reviewed those, and in your packet this year, we did a little bit different. We added kind of a little bit more detail in the AD support plans, and so that kind of gives you a real sense of what the support actually looks like in the schools. And so we've really been pushing in a lot with Little Rock in terms of our services. We have added some additional staff and coordinated some more support for each school district. So you'll see that there's ongoing things and multiple things that are working with the districts this year and really trying to hone in on their exit criteria, whether it be of a fiscal nature or an academic nature, and start to move the schools towards those qualitative and quantitative measures. And so that's kind of the work. And if as we go through these, if there's questions about the support or how we're doing that, those are the kinds of reports that'll come back in subsequent. How are we doing in terms of the district support plan? How are we doing in terms of our support that we're giving to the school districts? Also, as a part of your report, I won't go through a lot of these slides because I've got 43 of them. I know it takes a lot of time, but a lot of these slides are just some of the data. The only thing that we got back initially were how are we doing on ACT Aspire in terms of the ready and exceeding students. And so we looked at those and saw a lot of mixed, in some cases we saw from grade level to grade level, they did, there were some gains and there were some losses when you look at math and literacy, and I'll show you kind of an example of what I'm talking about. But in some year-over-year grades, so if I look at reading here, for example, and this is Dollarway, James Matthews Elementary, and I see that in 2018, 11.3% of the students were meeting that readiness benchmark in reading. And then the next year, in third grade, it went up slightly. But if you look at the third grade from 2018 to the fourth grade in 2019, you see a little bit bigger gain. And so by and large, in all the districts, as you look through these slides, and they're part of that, I'll make sure you have this presentation, but they're also inside that, the legislative report as a link in there. And so, we see a lot of a mix. We see that in some places we're losing ground, in some places we're gaining ground, and that's what we're trying to move the districts towards, to seeing that consistency. But as we move towards these multiple measures with our SS School indexes, these aren't the only things that we're looking at. We're going to start to get in this data that comes in October that tells us how are we doing in terms of growth on average in each school. How are they growing their students based on their individual past performance? How is the SQSS things like science, attendance, in high schools, how is graduation rate doing, how are their on-time credits, and all those factors that go into moving the needle and how we see achievement as a whole as opposed to just these. So this is the data that we have now is the preliminary pre-appeals data, and so that's what we shared with you just to give you a sense of how some of these things are going in the various grade levels.
I think the thing that I noticed initially is following a cohort. Mm-hmm. And that was disturbing. Because from third to fourth, they went down. In both third and fourth grade.
Yes, and so when you look at the cohort from, just in this case, English, you see that they do go down. In math, they do go down. In reading, they do go up. And so that's the parts that we see in cohorts, and some cohorts in some areas you're going to see places where they go up. So for example, in this one, fifth grade, from fifth grade to sixth grade, you see that they go up in all three areas. So that's what I meant by being there's not consistency, and that goes to that part about making sure that teachers clearly understand the curriculum that they're offering, that they clearly understand how they're instructing, and there's that consistency across the district, and that's what we're trying to move to, and why we set those criteria the way that we did.
Have they done a aligned curriculum and a literacy that aligns?
So they are in the process of that. That's one of the things that they've reached out to us about, and we've kind of right now. They're in their second year of working with Solution Tree in their PLC process, where they've identified essential standards and done the work of aligning their curriculum and developing those things and matching them to state standards. We haven't had as much emphasis like we have in Little Rock with going in and doing the literacy work, and that started. This year is going in and watching the implementation of RISE. The district, when they first chose what their science of reading pathway was, they did brains reads, and so they've gone back, which was one of our approved pathways, but they've gone back in their elementary grades and started the science of reading the RISE training. One of the issues with some of these other pathways is there's not the coaching that goes along with it, and so that's what we're working with them now, and just making sure that they have a coaching, they have a literacy specialist that's coming on site weekly, going in the classrooms, making sure that implementation's going on, and then making sure we have the materials and things that we need in the classrooms to make it happen.
So the curriculum they have now, they're having to adapt to match.
Yes, and in some cases there's some
almost impossible for any
yes,
teacher.
No, I agree. It's hard, and that's one of the things that we're keenly aware of, as we've learned with Little Rock, to make sure that we're helping and coach along those kinds of things, and that's with all of our schools. And so when we get to Lee County, we'll talk a little bit about that, is making sure that they have the materials. And so we're just now, last year when we took over, they didn't have the materials that were needed, and so they're now getting the materials, starting to get trained, and then we're going to be there to watch, make sure implementation's happening.
Yeah.
Okay, so in a general sense, what I tried to give you here is what are the main focuses at the school level, and you can see that the main focuses are around culture, literacy, and mathematics. And as a district, what they're focusing on really supporting is the reading and writing instruction piece, and then also continuing that year 2 of the PLC at work process. Last year was kind of that first, let's learn how this is supposed to work with our collaborative teams, and this year they have all that back understanding and are able to start doing more of the deeper work, in which they know they've looked at their scores and aren't happy with where they're at, but they feel like this is the right work that they're doing, and that's going to help them to continue to build and grow in these areas. As far as the support that we're providing at the district level, along with Solution Tree district level coaching, we have principal support. From a Solution Tree aspect, they're working with the principals directly. On our end, we're really emphasizing making sure that they're getting in the classrooms as principals, doing observations and supporting the teachers that need support. We also have some curriculum and instruction support that's there. And a lot of that's going to revolve around literacy. That's going to be our focus in looking at RISE implementation, or science of reading implementation, and helping make sure that all of the materials align and that makes sense for the schools. We do have special ed support that's going in and working with their team. In addition to that, we continue, because the district being on fiscal distress, have fiscal support there, as well as we've added a behavior component where the district has already been working with doing PBIS, but just continuing that implementation and try to help with those kids that are not necessarily just the normal type behavior issues, but some of those higher level behavior issues when we think about what they call, just like with behavior, we have those tiers. And so when we talk about tier 3 behaviors and higher levels of issues in the classroom, this is kind of partner for that as well. As I mentioned, the district is started in their second year. They've partnered with some of the other school districts, Pine Bluff being one of them, and running a new ALE program through Arkansas River Co-op, and that's housed on one of Pine Bluff's campus, the Bel Air campus. They also are working on their retention of their quality teachers, and have identified lead teachers within their school district that, and in essence, what they do is those teachers are kind of the leads for their collaborative teams. And so in order to do that, they've increased and looked at an alternative way of compensating those folks to kind of keep those folks in the district that they feel are effective and are also going to help lead those teams within the schools. The big thing here with the special ed is that, you know, they've started to work on aligning, making sure that what goes on in the SPED classrooms is the same as what's going on in the general classrooms. It's differentiated for those students, but they're not off doing something different that's not part of the general classroom. So that kind of helps in making sure that kids are getting access to what they need to be successful in school.
Are you talking about the students with learning disabilities or the students who are cognitively impaired?
I will have to maybe defer to Ms. Davis on that one when she comes up. She's here. The other part is mentioned with the literacy support. What we're trying to do with that is, you know, the district has been working in their process that they've been trained in with the brains reads, and instead of coming in and saying, hey, these are all the things that you're doing wrong, we're really trying to make sure we're partnering with the co-op and working alongside with the district, and not make it in a nature of monitoring, but more of coaching and support. And that's kind of our process. Otherwise, you run the risk of, you know, people shutting down, or there's this, you know, animosity between the support and the people that are getting the support. So we're working on that. That's something really new for the district. And there has been some cases of, you know, wondering, you know, hey, how's this going to look, and all those things. So we've been working through those details. One big factor that's kind of a concern is, as I've talked to you before, we're trying to amp up and start a community advisory board for the district. And one of the issues that we've ran is we've extended the deadline. We currently only have about 3 people that have applied to be a part of that community advisory board. We're still, you know, the district's actively out there putting things in the newspaper, trying to recruit, but we're just not seeing that level of people that want to be part of the community advisory board. So that's a big concern for us, is that, you know, wanting to move the district back towards some form of local governance, when you don't have people that are interested in stepping up to do that, that's a concern. And so, yes, sir.
Why do you think that is?
We don't really know, to be honest. I think some of it, what I've heard in talking to Ms. Warren, is that there's seems to be a general interest, because this is that second time that the district has been taken over, that, you know, on one hand, she thinks people are generally satisfied with the way the district's going, and there's, you know, a lot more positivity about the district. But just in certain areas, when you look at the zones, there's just people that are in those particular zones that aren't interested in being a part of a district that doesn't necessarily, or part of a board that may not have full autonomy and authority to do what they feel like needs to be done.
How that affect how you then get to go back to it? I mean,
I'm sorry.
Do you think there's possibly be some ways that we could kind of promote more engagement by group sessions, talking, surveys, trying to get people?
I think everything is on the table now. You know, we thought we would have some pretty good interest by, you know, some of the newsletters and things that they're getting out and doing in the community. They have a lot of things that are going on community engagement wise, but just haven't been able to get people that say, yeah, I want to go on and fill out the application. So that's something that we're still going to continue to work on, and think of other ways that we can potentially get people to want to do that. We've got some flexibility where we've even moved past the idea of, hey, you don't necessarily have to be in this zone for the community advisory board, you just have to live in the district. Now, we've had other people that have inquired about being part of the community advisory board, but they may live in Little Rock or other places, and we haven't gone to, we don't think we have the authority to do that part of it, but we have kind of loosened the requirements on being in a specific zone.
You know, just from past experience, and it's just something, you know, I don't know if that's because I haven't taken the pulse, but oftentimes when people are not engaged, they usually don't think their voices are heard when they do get engaged. Right. So here's just a suggestion, maybe totally may not even apply, but oftentimes in the communities, if you find the 3 or 4 largest churches and reach out to the pastors, and then maybe that can be an engagement approach to stimulate that type of conversation, and then could move forward, because I think it's just critically important that you know the pulse of what's going on with the people that you're trying to serve, for whatever will work.
Well, thank you.
I have one quick question. Where are we on the 5-year timeline with Dollarway?
So with Dollarway, they were taken over December 2015, is that right?
I knew there was 2 different things that we did, so I didn't know when the 5 years started.
The 5 years the 4th year will finish this year in December.
Okay, so we have 1 more year. Okay.
Right.
Dr. Hernandez, this may become more evident as we go through the various.
Microphone.
Sorry. This may become more evident as we go through each district plan, but it would be helpful if we could start to see the exit criteria and the performance to that criteria, so that we can consistently see where are they relative to where they need to be. That would be one request if we aren't already doing that.
There's a link to it.
No, that'll be great, but as we talk about kind of where they're at and what adjustments would be recommended to hit those timelines.
Yes, ma'am. So the link to the live document for exit criteria is there, and here's kind of by when we set those, especially once we established what our first set of exit criteria was going to look like for Little Rock, then we patterned a lot of those off towards the end of the year. And, you know, what we're real careful about is, you know, there's lots of training that's going on and movement towards those things. But when we talk about evidence, that's what we're trying to put in that document. And so we're still in that phase of training and doing actions and activities that move us towards that, but not necessarily is there that evidence. And there's a few of those. So if you look at, when we get to Pine Bluffs, for example, there's a link in that exit criteria where it talks about one of the exit criteria, identifying an instructional model. And so Pine Bluff has actually developed what they see, Lee County's actually done this too, is they've identified, you know, what are those instructional pieces that they're committed to as a school, and then overall as a district. So they're taking steps when you look at all of those things in different areas, but we're trying to put examples of evidence so you can see and we can see where it's just not, they didn't go to just a training, but there's actually some tangible things that are being produced, and that's kind of what those lagging indicators or evidence is geared towards. Is, you know, we want to see, you know, meeting schedules and things that shows that they have a system in place, that they're ongoing and things like that in terms of collaborative team meetings. So we will continue to do that as we start to get more evidence that these things are happening around the qualitative. The quantitative are always, we're not going to have that information always till, you know, October when they come out. We'll see how they did in relation to that qualitative or quantitative information. Okay. The last thing, I know there was a question that had been asked about summer school, and so for Dollarway, their main focus for summer school was credit recovery, so there wasn't any additional summer school that was offered by the Dollarway School District.
Is there I think elementary summer school is really important. Is there planning for next summer? Would that be something the district would look at? See where Ms. Davis is, or Dr. Bryant. I'll let Dr. Bryant come answer that one. And I'll go ahead and ask too, along those same lines, is there a 21st century program or any after-school program that the district has for students?
Yes, originally We did apply for one of the 21st Century Grant. We was not approved, but we do partner with other entities there in the state, in the community who has the 21st Century Grant. When we started to look at summer school for this past summer, the participation we could not get. We sent out request after request after request. And I think the largest number we've got, like middle school, for example, 27 students. That was it. We couldn't generate the interest.
What was the attendance at the credit recovery summer
Credit
school?
recovery, very good.
It was?
Because they knew that this was not an optional thing in order for them to get back on task, in order to graduate. The attendance was very good.
So the carrot was there.
Yes.
What about your student and staff attendance?
Student and staff attendance has improved tremendously. One of the biggest issues that we faced with in the past was staff absenteeism.
Yes, I know.
And we contribute this past year, our absentees were health related, almost 100%. We did have a lot of teachers who had some long-term illnesses. But as far as just missing, just to miss, mostly 100% of all of them were tied to some type of illnesses.
Okay, so it was like family medical leave, not
Yes,
Monday,
yes,
Friday,
family
and racing
medical
season.
leave, yes, family medical leave or short-term illnesses like the flu or pneumonia.
And what about student?
Students has been up. We have not had a lot of problems with student absentee. For whatever reason that they seem to want to come now. But we haven't had a lot of problems with students absentees.
And have you all started have you all had a dyslexia audit or a special ed audit yet?
We have not. We're working on our dyslexia plan, even as we speak. We have a visit scheduled come up very, very soon, but we have not had that yet. No, we haven't.
They're coming to do the audit for you?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
good. And anybody else have questions of him while he's up here? Ms. Dean?
Could you tell me more about what you're doing around community and family engagement? I didn't really see.
Around school and
Community and family engagement.
Oh, community and family engagement. We have a young lady that this is her full-time responsibility, and she is doing some phenomenal things. Right now, she's working with a group of parents and trying to teach them how to monitor cell phone usage of for their own students. They are involved in health screening. She get them involved in health screening. She go the extra mile in getting them into her lab for computer training. And then we have the monthly meetings in the community that has grown tremendously, which is kind of odd that we didn't have for the advisory council, because those meetings have grown. Yeah.
It may behoove you all to, I don't know if this is something that is discussed, but as far as Dr. Hernandez was speaking about the missing slots, those open slots, that may be something that could be discussed at those meetings, since there seems to be good turnout and there seems to be growth as far as interest and engagement. That may be another avenue for you to engage the public about some civic responsibility and
We accept all opportunities.
Thank you.
Ms. Chambers, Dr. Hill, Ms. Newton, Mr. Peckron, everybody on this side? You can finish, Dr. Hernandez?
Just a couple clarifications on the family and community engagement piece. Now that we do have the toolkit, Kim Wright, we've talked about their instead of having them part of a pilot program that they're working on, they're actually going to be reaching out individually to their family community people at each district and walking them through the toolkit, making sure that they understand all the components and how they would be implementing that in the school. And we've had that conversation with Ms. Warren as well, so she's aware that that's something we're going to be working on this year. In reference to the dyslexia piece, we have had Ms. King go through and she did a desk audit that has been sent to the schools to review, and that's what's triggered the next step, which is the on-site visit, where they'll go in and start seeing what needs to be done and verify what they were able to see based on the desk audit and stuff like that. So that work is
to find out what screening and what service and what program they'll use.
And they, like we said last year, it's not where it needs to be, and that's something that the districts recognize and are welcoming the help to say, how do we make sure we're doing these things right? It's just, getting people, now that school's got started, getting them in there. We talked about it going in on the fall. And so we're at that point now where we're starting that with them.
Yeah, I understand, but I also understand that the law's been in place the whole time that they've been under level 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to go over the fiscal part with us?
So the fiscal part, we do have kind of a unique situation with Dollar Way. There were a lot of things this year where we're moving along in terms of progress related to their financial practices, but there were a lot of things this year that were of a maintenance nature, that we spent some money that were one-time expenditures that lowered the balance a little bit. But the expectation is in making this budget, we don't anticipate there being a lot of issues. They're also dealing with that kind of decline in enrollment, which there are going to have to be some adjustments made in this year's budget to make sure we're still doing well and viable by the district. But they're still, we think, on track to be okay financially.
What is their tax base down there?
As far as their assessment?
No, what I mean, like industry, is there anything other much than homes that are bringing in?
Not, we've had, there's not a lot of large business type things that are in primarily their area of the district. I know there's been that discussion, and y'all heard this as a board, of trying to pull the industrial park out of other districts and make it part of theirs, and that's been one of the asking about during public comment about changing boundary lines, but there isn't. And the arrangement with the new Saracen Casino, we know that's going to be primarily in Pine Bluff School District, but if there's any other, we aren't been made aware of any kind of other implications that might have for Dollar Way.
Yeah, I think, the thing that comes to mind, because we're dealing with Little Rock now, is that district, consolidation, annex, and reconstitute would all be in play because of their location, and the districts around them are not in a federal court. So, helping the community, maybe that would increase the interest in the community advisory board, kind of, let's get this going.
That's been something that, we've heard a lot come from people in the community have had that discussion about a potential consolidation there. But I think everything in terms of the district would be on the table as we move forward.
Any other questions?
Okay. So in this one, what we're asking you is approving of the legislative report and the district support plan. That's one of the requirements under a level 5 district. And so that's the document that's in there as well. So that's why the agenda item's written a little bit different this month.
I think we don't hear it from this district or some of the others, but, we constantly are hearing, well, you don't have a plan, you don't have a plan. And every year, every district has a plan. And so I think that the more people that can hear that and the more often we have to say it, then
well,
better.
We've got, and that's the hardest part, is there are lots of required plans. And so just trying to work together to make them align. So now, you know, what, in essence, what we've built this to is you've got, like I mentioned earlier, you've got the school level plans that the district says, how am I going to support that? The state then says, how am I going to support that? And all of that needs to be moving towards this, what they're doing for exit criteria. And so that, by doing that, that really is the exit plan. If they're doing these things, then that should help them move towards meeting those goals. And so it's, we're hoping that when people see these, that they're pretty explicit and we're giving updates on progress as we move along.
Yeah.
And then the culmination of it is, well, when we look at our ESSA school index, did we move it? Did we move those, you know, in a positive trajectory?
Remind me what the new name of NSL funds are. It's
ESA.
Yeah, ESA.
So Enhanced Student
Achievement?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. I think one thing that we want to emphasize to the level fives is we will want some good pre and post data on how they're spending that money, because we're not closing the gap in many of these districts, and that's what that is actually intended to do.
Okay.
Not news to you.
No, no ma'am. Okay. So I'll.
Right. Anybody have any questions, or do I have a motion to accept the report?
Move to accept the report.
Ms. Chambers moved to accept the report. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have twin seconds. I heard Ms. Dean first. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Dr. Hernandez.
All right. So we're at number 2.
And
Earl
I see
School
Ms.
District.
Knowles is here.
She is. And so, again, we had the scores, and I'll just ask, are there any questions about these before we get into the discussion portion? Again, you know, there are some things that seem to be in a positive direction and some things that, you know, don't seem so positive. And building that consistency, again, with what the district's doing.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
on the scores? And this is something not just here, but I'm seeing it in a lot of places. Maybe some of my teacher colleagues up here can enlighten me, but why is it that the English scores are always substantially higher than the other scores in terms of readiness?
Ooh, I don't know. Stacy, I think I will defer that one to Ms. Smith of why we see
She isn't here.
We'll get that question answered. But, you know, that seems to be, I don't know why it is, but there's always been that difference in math and literacy. Math always being a lower than the at least the English part of it. But
And
why?
English is actually the one that got renormed and
It did.
lifted, but
Yep.
it, you know, I mean, you'd think that the reading would be higher than their ability to use it, but in fact, that's also includes writing.
Yeah, you know, it seems to me like unless there's something about how something's being taught in a particular school, it should be fairly consistent among.
And sometimes maybe the literacy is aligned and the math isn't, or vice versa,
Right.
you know.
I was just curious because I was looking through these, on all of these, I noticed that this
English
I've
was-
really gone through these, so I've noticed that the English is always, appears to be somewhere substantially higher than the other benchmark.
we'll get your question answered when Ms. Smith
Okay,
comes
thank
back.
you.
So, okay. So with Earl, their emphasis again is on literacy, mathematics at a school level is where they're focused at, and then also they're not a district that has been part of the Solution Tree PLC process in the past, and part of the reason with that is some of it is some financial constraints. So we know that part of the district being on fiscal distress, part of the reason they're in state takeovers, fiscal distress. There was some issues with their federal funds, and so the amount of ESA funds, the amount of title funds that are available, they're utilizing those things, but they're not, by and large, you know, they don't have access to the same kinds of funds in terms of 1003 funds that the other district has, which is it's a good thing in the sense because academically, you know, they had one school that was a D, and one school that was had a letter grade of F, And so they didn't get 1003 funds across the district, which is a subset of Title I funds. And so, they're having to utilize a lot more local district funds to do a lot of these improvement efforts. And so we did, as part of a statewide initiative in supporting schools with 1003, we've got their schools signed up for PLC leadership academies. And what that is allowing their leadership team to go through a process of learning how do they become a good collaborative team within their school and show leadership around PLCs. We have been in discussion about standing some of that work up directly in the meantime between coaching academies, allowing a coach to come in and help them continue that work and help develop their teachers and how to work collaboratively. But that's still kind of in that planning process as we try to get the books closed and find funds available to do that with. At the district level, they have a focus on reading and mathematics instructions. Before Dr. Wild left, he talked about using a lot of what we call instructional rounds, and that's where the teachers are going around and seeing other effective teaching within their buildings. And then obviously they're still focusing on the professional learning community aspect, but trying to really, they're doing a lot of it on their own, and so we really like to see the training and more of the coaching happening, and they want to do that. It's just like I mentioned earlier, trying to find the resources to be able to do that. Same thing with the district. We're doing a lot more in terms of the district level coaching. John Hoy, Mr. Hoy's back. He works primarily with Lee County and Earl, and that's from just a lot of times when we take over these districts, we have the Tish being a first-time superintendent, and it's from how do I do this, how do I do that. Every superintendent we have has strengths, but there are a lot of things, if it's the first time doing it, you got to have somebody you can talk to, somebody you can ask questions and, bounce things off of that's, kind of in that supportive way and not necessarily, oh, you're doing this wrong. We got to fix it. We have some principal support. We do have an emphasis on tests and leads, but we're also doing a lot, as we did last year, a lot of walking alongside the principals. Rocky Malone works primarily with that district. In addition to that, we have the Lynette Thrasher that does curriculum instruction support. She has helped them develop their school level plans, district level plans, and has been doing a lot of work with them in trying to identify the resources. What they started with is because they didn't really have a solid curriculum in place and identified what the essential standards that they were going to teach this year, they worked with a group through Marzano Associates and actually purchased what we call proficiency scales. And those kind of help really take the standards and reduce them down to something that was manageable. And so they worked to kind of design the units and taking the curriculum or the resources that they had and build that curriculum out, at least for the first unit. And then those collaborative teams are doing the ongoing work of continuing to build that out throughout the year. And so they're doing a lot of the good, right work, but it's hard. It's hard, especially when we talk about human capital. There's still positions within the school district where they've got long-term subs, and that's probably our biggest battle is all the work that we did last year. Whenever a whole new crop of teachers walk in, we're starting over. And so that's something that we've been battling and talked a lot about is how, what can we do to recruit and retain, especially when they're in a county where they're competing with, right down the street, West Memphis and Marion. And so that hasn't gotten any better, but we're still trying to think of ways and how we can potentially use ESA funds to alter salary schedules and things like that. We are providing the literacy support, special ed support, fiscal support, and like I mentioned earlier, the 1003 funds to allow them to do things with Solution Tree and that kind of stuff. So,
how did the rollout of the new curriculum, their literacy curriculum, go? Because I know that they had that selected before the end of the year.
Yep. Tish, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Tish Knowles, Superintendent, Earl School District. So we, as Dr. Hernandez said, we brought the proficiency scales from Marzano Research for ELA and math, and we had 6 days this summer that our teachers came in and actually worked on those scales after they had been to a 2-day HRS training through Crowley's Ridge Co-op and ERZ. And so we feel like that support went very well. And so we're looking as our literacy plan, we're looking at using our Arkansas state standards and aligning that and making sure we have those essential standards picked out. As Dr. Hernandez said, we kind of worked on the first unit. So the teachers, we have instructional facilitators who are leading that work, and they worked alongside Jenny Stroud and Lynette Thrasher. And so we feel really good about that work. And so as we're walking in the buildings, and of course we're using the BrainSpring, Phonics First, and Structures, and we're also, they've been trained in the science of reading, and we have a few new ones that will do that. Our instructional facilitator has come from a 7-8 building, so she begins this month, the training in the science of reading, and then all of our leadership team and all that have begun to work on their modules for awareness and making sure that we have those in place. And then they're using the Hegarty phonemic awareness. So as we're walking and going through walkthroughs in the building and we're looking and seeing what they're doing, we're looking for evidence of, is that science of reading, are we seeing evidence of that in the classroom? And if we're not, we're making that a purposeful visit that we take that time and say, this is what we see. We did an overview of this is what we should, our instructional model. This is what we should always see. This is what we should sometimes see. This is what we should never see. And we went through those and talked about the visits of the first two weeks of school. What did we always see? What did we sometimes see? What should we never see but we saw? And so I think kind of hitting home with the teachers, that has been, it's been an eye-opening experience, and I think we have a lot of teachers on board with that. We have Felicia Watson is here. She's our student success coordinator, and so she is going in and looking at things as far as attendance and those types of things. And then we have our PBIS coach this year, and he has already, first week of school, he had already identified teachers that need that extra classroom management to help them get on board. And so just working with that, with our proficiency scales and taking and putting a stamp on our curriculum, not somebody else's curriculum that we use, but make sure we're aligned there. It's a lot. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of work to do. It's not a done deal.
Right.
So.
And I know you jumped on your dyslexia at the end of last year and got the program going. So have you had your paper audit of that yet?
Well, they're doing a desk audit.
A desk audit.
And then they'll come back to us. But we actually had 2 that we sent through training for the Shelton Academic Reading Approach. So we sent 2, and then we had 16 teachers who went through Phonics First and 1 who went through Structures for the high school level. And so I feel really good about that. I feel that those things are being utilized, and we're seeing evidence of that in the classroom.
And you've done your screening?
Yes, they finished, I believe Friday, they finished the screenings. Okay. And they're working on, they did all the dibbles last week, and then we've already been working with the co-op staff. We've had a meeting with a literacy specialist and Becky Naylor, who is the ADE support team, and so we've already scheduled through December the days that they will be there. And then we have the department coming in. Lynette Thrasher, John Hoy have been walking with us, and so I feel really good about the principals getting in the rooms. And you know, third week of school, they had been in all the room, everything every week, and so I feel good about that. I've tried to walk. I've been every week. I've been in the buildings and been in the classrooms, and I think just the presence maybe is helpful. And just talking, having those conversations, those critical conversations with those teachers. And so one of the way we have talked about keeping everybody accountable is that when I walk, I take notes and put that in leads, and the notes, the things that I see in the classrooms, I indicate, and that's how I rate the principals, and they know that. And so if I see an ineffective teacher in the classroom, that's a rating for the principal. And so I think just having those checks and balances, it's doable, but it just has to be, it just has to happen every day. We need to see the change.
And if you haven't already hooked onto it, I know the cohort from 5th to 6th in all 3 areas was the only place you really saw improvement in all 3 areas, but from the 5th to the 6th. So I don't know what they're doing, but maybe they could continue to do it and mentor others.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else while she's here?
I know I've asked this before, but I know, as Dr. Hannon says, teacher turnover and staffing is one of your greatest challenges. At the high school level, how much do y'all utilize online instruction this year?
Well,
and what
we
programs
we struggled with Virtual Arkansas last year, and so one of the things we did last year is that we were using Virtual Arkansas in those lower level courses, and so we've bumped that. We've switched that around, so we have the areas that where we don't have teachers are the upper level classes, and we're trying to use the VA for upper level courses because we feel like those students are more in tune with that. You know, when you walk down the hall as a superintendent and you have a high school student come up to you and say, please get us a math teacher, that hits you really hard, and that's what we've got. And so I'm very passionate about us making sure that we are filling those needs. We have our community and parent liaison. We've actually coded part of her salary to help us. We're doing individualized plans with all of our teachers on ETPs. The department has something, so Joan Leno had shared that with me back in July, and we actually have sat down with anybody who's on an ETP, an ALP, or anything with an exception, and we've gone through the plan, and they actually have a written plan that they have signed, sealed, and delivered, and with my name or Ms. Maples' name on it. And we're looking at those monthly to make sure those checks and balances, because when we have teachers who are not progressing toward that certification, even though we struggle to find them, we don't want that. And we want what's best for our students. We owe our students what is best. We have a wonderful, bright, new, shiny building. It is the talk of the town, and we want our students to be happy and want our teachers to be happy. And we want to succeed.
Thank you. Just one more question, if you don't mind. Are y'all offering after-school programs this year in conjunction or at your schools?
We are not at this time, and that's something we'll revisit once we have parent-teacher conferences Monday, and so once we look at those, then we will revisit to see which students need tutoring. We will have What I Need Wednesday, since we have the early out on Wednesday. And so we have been through training. This is our second year with Judy Elliott, Dr. Judy Elliott, and she comes to Crowley's Ridge Co-op. And so it's our second year with that. And one of the things that our group has learned, it's a multi-tiered system of support, RTI. It's all the same. It overlays. It all fits in well with our PLCs. And so on our What I Need Wednesdays, we're looking at students. What do they need? Is there somebody that do they need to have enrichment? Do they need to have intervention? Do they need an extra layer of support? And we're looking at those. So we're doing that. I want Ms. Watson to talk about how she's doing that. They were doing that at the high school, but I'll tell you a little bit at the elementary as we're targeting those and which of those students we need. And we're on Wednesdays, they get that extra layer of support along with the regular interventions they're already getting during the day. But Ms. Watson, would you mind if she would share with you about What I Need Wednesday for high school?
It's your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Felicia Watson, Student Success Coordinator, Earl School District. On Wednesdays for the What I Need, twice a month we will be dedicating for different activities and lessons for our student success plans, class activities, class meetings, and as she said, any other things that meeting with the principal and the IFs and teachers that other students may be needing some extra attention to different things. But we have a calendar of activities laid out already for the student success activities. And I will be meeting with them. We meet every other week to discuss different things that are needed. So that's what we're doing, 30 minutes on Wednesdays. Every Wednesday we have early release, so that's the day we choose to do all of that. But of course, we would do it any day that's needed, but we are dedicating Wednesdays for that. So the teachers won't be surprised walking in, this is what we need to do. They already have it laid out. They already know on October 2nd, this is what we're doing, and vice versa. Okay? Thank you.
Anything else? Okay.
I think she had mentioned that the new elementary school has been built, and that, was a great culmination in getting that process, because if you remember when we first took over the school district, the building, we're already having financial issues. The building was projected to be $1 million over budget. And so we had to pare that down and really limp along. And so we finished the year. It was always going to be a razor thin margin to just get us closed at the end of the year. And so we definitely did struggle with that. And we're going to be making adjustments this year in dealing with kind of what it looks like based on preliminary numbers, just a slight dip in enrollment so far. But we're going to make adjustments and carry on with that now that we've got the building equipped and all the things that we needed to do to make that happen. And so, Dr. Wild and Tish, they did a great job of bringing that in and making it happen. So everything else I think up here we've talked about pretty much. So any other questions related to Earl?
And I guess to be sure to do your pre and post data on how you're spending your ESA money and your staff and student attendance. Can you speak to that, or do you want her to?
And this is just an overall statement for all schools. I mentioned a little bit last night at our workshop that this is looking at student attendance and teacher attendance has always been part of the school improvement process. And by my experience with it and looking at these reports, it's always been this activity that schools have done, but have to produce information, and it's always inconsistent from building to building. It's inconsistent from report to report. And the districts provide the data, but a lot of times there's not anything done with it. And so what we're, right now we have in the plan to do monthly type attendance reports around students. But we're also kind of learning some lessons from what some of the districts are doing, like Little Rock with Attendance Works. Pine Bluff has started that process as well, because what we really want to look at is not just raw numbers of attendance, but we want to look at chronic absenteeism and look at that data historically, but then also have some strategies related to that about what do you do with this information when it comes. So we're tweaking that and thinking about how the best way to display that information so it's part of their living process and not just an activity that they do for compliance. And I think that's important. When it comes from the staff attendance, I don't know if Sheila's back there. She's back there where she can wave. They've been working really hard with Little Rock School District, our finance folks, Kathleen Crane, and trying to figure out how can we use our systems, eFinance specifically, how can we use that systems to be able to produce reports that make sense. The challenge is that every district has their own unique set of circumstances. Some school districts may have bereavement, some of them may not. Some don't really do well at coding FMLA, so when they send us data, it's hard to decipher what does it mean. So if it's hard for us, we know it's hard for them to figure out what does it mean and what do we do with it. And so we've tried I don't know how many iterations of a report we've been working all through the summer. So this has been ongoing, and we finally got to a place where we thought we had it, and it would show, 90% of the teachers have missed 10 or more days, and so we have been going back, and then every time we find out little caveats. So we're really trying to be thoughtful in what we do with the teacher attendance piece, because we want to make sure we've got quality data where they're not just spending time gathering information, but then also we've been doing a lot of research about how do we work with policy and incentives to deal with the teacher attendance problem, because it's got to be both. You can't incentivize your way out of it because that doesn't work, but then there's some policy things that we're trying to work with our districts with and try to get them to adopt some of these procedures so that becomes more meaningful, and they can do stuff with it. So that's kind of just a general statement around what we're doing with attendance. We are looking at it. We're just trying to think of better ways to do that and make it meaningful. Because I know you guys, every time you get a report, the attendance looks different, and it's hard to know what it means and what it looks like. And we've had that same frustration.
I know in the early days, it was by school, and if you missed 5 to 10 days or 10 or more days, and you could get down to the teacher level, and because, Ms. Knowles and I and Mr. Hoyle, we were all trained under Dr. Wild to see these leading indicators that it is troubling.
Yep. Okay. So next we've got Lee County School District.
Thank y'all very much.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Y'all need to do the motion.
Yeah, we need to have a motion to accept the report.
Move to accept the report.
Moved by Ms. McFettridge.
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. All in favor? Aye. Now you can move on.
All right. So Lee County, of course, we took over the school district right at the end of March, and that was right in the middle of testing season. Principals, if you remember, both decided they were not going to be with us any longer, and so we really jumped in there, tried to make sure some of these happened. And so these are the test results from the district, and as you can see, not necessarily what we want them to be, but it's part of even though we took the district over for standards, we're actively working in all aspects and all systems, trying to get the district in a good place to where we can make some decisions. Dr. Bowles has expressed some interest in, after these October reports come out, the consideration of coming and asking for that designation of level 5, and that's something that we've talked about as well, is just because it's a standards issue, there are also some fiscal implications. We did add fiscal distress to the district later on, but we never did go through the process of reaffirming state authority under that, and so that's going to be a decision for the board. Do we want to just leave it as, the standards part of it? Do we want to do something related to fiscal additionally, or do we want to look at the academic part of it? But regardless, we're still working and trying to do these things. When it comes to the school level plans, they have added a component that's a little bit different than most of our districts, and also looking at science. Dr. Bowles is real adamant about science education, and he's even found a way within the elementary school to add kind of a science lab to get kids an opportunity, because we moved the elementary school to Anna Strong Middle School, and which had a lot of things like a science laboratory and things like that aren't typical in an elementary school. So that's why you're seeing that component there as well. They're also in their first year of working with Solution Tree. They came in at the end of May, towards the end of May, and did a needs assessment for the district, and then have started the coaching. They started out this summer doing some trainings, and then in addition to that, they've been back on site in recent weeks, working with the principals, working with the staff and the district leadership in helping set up these collaborative teams, identification of essential standards, and getting that buy-in collectively with staff. Obviously, this is new to a lot of them there, so to say it's just going smoothly would be wrong, and so I won't say that. It is definitely a lot of work, a lot of mindsets that are going to have to change in terms of what the work looks like, and and we run into this in a lot of underperforming districts, is that the mindset is that our teachers may not be ready for this, or this may be when you have a lot of teacher turnover, this may be wasted professional development and stuff like that, because they're just going to leave and go somewhere else. And so, our hope is that through the process of building this knowledge, if they go somewhere else, it's just going to benefit those other schools that much more. But through that collaborative nature of working together and trying to solve these bigger issues, that's going to make them want to stay. They feel part of a team, they feel valued, they feel trusted, and those kinds of things. They have looked at a model in terms of what they're putting out for instruction. and so that's something they're going to be monitoring, working towards, is making sure that there's consistent instruction in all the classrooms. We'll be, again, working with the same, Mr. Hoy's working closely, as am I, with Dr. Bowles. And, you know, he's definitely, it doesn't matter if it's 7 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock at night, he's calling and wanting help from everybody. So he's not shy, definitely, to want help. He has very much walked into a scenario that is very, very difficult.
You might want to introduce him to those of the board that haven't met him before.
I introduced him last time. This is Dr. Zerano Bowles.
And Mr. Hoyt.
Oh, Mr. Hoyt, John, sorry. I don't know if I haven't introduced him before, but John Hoyt was the Assistant Commissioner of Public School Accountability, and so just much like Dr. Owad that worked at the department and said, hey, send me in, he did that for us at Helena West Helena several years ago when we needed somebody to do that. So he has experience in this kind of work, and that's why we have him in the area working with Dr. Bowles and those kinds of things. So we're very happy to have him with us. But like I said, the situation there is you know, difficult, and nobody wants to take a school over right at the end of the year. That's probably, if we ever have to do that again, I know sometimes we have to do things, but that's something we've really got to look at, and some of the timing of these things, because there's just a lot of moving parts trying to get a year closed and then get it ready for next year. That just makes it really problematic, especially when, you know, all the things that were in place or not in place that made it difficult. But I know we have to do what we have to do. So, but I found that to be more difficult than the middle of the year takeover. So the big work, and it's, you know, an all hands on deck approach with every area. There isn't an area within the district that we've found, from food service to special ed, to all of it, that needs attention. And so we are spending a lot of time in Lee County and trying to help coach and support. And Dr. Bowles has kind of got his team assembled now that, you know, we didn't have a lot during the summer and getting ready. So we're kind of starting over, just to where things that staff that was there towards the beginning of the summer that were responsible for ordering materials and getting things in, we're just now catching up and getting some of those things in. So a lot of the training, specifically around literacy, we're just now starting to get some of those materials in and getting them in the hands of teachers and things like that, so we can go in as our literacy support's going in and coaching and working with people, making sure they have their stuff. And so so that's been a challenge just over the summer, trying to get all those things moving. In addition to that, there were a lot of facility work that had to take place. So I mentioned about moving buildings. One of the things the district did last year is we're planning on moving all K-6 kids to Whitten Elementary. But the problem with that was there was not enough space in that building. And so during the course of the year, they moved 6th grade to high school, not a real good communication with the parents, kind of left this Anna Strong Middle School to be central office, and so very much underutilized facility. And so one of the things when Dr. Bowles came on board, we walked the building a lot, looked around, and realized, hey, this is a great space. We don't have to put kids in portables. We can house everybody on one campus, but it didn't look very good. And so, you know, Dr. Bowles took the bull by the horns and really just got in there, and from, you know, tiles on the floor. It was really funny because, you know, when we talk about Dr. Owa, we go to visit him and we always hear the comment, oh, he's, you know, Dr. Owa's like our Moses. And so when me and Commissioner Key went and visited one day, his employees said, hey, he's like Pharaoh. He's getting on us, making us do things. And so I always think that's funny, but it's very much true. It's
nice to know they know their Bible.
Yes, that is true. He very much, you know, pushes his folks and gets the most out of them, and that's what you know, is he always going to do things right? No, but he's going to go full force in doing them, and that's to be expected. You can't teach the hard work aspect of it, and so that's, you know, really did a lot of more things than I probably would have felt comfortable doing over the course of the summer to get the elementary school and the high school in shape, but he got them done. To where they've got new bathroom facilities, which kids are excited about. I would encourage you, if you have Facebook and would like the Lee County School District, they're doing a really good job of promoting the things, and it's things,
I was going to tell them that they interviewed the kids.
Yes.
And the water fountain was like a big
Yeah,
deal.
getting a new water fountain
They're
is a
saying,
huge
and
deal.
we've got new teachers, and they care about us.
Right.
You know, it's great.
And so it's all of those things, and we always talk about the systems. It's all those things are so important because we can talk about, you know, the academic piece all the time, but if all those other things aren't where they need to be, that academics, you know, it's an awful place to be, and nobody wants to be focused on that part. So that's why it's important that we do all these work holistically. They have set up a new ALE program in getting some more kids, because it definitely wasn't where it needed to be. They have most of their staff hired. That's another aspect of Dr. Bowles, is he is very much the recruiter. I think that came from his time in Forest City and really trying to think outside the box and trying to recruit. So he's got pipelines coming from, you know, the U of A Center. He's got, you know, he's calling people from Teach for America. He's even working with some of the foreign providers that bring in some people from out of country as well to do teaching. And so he's worked hard to get staff in place. It's kind of a weird story, but we started out the year, at the end of the year last year, was that my timer? Thanks. We started.
You're done.
Yeah, we started the end of the year last year with having a finance staff that was in place, and so once we got into the summer, we changed to a different finance team because it was just in such a mess. We worked with another finance team. We've had to make that change again, and we're now on to our third finance team. And so we've been really heavily involved with that training. We feel like we've got the right people in place that are definitely coachable and wanting to do the right things, but it takes a lot of work. And sometimes even with our staff, you know, we're taxed a lot with districts all over the state, so to give the individual attention, we've had to rearrange some things and do some things differently that we're going to get better at with these schools in providing that additional support. We also will kind of start tackling the policies as well, and so if you look at that AD support plan specifically for Lee County, you'll see a lot of the activities that we have planned throughout the year and who the responsible parties are and how we're going to accomplish those things. So I think I hit everything that I thought I was going to. So
I know at the end of last school year, they had just problems with students being able to graduate. They hadn't gotten all the credits for graduation. I know the department worked really strongly with those students to make sure they got on target. Were they able to find a staff person specifically for that position?
yes,
Counselor
they
position?
took them from us.
Oh, they did? Oh.
Yeah, so I think last time we talked about looking for a counselor, and I can't remember where in the timing we talked about them trying to find a counselor for Marion, and I don't remember if he ended up getting them at that time or we were still talking about they wouldn't let him out, but he did end up getting that counselor to come on staff within the high school. But the team that worked really closely with Lee County last year, Dr. McIntosh and Krista Harrell, he actually hired them, and so they work for him now, that were part of setting up that senior watch team and help make sure that those kids got to graduation. So they now work with the Lee County School District.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
How far down the timeline will you start looking at a community advisory board? I know one of the things I was impressed with Earl, with Dr. Wild, was he started from the beginning trying to train the community how to look for things and how to do their own monitoring, so that one of these days they would be able to go back and be successful. How long are we going to be before we start looking at that process?
So I'll give my personal opinion, and Commissioner may want to chime in. Just my experience in it's always going to be different in every scenario. And so in working with the Earl School District, there was a good relationship between us and the school board at that time, where they really wanted help, they wanted to learn better and do better. And so that was a natural thing for us to do there. In my experience in working with the Lee County School District in the first takeover and the second takeover and the board meetings in between, having that group to stay on as an advisory capacity type role probably wouldn't be in the best interest of the district. But that doesn't mean that it's not something we can't look at. Right now, the law doesn't have the provision about requiring a community advisory board, so we just kind of judge where we are in that process. But I think it's a valid point for maybe Dr. Bowles to take back about having some kind of advisory folks that he could start building, so in the event that we do a community advisory board in the future, we could have some people ready to do that.
Just to add to that, the statute regarding takeover due to standards violations, I don't think has the same language regarding community advisory boards. I stand to be corrected, but I don't see my attorney staff back there. But I'm pretty sure that's the case. It's not the same language as what we have in the fiscal distress or the facilities distress. So there's no hard and fast trigger on that unless state takeover is reaffirmed under one of those other statutes. And under Act 930, which is the academic side, we have level 5, that idea of community advisory board, that whole concept has been changed so that there's more flexibility with what you can or can't do with a current sitting board. You know, as far as the authority that's limited, whether you remove the board or leave the board in place for advisory. So really, I would concur with Dr. Hernandez in saying that each scenario is different, and I think it really has to be different when you have a situation where the district it's been multiple times that state authority has had to be exerted. So, but it is something that in each of these districts we have those conversations with the superintendents, because they're the ones on the ground in the community hearing what the patrons are saying, and we kind of had those discussions of when would be a good time. Dollarway is a good example. Mrs. Warren was very concerned that the community was not ready up until the point that she felt like it was time. And then you've heard earlier the difficulties we're having now of getting the applicants. So it's really a tough call to just give a blanket, as we have to do in statute. You know, statute says this is how you do it. But when it's actually operational, it becomes a lot more inconsistent in how you can apply that.
I just was impressed with thinking about building the capacity of the community. You know, at some point, you know, and they may not be ready for it now, but I think at some point in the future we need to think about, you know, we're wanting to improve student performance but we also need to think about the community itself. You know, what can we do to build the capacity there so one day they will have the knowledge and the expertise that they will need.
Well, I think part of the reason I was excited about Mr. Hoy being willing to come back is that he really modeled what that could look like. You know, when I first started working with him in his role as superintendent at Helena West Helena, and he was taking everything to the board, and I remember asking him, Mr. Hoy, why are you doing that? You know, why? You know you don't have to take everything, and he was taking a vote. He was treating that community advisory board just like a board. And he explained it's about teaching them how to be a board at that point in time. And so having his expertise back, helping to coach in these districts, I think brings an element that we didn't have before.
Okay. Thank you.
That segues into questions I had, Mr. Bowles. I didn't see a lot. It was a short statement as far as their community and family engagement, that there are highly paid staff members that are responsible for increasing the engagement in the community. I just wanted to kind of, and it says that you're working with the district to try to increase that community engagement. So I was just wondering what things that you've been doing, how often you're having community meetings, things of that sort.
Yeah, so kind of to Dr. Hernandez's point, one of the things that we
walked in thinking immediately is that we really did have to kind of do some training. We did have to do some training around just really kind of what the vision would be for the district. And I think initially that was a bit of a change because I think with the change became a lot of higher expectations. And so what my plan has been so far has really been to just meet with as many small groups as I possibly can. So to Ms. Zook's point, when you follow us on Facebook, you'll see that last week I had a meeting with the mayor. And during that meeting, all of the officers were there and been stopped by a couple of them too, so they really know me. And so, so just to meet with them, and then also we had the back to school fair, and we kind of made it into a big bash where we had the DJs, the bouncers, and so we had the entire event was community sponsored. So we were able to reach out to all of the different sponsors there in the community, and they were more than happy to assist. What we found, which was a real pleasant surprise for us, is that through our means of social media and just kind of broadcasting what we're working on, different members of the community actually reach out to us to say, well, hey, an example of that would be the science, not the science, but the greenhouse. And so we had planners to say, hey, listen, we can actually kind of help out, and some of the farmers would say, well, you know what, I think that's poison ivy, you might, so, you've had a lot of the community members to find, they found ways to insert themselves in what we're doing, and so we're always welcoming them to come in. And so one of the charges that I charged my team to do was, of course, we're having our leadership meetings on a bi-weekly basis, and my challenge has been to them to at least involve at least 2 or 3 parents in that process and in those meetings. Because I think that becomes a real good training ground, as Dr. Hernandez mentioned, for parents so that they understand from the ground level, this is what we're trying to do, this is the direction that we're going, and in that process, we also receive a lot of their input.
I'm glad to hear you say that because I'm thinking from the same perspective of having the community consistently involved and having an expectation that there's always going to be an opportunity for me to be involved and engaged. So I know some of the previous districts have monthly meetings, but to hear that you all are having bi-weekly meetings where you're including parents, I think that's good. But I think it's going to be important for you to have something. It's great that you're doing these separate events and the community is getting involved, but I think it'll be important for you to have something consistent where parents and community members know, okay, if I miss this month, I know we'll have it every month, so they get in the habit of how can I fit this in my schedule, how can I make sure that I take the time to become engaged. So I think that's really good. I also want to know, have you had support from your faith leaders in the community?
Yes, well actually one of our district leadership team members actually has a local church in the community. And so we've had the opportunity to connect with them. They were actually a part of the painting project that we did for the high school.
Oh, awesome.
And so just kind of talking with them and kind of getting some of their ideas. And then we also connected with a group. There's a former graduate of the district who we partner with, who runs a nonprofit. And you've probably seen online, we're doing the True Scholars. And what that's going to look like is in October, she has solicited, I believe, 20 or so of the alumni from the school, previous alumni who are actually coming in, and they're going to do like a type of mentoring program for our kids and talk to them even about some of what they're doing in their careers, and just kind of bringing that back to the district. So it's just another form, another way for us to kind of connect with the community and some of the members that's already graduated and eager to come back and join in what we're doing.
That's good. Sounds like you're making progress. I do want to encourage you as the community, the family and community engagement framework and the toolkit had just been rolled out. So that's a new opportunity for some more support from the ADE. So I would really admonish you to take advantage of that. According to Dr. Hernandez and talking with Kim Wright, they will be reaching out to districts and doing some one-on-one there. So that's another avenue of support for you. So thank you. Keep up the good work.
I know one of the things they're doing and just started in Blytheville is they're inviting employers to come in and talk to their juniors and seniors about job opportunities, what kind of skills you might need to do this and how to apply and, you know, get them excited about their next steps and maybe help pay for part of their college if they go, or maybe make a good employee and stay right there, or become a teacher and come back. So, anybody on this side?
We actually kind of took a different spin on what we were doing around progress reports this year. Typically what we find a lot of times within the hours that you have, some parents are not able to attend and so forth. So it is actually something that I did as a high school principal in Osceola, where we actually asked those businesses where they work and asked them, hey, do you mind if we come during your lunchtime, set up a table, and we'll bring the materials to the parents. So just kind of another way that you don't always have to come to us, but we can actually meet you where you are.
Terrific idea. Yeah.
That reminds me, I did want to ask, are you all doing home visits of any sort?
Yes. Yes. We actually have, we hired a student support specialist, and her primary job is going into the homes. Her previous background is she worked as a social worker for so many years through Mid-South, and so part of her responsibility is that. Also, during that first period, after like the first 30 to 45 minutes, when we take attendance, we look through the roster and we see that we may be missing some kids. Her job is to immediately get on the phone, start calling parents. Hey, we don't have a child today. Is everything okay? Are they sick? What can we do? And so we're trying to also extend those needs as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anything from Dr. Hernandez? Yes.
I have a last question. Do y'all have a ABC program?
Yes.
In your district? How large is that?
We have 4 classrooms, about 20 students per class.
Is it housed at the elementary school?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Dean, go on. Go on and on. Great.
It's concerning the previous issues, I think, before you even got there, which was the issues with students getting close to time to graduate and not realizing that they weren't where they needed to be. So I was wondering if you all are doing anything with the parents and keeping parents informed. I don't know if you're starting at 9th grade and saying, hey, this is what your child needs to graduate, and just keeping them abreast of where your child is every year, however often, at least annually. Right. Is there something that you all have in place there for parents to be more involved and engaged in making sure that their child stays on track?
Well, you know, one of the things that they did prior to my coming, I guess when I got there, the department started doing student success plan. And actually what they were able to do, they actually had a junior takeover in which they brought all of the parents, the students who had juniors and sophomores, and they started then the work of walking them through, hey, this is what transcripts are, this is where your child is, and then they continue to move in that effort. What we've also done over the summer was we hired a graduation coach, and that person's primary responsibility is exactly that. What's the next step? What are the steps to getting the kids toward graduation, and then also making sure that they have a real landing spot once they graduate. That was one of the most concerning things for me. Although we were able to get those students over the threshold, when we had those conversations about what's the next step, it was pretty bleak for us. So that's one of the reasons why I thought that, you know what, if we had somebody specifically operating in this capacity, that would, you know, we felt like that would really fare very well. So we connected with the EACC local community college. They come in, they tested all of our juniors and seniors, and we found out that it doesn't matter how many times you take the test, you can take as many times you want. So we took it as many times as we could because we want all of our students to have that college experience. And a lot of them are taking part in the concurrent credit, but then a lot of them are also taking part in a lot of the technical programs as well. And our report from a lot of them, they're really enjoying it, would love the opportunity to continue that even after graduation.
Anybody else? Any more for Dr. Hernandez on Lee County? Do you have a motion to accept?
So to accept?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Can we thank you, Dr. Hernandez, mid-reports, these deep dives, and the superintendent's really giving color commentary. There's consistency, but to a point you made earlier, each district is really different, and it sure helps to hear them talk about what they're doing.
It does, yes.
Could we pause for
Yes,
about
ma'am.
10 minutes and then come back?
Sounds great.
Is that fair? You second that?
Abraham and Moses.
You said, that makes me feel good that you said their capacity, if it helps any, I said we work with them thoroughly, we try to vet them as close on the front end as possible.
We'll come back to order. And is this Moses or Pharaoh that's up?
We have Moses with us today.
What does that make you? Dr. Hernandez, we don't know what that makes you.
Oh, I don't know. Well, no comment. So again, we started out with the elementary schools and you know, still kind of the same approach, mixed bag. The district did start out with some of the solution tree work towards the end of the year. We were actually, AD teams were able to attend some of those trainings and into school events that we thought that we were real concerned about how the staff would take to that, how they would engage in it. And we were very pleasantly surprised in just interactions with the teachers and staff, how excited they were and energized over the summer, and feel like, and Dr. Owa can speak more to this, is that, you know, that work seems to be going well and energizing for the teachers. Let's get through some of these. If there's any questions about any of that data, just let me know. Their focus in their school level plans in general is around literacy, mathematics, establishing their collaborative teams, and we've also had kind of an emphasis on behavior. One of the things that we had last year, we had a lot of students that were being expelled from school, and so we've talked a lot about ways to curb that, and that was one of the impetus for us to staff up and hire a behavior specialist type role that goes out and supports the schools in terms of making sure that they have good procedures in place, good policies in place, that they're we've done extensive work with the handbook, student handbook this year, and trying to not necessarily change the overall function of it, but the actual, what it looks like. So there was a lot of things within the handbook that referred to criminal codes, and so we really worked to kind of pull that stuff out and make it more based on what's the normal codes that are identified within eSchool. And so that's been part of the work in trying to think about ways that we can assist with behavior. They are going through the BX3 training, and we're looking at what the potential implementation of PBIS type stuff would look like within the school district. At the district level, they've been supporting by using their 1003 funds for the support of the Solution Tree embedded coaching, establishments of the PLC teams with an emphasis on reading instruction and family and community engagement. And then we're providing some of the principal coaching and district level coaching. We really try to, a school that's doing embedded coaching with Solution Tree, we really try to steer clear of that and to make sure that it holds true to theirs. That way we don't have mixed messages for principals and teachers by, maybe one of the OCSS principal coaches coming in saying, do it this way, Solution Tree person come and do it this way. So in those instances, we have a heavy emphasis on supporting around master schedule building and then making sure that the evaluation support system is in place and that they're implementing that very well. We're also working closely with special ed. We've had the desk audit related to dyslexia. They're scheduling their time to go on site to do their site visit. And from a fiscal standpoint, when we first took the district over for fiscal distress, there were some real concerns about where that budget would end. And so Dr. Owa and his financial staff, Leroy Harris is their chief operation officer that also does human resources and takes care of finances. They've just done a tremendous job of saying no. That's the easiest way to say it is they said no a lot. They've really looked at how do they maximize all their NSL dollars, all their title dollars, and have really come back better than expected in terms of how they were able to end this year. And so the district is well positioned to move forward and not have to worry about. They did make those significant cuts to staff, and at the same time as they were doing that, and not in a term of redoing their central office. And so that team has been on board fully now during the summer, and there's a lot of excitement around those groups. If any of you have had the opportunity to meet a Wanda Van Dyke or Jonathan Crossley, they're really go-getters. And so they pair really nicely with Dr. Owa in trying to keep things moving within the district. Some of the highlights, they are kind of in that first full year of Solution Tree. They do have master schedules that are in place that allow for that collaborative team time. And so that was one of the things that we helped a little bit with, but it's primarily the Solution Tree folks that helped them think through what that can look like. We just help them make sure that it's still compliant, has all the right times and things that are available. They have been one of the districts that jumped out there and started with this new idea of instructional model. Is it perfect? That's something we're evaluating and working with, but it's a step in the right direction for them to get general agreement about what instruction should look like, how their delivery methods will be. I mentioned the district leadership team. One of the big projects that I'm working with right now with Dr. Owa is around facilities. The campuses, they've done a really good job of taking all of the excess buildings and getting those appraised, getting them on the market, and selling a lot of these properties that have just been on the books where the districts had to maintain, keep insurance on them, and have really reduced that amount of inventory from their district. At the same time, we closed one of the elementary schools. They've got school up and running and going well with the new bus routes, all those types of things. But we're starting to look towards the future now that we're in it. It's really, and I attribute this really a lot to Dr. Owa, is that, sometimes when you go into these districts, it takes a long time to get traction and get things settled. And for me, and he may say you're crazy, but I feel like it's really settled. There's some work we're really having. discussions about academics and not having all these, the world's on fire and everything's broken and we're trying to fix things like we have in experience in other districts. So we're actually starting to think strategy and long-term in terms of facilities and what that could look like. We know we've got a pretty good middle school setup. We've got good elementary schools. They do have a pre-K center, and they're utilizing one of their other buildings as the almost a county-wide ALE type program. But where we really struggle with is the high school. And so the high school being some parts of it very aged, I guess, in terms of how many years it's been there and kind of the conditions of the facilities. And the way it's set up is that they've just added buildings over time. So it almost looks like a college campus, which is that open air experience, but it's not in the best neighborhoods. But it's also kind of a safety concern about how do you monitor and keep all those students safe in that structure. And so what we have plans to do is Dr. Owa's given names to identify a widespread facilities committee that also will include at least one of the old former board members and other several community members, where we're going to start having discussions. And the reason for this is there's a master facility plan that's due February 1st, and that also has implications on any partnership programs, applications that we might want to make. And so we'll actually be meeting next Tuesday night with this first committee meeting to outline what does the master plan have in it, also where are we trying to go, and start to build consensus around where we think facilities in Pine Bluff should go in terms of high school, elementaries, all of those. In addition to that, we're going to work hard with their staff. I met with our facilities folks yesterday to go on site and basically redo all the surveys in their master plan. And what that entails, it's simply going in and making sure, what is the life cycle in a building of the walls, the HVAC system, the windows, the roof, plumbing, all of those things, to make sure we have accurate data within the system so we can start making these long-range plans to say, how are we going to afford this? At the same time, by a lot of the budget work that Dr. Owa's team has done, is starting to identify funds that we can utilize to help pay for the cost of some of these potential renovations, additions, and things like that. So I know that sounds not academics, but it's an important piece of it. And so that's some of the ongoing work that we're doing right now, in addition to all the other support mechanisms that we're working with on the district. And then I mentioned earlier about we're really having a keen eye on trying to reduce the suspensions and expulsions for this year. So I think that's all we had specific to Pine Bluff.
Yeah. What kind of things are you doing that are resulting in fewer suspensions?
Jeremy Owa, Superintendent, Pine Bluff School District. One is just making sure that we revise the student handbook so that it's clear and that we're teaching the student handbook not only to our scholars, our students, but also making sure parents are completely aware of what the expectations are. But then also giving incentives. Not rewarding the expected behavior, but rewarding our students, our scholars who are going above and beyond to ensure that the school setting is safe and that they're on time and prepared for class. And so continue to celebrate those achievements. So we're doing more of that. And indirectly, we started doing that with teachers as well, to really encourage them to be on time, to be present at work. And then we're also doing that with our administrators, rewarding the positive behavior that we're desiring across the district. So.
I think it'd be interesting to know the reading levels of the kids that get suspended most frequently.
Thank you, Mrs. Zook. That's some of the data we really started to look at, is not just the reading level, the literacy level of the students who are being suspended, or the individuals who've been recommended for expulsion, but also the other academic areas. How are they doing in mathematics? How are they performing in other classes? If these students have conditions or educational issues that were not assessed earlier on, and really assessing what those students are facing on the ongoing. Is there a social issue among the students. And so really focusing on the root causes and not just the results that we're seeing.
Right, with the dyslexia, I know you said you've had the desk audit, but are you getting a lot of referrals from 3 through 12 as far as those kids that need to be screened?
We're not, which is concerning. I think the total number last year across the district, we had about 7. And for a 3,100 student enrolled district, that's kind of concerning. So what we,
It'd be great if it was true.
Right. And so what we have discussed with our new curriculum team and the new district admins, really providing training for all of our educators, K-12, pre-K-12, just on the understanding what dyslexia is and how to plan for instruction in the Tier 1 in an everyday classroom to meet the needs of students who may not have been screened and identified with the markers, but who are sitting in the class who have those markers and it hasn't been identified. So making sure that all of our educators are trained to address those learning needs of our students.
Have you done any new adoptions relative to RISE, Science of Reading, and the dyslexia teaching?
Yes, ma'am, we have. That's the work that was started last spring. We went through a complete textbook adoption for both literacy, English language arts, as well as mathematics. And one of the things that we're appreciative of is that Stacy Smith, during the summer, she met with our curriculum team and went over all the proposed textbook adoptions to ensure the alignment with Science of Reading. And so we made sure that the curriculum addressed Science of Reading and that the resources, instructional resources, also align so that we're not training on Science of Reading, but then having resources that contradict the support that the training has provided. And so even with that, we wanted to make sure before our teachers entered the classroom in August that they received as much training on the textbook. So we started in July after the textbook adoptions were approved with the training. So our teachers have been inundated with training all summer with the textbook adoptions, Science of Reading, as well as the PLC collaborative team structure.
Just remind them that it's like teaching your first year again, but boy, once you get it down and you get that study every night and ready for the next day, then all the years going forward are difference in daylight and dark.
Right. And I want to commend our teachers, because our teachers and administrators, they asked for the additional training. So they were not only proactive in telling us, the district officers, that they needed, and that's the type of support that they wanted. They were there, prepared and ready to obtain that training, and then ensuring that it took place, the training that they learned transferred into the classroom.
And I think that's one thing that you have going for you, because I know your community came and said, we need help, and the teachers were calling and saying, we need help, and so you've got everybody working together for the good of the kids.
I agree, and Dr. Hernandez mentioned that things seem to calm down. Once we had the right people, and the teachers and the students, administrators saw that, and we still have growing pains, but I believe everyone is starting to see that we're all on the same side and wanting the best for our scholars. And with that, we've started to really see a lot of ground covered in a short period of time. So I'm definitely excited and pleased about where we are and where we'll be in the next few months and years.
And then keeping some pre and post on your ESA funds.
Well, we have done that. One of the things that I'm fortunate with is being able to hire my 2 assistant superintendents who will support our principals and our teachers and students, and those are the things that they have in place. So anything that we adopted, instructional materials, any support systems, we all have tied an evaluative system to it to ensure that we're measuring student impact. So,
this side, Ms. Newton.
Just a similar question to what I asked a few minutes ago. Have you taken the pulse of your community to see when an appropriate time to start building the capacity of your community members to start having, start learning about when the appropriate time comes for them to start having input in governance? Have you started thinking about that?
We haven't vocally or publicly started that conversation. The community has not, as a whole, mentioned that. What is great about Pine Bluff School District or Pine Bluff community, they have been very involved since day one, since I've been there. And so where we have not had an official advisory committee, I've been requested, like every month I meet with the retired teachers. There's a small subgroup association that meets with me. We talk about disciplinary issues. We talk about educational teacher support, novice teacher support, and then they've also volunteered to lead professional development opportunities in the afternoon for our novice teachers and teachers who are on 1240 waivers. So I've met with them on an ongoing basis, of course, as well as Mrs. Warren. We're both involved with the Educational Alliance within the city. The mayor has us participating in the town hall. Recently, I've been able to meet with the Coffee for Chiefs, which most of the interfaith leaders within the community, and so I meet with them and share updates with them. We also attend the Rotary Club. We did that a month ago, and then we have an upcoming meeting with the Kiwanis Club just to keep them updated. So not officially have we had conversations, but we have an open door policy throughout the district, and so we have community members who've been engaged. After our report to the public session next month, we'll have bi-monthly, not monthly, but bi-monthly engagement sessions where we just provide an hour update to anyone who would like to attend in the district.
You know, I just want to make sure that we don't leave out the capacity building of the community leaders, so that when the time comes, you know, they are ready. And so and it may not be time to even think about that yet, but I think that we don't want it to overlook that and its importance of Pine Bluff being successful in the future.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Peckron, Dr. Hill, Ms. Chambers, Ms. Dean.
Dr. Orr, good to see you again.
Great to see you.
Just a couple. You answered a lot of my questions. Thank you. But I still have a couple concerning our community and family engagement. One of the things, as we talk about community engagement and how we're really trying to go toward student-focused education, and that also has to do with how different each community is and the challenges that each community has. A concern of mine with Pine Bluff is the recent approval for a casino in the area. If you can, can you elaborate on that? And if you, because this is my concern. When it comes to casinos, there's an opportunity for gambling, and we also know that with gambling there can also be there's a possibility for
Debt.
That's not the word I'm looking for. Unintended consequences, that's what I was looking for. Unintended consequences when it comes to gambling addictions, and we know how serious that can be and how that can affect individuals, families, children, and how it can affect the community. So have y'all been thinking about that proactively, about the possibility of that becoming an issue in Pine Bluff and how that can affect your children and your families and your community?
Yes, Mrs. Dean, we have. You're right. We've been thinking about and reflecting on the unintended results.
Yes.
Now, as a superintendent, you know, I'm looking forward to that increase in tax revenue for our district. So I want to be transparent with that.
I understand.
But we also know what some of the unintended consequences could be for that, the new casino, both positive and negative. But also, of course, we've been recently approved for the 2 medical marijuana facilities as well.
That's right.
And so with that, there's also some unintended results with that. But one of the things when Dr. Hernandez mentioned about we had the opportunity to restructure our central office, we had the opportunity to reduce several positions, and so we hired a director of communication / community engagement. And one of her tasks has been to create a parent academy. And so some of those things will be covered. We want money management, making sound decisions, healthy decisions when it comes to supporting your family, our scholars. And so in November, we'll launch our first parent academy. Awesome. And so we'll have sessions for parents on those types of matters that may impact our scholars in directly impacting the family structure in the community. But, you know, we've had a positive interaction with the organizers, the owners of the casino. They've started already sowing into our school district, so we're looking forward to a positive partnership with them.
And you hit on the Parent Academy. That was another thing I was going to ask you about. So I think that's great, and I'm glad that you are prescriptive about how you're dealing with these issues in the Parent Academy. And as I said before, just understanding your community and, like you said, the pros and the possible cons that could come with new development and new opportunities in the community. But I'm looking forward to seeing the good things that can come from all of these new developments in Pine Bluff, and I'm glad that you are there to help lead them into a really positive future. So thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. McAdoo, Dr. Moore?
I know that teacher retention is an issue. What was your retention rate from last year to this year? Do you have any vacancies? Have you been able to fill it all?
We had single-digit vacancies, and in fact, I believe we started the year with all vacancies filled. We lost one math teacher, and we're just ending the process or concluding the process of hiring a math teacher. Again, our parents are very vocal that they do not like online educational programs, and so they want a teacher, a licensed teacher in front of our scholars, and so we've been very aggressively looking for a teacher to fill that need. One of the things that we had to do last year was a reduction in force, and so with that and consolidating our elementary campuses, we were fortunate that we didn't have as many openings that the district has traditionally had. So.
I do know you have a number of Act 1240 waiver teachers. Do you all have any new ones this year that haven't been in programs, or are they all in programs leading to licensure?
Currently, all of them are in programs leading to licensure. We're fortunate that most of them were already in the licensure program. Recently, the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff has developed and launched a program for our elementary K-5 teachers to start one praxis boot camp prep sessions to prepare the teachers who are on 1240 waivers for the praxis assessments, and then as well as providing the opportunity to enter into a master's program that leads to licensure. So as of today, all of our teachers who are on 1240s are on the path to licensure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Others? Okay. A lot of my friends that went to UAPB that became teachers, and I don't know if they still graduate a lot of teachers or not, but I keep thinking if we could get UAPB to really become like the place to go to get a really good education and how to teach reading and how to understand kids and the science of reading and kids with dyslexia and the master of those programs, you know, that could be just a gold mine for you and a gold mine for the state if they went other places to work. So maybe since higher ed and ADE, maybe we could sort of nudge them a little. My husband was down in Pine Bluff giving a presentation the other day, and some of the business community were talking to him about they were interested. They had not heard this grow your own thing, the cadets and all of that. So, you know, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with the deans over at UAPB or the president of the college, but that would just be, I mean, that's low-hanging fruit as far as I'm concerned.
I agree. We have a strong, positive relationship, partnership with the university as well as CARC, our two-year institution in the city. In fact, Dean Russ and I and our other superintendents, local superintendents. We meet often, and Dean Russ is very active in pursuing science and reading support for not just our teachers who are on 1240 waivers, but all of our teachers who will need that additional support. But also we've talked about, and they've been part of the conversation with our Teach Pine Bluff initiative, as well as the teacher cadet program. And so those conversations have been initiated and will be ongoing. So I definitely agree.
Does anybody else have another questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And do I have a motion to approve the report?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Dean. Second. Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Little Rock School District?
Got a motion do pass on this one? Okay.
You'd like a good vote, right?
Just thought I'd try that. So again, we have the data that we captured here were primarily the 8 schools that we've been focused on as it relates to exit criteria. But we have this data again, like I said, if you have questions about any particular part, but remember this is the pre-appeals data and not the overall ESSA school index. And again, we saw similar as we had the other schools in the other districts is kind of that up and down depending on which area that you're looking at. There's a bunch of them. So as far as an overall, of course, when we look at all the school level plans, kind of the things that we teased out as being kind of the high level focuses is around literacy and math. Also a focus on student attendance as evidenced by their Feet in the Seat program. They've now taken that from the school, the subset of schools that they were doing now to a district-wide effort. Also, in looking at kind of the idea of HRS level 1 and the PLC process, a safe, supportive, collaborative environment and culture. And so in the elementary schools, their primary focus is around PLCs, but in that middle school, high school level, we're seeing some work related to high reliability schools, which that really interplays together as far as being very much of similar work. As far as the district, a heavy emphasis on in their district level support plan on literacy, also the equitable access to high quality instruction, and then really trying to emphasize and support a safe and collaborative culture within their schools. The district AD support plan is also in your document, and you can see that we're still providing Ms. Whitlow as kind of the AD lead, or I guess we're called DESE. I can't say that. I always forget to say that. As far as the lead person that helps work directly with the district leadership team, we do have 2 experienced building level principals, Rocky Malone and Brent Miller, that's working with the elementary schools. Ms. Malone's working primarily with middle school and high schools. From a curriculum instruction support, we do have Ms. Thrasher that's available. She helps in some scenarios, but between Ms. Whitlow and now with Ms. Worsham being on board with Little Rock, they work primarily together on those issues. We also have Julie Amstutz that she replaced one of the ladies we had last year working specifically with the district on special ed. With science and reading support, we have Kathy Mashuli that's working primarily with the district and taking on the role of what Ms. Pride, Dr. Pride worked with on last year. Fiscal support, we have that available. We do provide purple pages, but like I mentioned last night, we really don't have a deep emphasis on working with the school in terms of fiscal type issues. And then the behavior support, one of the things that as we were getting into the schools and having discussions with teachers, something that kept popping up was discipline and problems within some of these schools. And so we have Dr. Michael Watson, that's our behavior specialist, that's working with them as well. And then finally, the work that we're continuing to do, actually tomorrow we're working with the district on an equity lab And that's just part of that human capital process, is to do a deep dive into the data and have those discussions with principals. They've done an initial one here as a group, but we're going to start doing these a little bit more regularly with the schools. And one of the key factors there is that, you know, we have data systems that provides data that we can see, and a lot of it is not necessarily in our data systems. It's information we collect, and some of it's information that they keep in the district. And so part of the process is to review that data collectively. If we can see trends or see data that may not be accurate on our end, but it gives the district opportunity to say, hey, why is this? And I'll give you a quick example is, in terms of sometimes we see things on our end that says, hey, we have teachers that are, very few teachers are rated as ineffective. And so sometimes what that means is when you start having these conversations with the principal, they say, well, hey, I knew I rated this person. So it may be a mechanism of how they didn't close the system out right, or they may think they have an ineffective teacher, but they're not doing the actual work in the system to show that, and that's where our data is pulled from. And so that's some of the discussions that'll go on tomorrow. Overall, we've talked about a lot of these things, you know, the implementation of the new reading material. One kind of newer thing that we've just kind of been sitting on and listening to discussions at Hall High School is they're piloting the new 95% group training, which is kind of a reading emphasis type work and phonics type program for the high school level, which I think that seems to be pretty new and not a lot of people involved with that. And I didn't get to personally sit in the training, but I know Ms. Whitlow did, and she was very high on the training that was being given. So I think that's a.
Let me elaborate a little bit on that. There's a person who is well-trained in reading and dyslexia and all things to do with reading and science of reading, and the principal wanted to do it for 9th through 12th, but the 11th and 12th grade teachers were not excited about it, so they're doing it with 9th and 10th, and every English class for 30 minutes every day, the students are getting reading instruction, and then the English as part of their block. And so we're hoping that as the upper level teachers see the results and the positive change in those students, that they will then, you know, buy into it as well. But this lady is from Mountain Home, and she comes 3 days a week, plus she provides training for the teachers, you know, to do those kind of things. So I'm hopeful about it, and I appreciate Dr. Roberts for allowing this and doing this for his students.
One of the questions that's come up with the others is how are they doing as far as their identification, and you can see the numbers that we were given in related to elementary and secondary in terms of students that are receiving this dyslexia intervention. So we are seeing some increases, especially at the secondary level, which is a lot better than what we've seen. The group, you know, we mentioned some of this last night, is that, you know, the CNI and the executive directors in both the elementary seem to be doing well, collaborating, and especially, as Mr. Ford said, is we're, you know, seem to be really at a good place in where that relationship with the department and the staff are working well together and having some meaningful conversations that are turning into actions. Things seem to be happening a lot faster as far as getting things done. There has been professional development provided in these different areas, the restorative justice, CPI, and the PBIS. There's been 2 additional schools that are identified to do the Leader in Me program, which that's something that, you know, I've had personal experience with, and it is a good program that's been about in training and how to help kids think about those things, help staff think about those things. The feet to the seat, I mentioned this earlier, is that's moved to more of a district-wide scope, and you know, my belief is that that's more of a helpful way of thinking about and looking at attendance, because it's kind of embedded in their normal process as opposed to just something that they're just providing information on, and that's the chronic absenteeism is kind of a better way to look at things, because if you're not tracking that stuff, you may see, hey, well, a kid's missed 2 days, and no big deal, but if they're doing that repetitively, 2 days a month, 2 days a month, 2 days a month, that can be, that overall adds up to an issue, especially when you pair it to potential chronic absenteeism with teachers. And then as far as some of the facility type things, there's been some security cameras added at secondary school, and then also AC as part of the, I believe you got the sheet that had a lot of the projects that were being completed and things like that out of the funds that were available. And then I mentioned about the equity labs that are scheduled for tomorrow, Friday the 13th. So hope it goes well. So that's primarily what we have. I know there's a lot more things we can talk about, but are there specific questions about the report or about the way we're going, and or any questions for Mr. Ford?
Mr. Beckron? Ms. Newton? Dr. Hill? Misty? Ms. Side?
Yeah, so is the district doing NWEA again this year?
We are. This will be the third year for NWEA in the district. K2 we adopted with the state, rolling that out as an option. And then last year was the first year for 3 through 10. Okay. We also are using NWEA as another way to look at reading scores through, I'm probably going to get the name incorrect. There's a portion that you can use within that assessment tool that actually lets you do some screening too with that.
So will they be doing pre-tests?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the great thing about now being year 2 is that we can actually, when the fall scores come in, which will be ready by the 1st of October, we will have, and that'll change our school improvement plans, by the way, school support plans, that they will have that, and they can look at it from fall to fall, or they can even look at it from spring to fall. And there's a variety of ways that we'll be able to slice and dice that and look at it to see what's going on with our kids.
Do you feel that building principals and teachers have been fully trained to use that well?
Yeah, absolutely. We had a lot of training last year on that, and we've already had that organization in, I believe, once this fall already to do additional training and also provide training for new folks.
Thank you.
I noticed under the exit criteria, the first one, the objective 1.1, it says 4/29/19, Little Rock School District had 22 schools were offered leadership coaching. 4 of the schools declined. Can you help me understand that?
I don't have that report in front of me, so I may be, is that the PLC? So, and so on the PLC, one of the things that where that's at, first I want to frame, this got brought up in one of your conversations in your meetings that you've all held. This is actually the second year for the district to go forward with PLC. It's not just this year, and that's how it was demonstrated before in front of all of you. This is the second year of the district doing a full board set of training for PLC. Last year, the PLC training occurred for all schools. This year, it occurred for, we have a very intentional focus on getting extra support through the state, and that's the unique partnership that was demonstrated to you, the state and Little Rock District working together. I believe, and I could be wrong, that the reason that several of the schools didn't go into the PLC model was that they chose to do high reliability, and that was our secondary schools.
Could you find that out for sure?
Yeah, I could double check, but I think that's correct.
Oh, you do?
I'm correct.
Okay.
That's Cloverdale and Fair and McClellan that chose that route to go in the high reliability.
Okay. And I heard at your CAB report, the report on summer school. I know you're obviously as disappointed as I. I don't guess I understood why it was just 20 days and the participation and the absenteeism. And I didn't see any pre and post data on your summer school. Do you have that?
We're coming back with another report on that, Ms. Zook, to deliver to the CAB next week, so we'll get that to all of you as well. That'll be a little bit better thing, but we are going to have to retool that summer school program. And really what we've started to do is talk with the city a little bit more about it. The city's model makes a lot more sense because the city has those kids available to be with them all day. And for a parent, what ends up happening, that's one of the reasons our absentee rate, I think, is there, is that we're working with the kids until 1 and then send them home. Well, for a parent, you'd much prefer to have your kids engaged all day long. So if we can partner with the city and have the instructional pieces that we currently do still there up through the lunch hour or whatever, and then tie more into a recreational aspect for the afternoon, that's where I think we're going to head. And the mayor's very excited about trying to work with us on that.
Well, and I think anytime you do something, it may not always succeed, but at least if you're aware and try to change it.
And the other change that we'll make to help with our data trend is goes back into NWA, a tool that we didn't use, and that's on us, was we could have used NWA in the summer because NWA actually has four times that you could assess the students during the course of a year.
Right.
And we did not use that tool for the way that we monitored it, and we will in the future.
Right, because I know one of the intents of Senator Clark's bill with the change, not only the name, but we want some pre and post data. For example, I know you're spending a lot of money on the city year, and but do you have pre and post data on, is it making a difference?
We did receive information from City Year, I believe, late last week or first of this week in terms of some of their data reports that they've gathered, so we do have that now.
And can you tell me what it says?
We could provide that to you and get that to you as a board. It's pretty positive, and you know, one of the challenging things about that data is that when you're talking about a City Year program, you're looking at young people that are coming in and they're working with kids on all sorts of things, some math tutoring, some reading tutoring, but they also are working with them just to have engagement and support. And of course, their end of doing reading and math tutoring is not the only thing that happens to impact those children's achievement results. It's what's happening within the classroom environment and what's happening in Tier 2 settings as well. So they probably have the most minimal aspect of, you know, what those scores ultimately could be like, but they're essential in terms of that extra layer of support for young people coming in. I mean, they're there before anyone else, and they leave after everyone's left.
Yeah, I don't
So
doubt
they're really
yeah.
attached to them, and I think that you look also at, you know, attendance data, all the things, but you have to understand that they're kind of an extra support mechanism within the schools.
I just know that the NSL now ESA money is to narrow the gap. And,
Sure.
And I don't think we have seen that happen. I mean, we don't know what it would be if they weren't there.
That's right.
Because we don't have pre and post. But if you can figure out some way to quantify that, then we'll know, yes, that's the best use of it, or no, that's not the best use of it.
Well, one of the things that happened this afternoon, I left the chamber, North Little Rock Chamber, meeting with Ford NGL today, and we were talking about our work together with all the districts. Guess what the other districts said? If we're serious about, you know, us combining and working together as 4 county school districts, why can't we have City Year? Why can't we have Sixth and Go football? Why can't we do several other things that are going on in Little Rock? So there is a belief in the approach, and of course, I strongly believe in it too.
Yeah. And also, I'm getting a lot of reports that there's inconsistency in your special ed IEP conferences. Like, one of them will say, well, dyslexia is not a learning disability. Another says, well, it is, and no, it doesn't belong in IEP. And is there some effort on your part or to help Ms. Steele understand, and then help her supervisors understand exactly what all of this is, and how to make those IEP conferences true student-focused IEP conferences?
Well, one of the things that I appreciate some of the folks that are dyslexic supporters that have came to us this fall and asked for a meeting and met with Hope and Shandell and also Sherry Chambers to be in the room to talk about that very thing. So there is work being done on that particular area to kind of work through some things. The neat thing about that is, like, a good example is Ms. Humphreys was one of the individuals in the room, and from what I heard, she shared positive things that are going on within those conferences that she's been in and appreciative of that.
And
But she
I
also
haven't talked
shared
to her,
some
so I don't know.
disconnects
Yeah.
that said this could be some things that we're doing better. So yes, we are working on that. I hope you also, I'm proud of the data that shows what's happened already just in a short period of time in terms of our work to try to screen students and some of the gains that we've made. Obviously, we still have more work to do in that particular area, but good stride. And the other thing is that all the new materials coming in, I think, are also having a positive impact from what I can tell. But we'll have a little bit better feel for that. Probably, really, the winter map will be more telling than anything to see what impact some of those things are having.
I think, you know, the board has to put up with my frustration. None of this is new. The definition of specific learning disabilities has not changed in 40 years. The identification process hasn't changed in 15. So I'm very frustrated when districts we're still working on it and we're getting that worked out. And it's not just you, you know, it's everybody. And that's very frustrating to me because in the meantime, we've got kids that are falling through the cracks and waiting to be served and parents that we want to use our public schools. But, you know, they're scrambling now for the Succeed Scholarship because their children's needs aren't meeting me. So you just happen to be in front of me. You know, the other superintendents, I could have, you know, said the same thing. Unfortunately for you, more parents from this area call me than from Earl or Lee County.
And of course, the other thing is that there's a stat that shows we receive a large number of students that want to come in to get special ed services in our district as well. You know, so, but we all have work to do, and this is another one of those things that I mentioned last night of really good partnership between ADE and the special ed unit with Stacy Smith. And I had a debrief moment last night. I was like, God, I totally forgot to bring up the work with Stacy and Miss King in terms of working with dyslexia, that they've been tremendous from everything from helping us with selection of materials to then kind of even working through some of the training elements, because there were so many things coming at all of our teachers at one time, and they really helped us work with the companies to kind of create a better way to do the training, tied in to multiple school districts, North Little Rock, Benton and Bryant and Little Rock School District all working together, which I'm sure you all would like to hear that kind of collaboration is occurring between the districts on some of the literacy training.
And also on the pull-out program, the grouping program in the Wilson, helping the supervisors and teachers and principals understand that there is a certain amount of time to be spent with a small group of 4, the 45 minutes, and so you can't have 8 in there and do 4 for 30 minutes and 4 for 30 minutes, because that's not with fidelity or rigor.
If you're talking about our academic schedule in the elementary, is that
I'm talking about the students who are going to the special ed teacher for their intervention.
And maybe you can give me a little more information on that so I can follow up on that.
I'll catch you off track.
Okay.
Anybody else? Do we hear a motion?
May I just mention one other thing that I think you'll like to hear? Actually, I could mention a couple things if you don't mind. One of the things that I said last night was about performance, and it fits in a little bit to the conversation that Ms. Zook has brought up, but one of the things I didn't probably do as good a justice for that I needed to finish off with is, you know, although the rigor has been amped up in our state, and our state, I didn't mention this, we're at a C-. Okay, now, that's nothing to just say, whoo, that's fantastic, we're there. But compared to D's and F's that we've had before, this state is at a C-, and that gives credit to all of you and to our commissioner and his staff. But for Little Rock, you know, you look at our numbers, and that's why Ms. Zook is so intense, and so many of you have been intense on this, is that it still shows for Little Rock, even though there's a higher level of rigor, and I truly do believe people are getting better, we still have a lot of work to do. Sure. And so I just want to make sure I added that on to end. 3 other things that I'll share. One that fits into Ms. Dean's work is we are doing a lot of things with community on social emotional learning. We have a special grant tied to the city on that. We also have used trauma-informed education training with our pre-Ks this year. And we're also expanding Tendaji, which is a way to keep kids engaged rather than just sending them home. And that's going extremely well. And CPI and restorative justice training, those things were captured a little bit, and it's actually on this slide right now, but those are big things to try to create de-escalation. I want to give a shout out to Ms. McAdoo as Teacher of the Year. She came to me right somewhere in May or June before she went on her world tour, and shared that, is there a way that we could, and I think this could be replicated elsewhere, but she said, you know, we do this, she said, it's so wonderful what happens to me right now with all of you and with the state. Can we not do that in Little Rock with our other Teachers of the Year? So we had a high school Teacher of the Year, middle school, elementary. Could we do something with those folks? So they were a part of our convocation, but guess what? They also are going to be meeting with me now throughout the school year. They're going to have a signature project that they're tied to, that they're passionate about. The high school person is a librarian. She wants to do the tech cards that we initially brought into Bentonville. Now we have it here for the Cal system. Elementary person is going to do a signature project on how to use yoga in the classroom during the instructional time of the day to help students with their behavior and their focus. She did this at Gibbs last year, and it was really pretty amazing. So I want to give Stacy a shout out on that. And then lastly, you know, when you think about our district and you think about all the ups and downs and things that are going on, right now, as of today, and I got to share this stat with the commissioner yesterday, and then we talked about it again today a little bit. If you look at our enrollment, you know, last year we lost 650 kids. This year, right now, we are up 100 students, okay? And that's huge, guys. That was Mike calling his wife, his mom, calling the mayor, calling the commissioner, because us up 100, that's a game changer for the district. It says so much about the belief this community has and what's going on in our schools, and that, you know, we've got some things that people are holding on to. And I think that's why we have so much community involvement taking place right now. Again, that over $27 million of volunteer hours last year. So that, I'm real excited to share that with you, and I'm sure Ms. Howell will be following up with me now to write an article on that, I hope.
And I think part of that is adding the 9th grade out at Pinnacle View, because I know a lot of those parents who were looking at Catholic, Mount St. Mary's and place, but they, oh, great, you've got a school, we had a good experience here, let's just stay with it. So, you know, just keep moving on in that direction. Tanaji that you talked about, I got a chance to tour that, and I'll talk to the board about it tomorrow. You know, I'm very excited about that as well.
Can I ask you if you, do you have a communication plan about getting all these good things out into the community and clear up some of this negativity that we've heard?
I had one person share something last night when I pushed something out on athletics and says, well, how about doing a academic pep rally? And I said, gosh, I hope you're watching our Twitter right now, because our Twitter is exploding. So that's probably been our biggest platform in terms of how we push out positivity. And this year, we probably have another 10 or 15 schools that are really using that tool and making it so that we have that many more kind of explosions. We have, one of the ideas of the Teacher of the Year is to have one person or more either tied to a specific stakeholder group, just sharing out positive messages. Or, you know, we have so many great people coming into Little Rock all the time to do speeches. We tried to get Ruth Bader Ginsburg to be the first one to share a message to our district, but we couldn't get her. But we're going to do some of that. So our communication plan, Pam Smith does, in my opinion, a really good job. But it's a constant battle on that, you know, there's never enough, and you probably have felt that before in Springdale. Well, how come we don't see more of the positive? But boy, we really try to work hard on that. And we're trying to get, so it's not just a district thing, but it's the whole school. We're encouraging that with academic programs, robotic teams, debate teams, and of course, athletic and performing arts as well. And I think our presence, I know I'm scrolling through a lot more Little Rock stuff every day. Commissioners commented on that too.
I wonder, too, we're talking about the good idea that Ms. McAdoo shared. I wonder if those teachers could rotate at the CAB meeting.
Oh, to sit on at the
yeah,
CAB?
Yeah, I don't know. She may think this is a penalty as opposed to a prize, but, you know, maybe offer the opportunity. I don't know.
Well, one of the things that has worked so well in Springdale for years is Dr. Rollins has a monthly patron shelf meeting where he invites the community in, and his upper leadership staff talk to him about different programs and new and upcoming ideas coming into the district. He gets kind of a feel for thoughts and ideas coming then from not just, you know, district employees and parents, but community-wide. mayor,
Excellent.
staff, you know, the council, Rotary clubs, Kiwanis clubs, just a whole different arrangement of
I'll check in
community.
on that with him. I
It's
will
worked
share that
really well.
we've done think tanks in that same regard, both on career tech, athletics, and performing arts, to bring in all sorts of people. We also brought in groups. We brought in all the private schools, and I know that may sound like that's just the craziest thing ever, but we brought in all the private schools because there are things that we've done, whether it's the tech card or whether it's you can sign up for online courses tied in with ASPRC, that if a private school, they have needs for sometimes online courses. If they sign up, then actually guess what? Little Rock can get credit for that student for a partial credit. So we've tried to do some unique things with them as well. So we're trying to take some of that same approach. And we also have, we do monthly superintendent citations where we bring in kids and staff and community members to honor them. And that's always live on TV as well.
Okay. Any more questions?
And can I leave one last thought for you? I'm sorry, Ms. Zook, I know you're ready to go, and I'm the one holding it up.
No, we've got things after you, so
I know.
we're not going anywhere.
This will be the last thing. Last night in the conversation about board development, I just wanted to share one more thought for you, is that when you think about board development, superintendents, that everyone that I've been aware of, and probably would have been Dr. Rollins too, is that when you get ready to have a slate of candidates, you bring them in initially for training. And that didn't get brought up last night. So whenever we get ready to go do a board, one of the things is that you go publicize the opportunity, and as those folks get ready to go get their signatures, they need to have a meeting prior to that so that they understand what governance looks like. And that can be done in conjunction with the state, with me, with the School Board Association, because they need to know before they go out and start to campaign what their role really is, and so they can be in the right place in order to, so that's an initial training. And then, of course, there's all sorts of training that occurs after the fact. But that's one thing that I felt like you should hear that needs to be a part of the sequence and the timing and the thinking, is to making sure that we always have that training prior to a board officer even going out to try to get elected.
Yeah, I think Ms. McFetridge had mentioned that, but maybe in one of the other settings, I don't know. They've all run together.
That makes sense.
That's a great idea.
May I have a motion? Ms. Newton moved to approve.
Second.
Second, Ms. McFetridge. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Dr. Hernandez.
Madam Chair, may I ask a quick question of Dr. Hernandez?
Sure.
This was so helpful. The question is, at the macro level, it's even kind of a process question. Have we reported in the past on, across the state, where by percentage our schools fall, level 1 through 5? And the reason I ask is, it's obvious with these great updates that we're hearing, how much work is involved. And so trying to figure out the transition or the movement. Are more and more schools needing less and less support? Or are they needing more, and are we able to meet that need with resources?
I'll take a stab, and Deb and Commissioner may want to jump in. So the idea is that when we talk about the levels, so school districts in need of levels of support, the only major time that's brought in a public way is typically around level 5, because it requires a classification in need of level 5 intensive support. Every district, the label, the reason our mindset about why we don't do that is that because it becomes this kind of labeling system in addition to the letter grades. And so the way we approach it is the level of support is more about us. What kind of support are we providing towards the district? And so sometimes it's for a season. So for example, if somebody calls me and says, hey, I'm really struggling with our master plan, or we're struggling with financially, well, that's going to be a collaborative effort. So we're going to provide that level of support to that district for, let's just say it's a month or 2 weeks or even a day. And so districts by and large may be receiving multiple levels of support. They may be going to our website and looking at information as just a general support that we provide on information about dyslexia using our guide. But if they call and say, hey, we want somebody to come in and work side by side and show us how to do this so we can collaborate on a plan, then that's a more intensifying level of support. And so that may last for a period of time. The only ones that seem to become more and more public are when school districts, school boards come and ask us for a more higher level of support, like a level 4. They want level 4 directed type support where they're saying, hey, come and tell us what to do. We still have the option of not doing it, but we want you to be more intentional about helping us with different aspects of our district. So that's, I know that probably is not super helpful, but that's kind of our approach and why we don't have basically a list, if you will. So.
Yeah, that covers a lot of it. The other thing, too, that we need to keep in mind is legislation that passed in this last session specifies levels of support that must be provided by the department depending on the percentage of students that are in need of support in reading on their ACT Aspire. So that is going to create a number of districts that are receiving level 3 support, a number of districts that are receiving level 4 support. So it's not intended to be rigid, it's intended to be fluid with respect to the department. I mean, it goes back to what is the relationship, and the relationship is we need to come in, provide you whatever level of support that you need for whatever period of time it takes to get you to a better place. And then, and that has really caused us to have to retool the agency. It's less about making sure that we have folks here that are specialists in compliance issues versus people who are really experts at helping solve problems. So that's Ms. Kaufman, Stacy Smith. I mean, so many of really all of our assistant commissioners have to think differently, and then Dr. Pfeffer and I have to think differently. Dr. Hernandez has to think differently about what activities we are involved in, and as positions come open, who do we bring in on board with the team to fill what is now a need that's starkly different than what it was 5 years ago. But it's right, he's right in that we really try to avoid keeping lists and keeping, here's the number we have, because it's so fluid. The number of people we have that are receiving level 3 support. That was really critical at a point in time when we were helping districts develop their 1003 federal grant plans. They got those submitted, and we backed away. So if we gave you a list, it would change the next day, very possibly.
And that's very helpful. Just to clarify, I'm not personally interested in a list. I was interested in trend. Level 5 and these updates, it's really helped me understand how much work is involved when a district is in a situation that it's level 5. And so my interest was in, are we learning about things we can do, say, at level 3 or 4 that keep districts from moving into those areas? It's not even a moment in time, but trend-wise, are we getting better, or are we sliding in a direction we don't feel good about?
Deborah Kaufman, Department of Ed, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. So we have to think about this as a continuous cycle of inquiry ourselves. And we say, what does our data tell us? What are the needs? And when we do our needs assessment, what are the needs? We look at the whole state, we look at individual school districts. What are the needs? And then we make a plan for how we're going to provide the support to those schools. But a part of that cycle is do, plan, do, check. So what are we doing? So right now our people out there in the field, that's where a lot of them are today. They're out in the field working with school districts to ensure that their needs are being met. And then in our check is, then we're looking at our data all the time to say, oh, did that really bring about the effect that we expected? And we're looking not just at test scores to say, did the test scores go up, but we're looking at our criteria. Are they, do they have less flags that would come up in our risk assessments? Do we see better behaviors? You know, we're looking at them more holistically across all of those systems. But that then informs that continuous cycle again. Okay, here's new data. How do we plan to provide support? And so that's why it's so fluid. But also, it follows that gradual release model. Our goal is that every district operate effectively and efficiently for every child. And so if we keep that in mind, then we're always providing the support that helps them move toward that goal. And we're stepping back, we take down the scaffolding when it's no longer needed because we don't want them to become dependent upon us. We're not staff members. We're support, we're external support. And so if we were there telling you what to do every day, why do you have to think about what to do every day? Our job is to help you be prepared to know how to think every day. And so that's where it's so fluid in that when we've been in there supporting, we need to step back and say, okay, can you do it on your own? Because if you can do it on your own, hey, I got other people I can go support, which is what we should be doing. We shouldn't go to live there. And so that's where that fluidity happens on a daily basis. That's how in our cycle it's fluid, that we're looking at the data all the time.
And I think that's something in the 21st century, because people got used to a plan, and now it's fluid. It's like a lava lamp, you know, it's changing all the time based on who the administrators are and the students you get and the teachers you have and how many are this and how many are that, and so we need some flexibility.
So we always have a plan. The plan can be changed. The plan needs to be updated. You know, I was listening a while ago to the conversation. I thought, oh, that's a standard operating procedure. But you ought to be checking those all the time to see if they're working. If they don't, you change them. And that's just good common sense. You know, you need to know what you're supposed to do. You write it down. But then if it's working, you continue. And if it's not working, you change it. And you make mistakes and you get back up and you try again. And that's just what planning the work and then working the plan really does for you. So the plan, do, check works. It works at the state level, it works at the district level, it works at the school level, it works at the classroom level, it works at the student level. So I think we're trying to help people see that and become really masterful at following that continuous cycle of inquiry.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Ms. Hyatt? We're on number 12. We have people who have been waiting all day to do public comment, so it's nearing.
I'll try to be brief. Mary Claire Hyatt, Department of Education, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. On number 12, these are the rules governing class size and teaching load for your consideration for release for public comment. Changes to these rules were made to incorporate provisions from Act 979 of the 2019 legislative session. So I respectfully request that you release them for public comment, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? I hear a motion.
I move to release the public comment.
Ms. Dean moved.
Seconded.
Seconded by Mr. Pecron. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
The next set of rules is the rules governing the standards for accreditation of Arkansas public schools and school districts. These changes were made to incorporate lots of acts: Act 83, Act 190, Act 641, 676, and 1083, all of 2019 from this past session. And so I request that you release them for public comment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any comment? Ms. Newton?
I did have one comment, and it was just something that when I read through it, it didn't let me show it to you, then it's under standard 1C, under student performance. It's 1C 2.6. The first time I read it, I thought it meant that students in grades 9, grade 10, grade 11, and grade 12 each time would have to be trained in that. The first time I read it, then I read it again. So I don't know if we need to make that a little bit clearer, because I had to read it twice before I caught what it meant.
I appreciate that comment. And I'll just give you the rationale, but I'm happy to make the change if the
I
board
understood
wishes,
that it meant that one time in grades 9 through 12, but I'm just saying the first time I read it, I was thinking it was meaning grade 9 each year. So, and that's something you can either leave alone or whatever.
I found it helpful that you highlighted in yellow the adjustments. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that was very helpful.
Do you have a motion?
Move to release for public comment.
Second. Motion by Ms. McFetrich, second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Do we have any new business? Seeing none, we have public comment. First, we have Ms. Allenball.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Audie Allenball, and I am a member of the Arkansas Dyslexia Support Group. And just to follow up with what you all heard a while ago regarding the Little Rock School District, dyslexia has been covered under IDEA since 1976. It's only in Arkansas we've done several dyslexia laws to ensure that children get the appropriate intervention as quickly as possible to prevent them from going into special ed. It's the largest amount of people. There's about 32% of kids with SLD in the state of Arkansas, and within that, the National Institutes of Health states that about 80% of those have dyslexia. So it's by far your largest population of special ed. In the Little Rock School District, we actively advocate in all districts all over the state. We travel every day to different districts. But in the Little Rock School District, we've spent a lot of time working to make sure that the teachers had the right training, they had the right tools to service those kids that have been placed in special ed. They have the Wilson reading system. They adopted Wilson. Think of Wilson as an umbrella. The Wilson reading system is one part of that. Foundations is part of that. Fundations is part of that. The Wilson reading system, and then you have Just Words. The Wilson reading system is most of the time what you would use in a Tier 3 intervention, like in the special ed classroom. No more than a group of 4 can be in this, and the optimum would be about 450 minutes a week for children in a group of 4. Anywhere from 120 to 450 is considered fidelity, and you hear a lot about fidelity. So for those of us that are in this, we know what that means. But so if you don't know, it is like medicine. When the doctor tells you to take 3 antibiotics a day, 3 pills a day, that's what you take. You take it with fidelity. So fidelity is defined as the author intended it. So Barbara Wilson defines how her program should be used so that gains are made. And if it's not used that way, gains are not going to be made because it's not evidence-based at that point. Okay, the evidence is only there for when it's used with fidelity. We've been to multiple meetings in the Little Rock School District. There are some issues within the special ed with regarding fidelity. We have groups of 8, groups of 6. The kids are getting 30 minutes a day. That is not appropriate. So under the Arkansas law, just in the general education initiative, you have to give it with fidelity. But when you have a special ed student, there's a whole other burden that's there. It's called FAPE, the F word in education, free and appropriate public education, pretty much. You have to make sure that the kids are getting FAPE. And 16 special ed teachers in the Little Rock School District have reached out to me since the beginning of the school year. And these are some of the things that they've said. We're unsure of the direction, how to even start this program. We're not doing it with fidelity, and we know it. We need more training, and there's too many kids in our classroom for us to do it. I am imploring this board to request that this be followed with fidelity. We were here December the 20th. You guys did a dyslexia audit. You did a specialized audit. We came back February the 14th. It was heartbreaking, to say the least, to know what was going on, to be put out into the open. Let's not come back in 4 years and have to do another one. There's too many kids that are not being serviced appropriately. So that's all I've got.
Anybody have any questions? Comments?
Oh, I made it a 3 this time. Jay Barth will be happy.
Not really, because I forgot to start it on time. Sorry, Audie.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for all the work you do. Okay, Johnny Smith. The next 4 are all on the same subject, and it's the district. They are all coming from the Dumas district, and we've had information from them before, and this is a follow-up, and I know Dr. Hill has done some work with them as well.
Before he starts, I'll let the board go ahead. I have attended 2 meetings in Dumas since the last time he was here. I went to both community meetings there, visited with the parents, as well as a church meeting there that was held for the community at the invitation of Dr. Smith and then Pastor Byers. So I have made 2.
Okay. And I think everyone remembers what the issue was. Okay, you may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for this opportunity. The DC County Social Justice Advocacy Alliance. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner, thank you, Secretary Key, and our Chairwoman, Mrs. Zook, and the entire board for the overwhelming support given to us in Dumas and since our last appearance before the State Board in August 8th. We wish to update the board as to our efforts and the work done with Dr. Hill and the Community Engagement Initiative. We want to also relay the imperativeness for immediate action and resolve amid the chaos, distrust, uncertainty in the Black community, with even more racial tension throughout the Dumas School District and community. In your pack today, there's a couple of things that we put there. One of them is the email correspondence to superintendent and the Dumas School Board with our intent to do everything we could to have a diplomatic and some kind of resolve for the issues that our community are facing. There's also a comment and policy reference with some community anonymity. So those groups who are asked to be anonymous, and there's a letter that's in there regarding them. There's a petition of hundreds of signatories of parents, guardians, and residents within the school district, and in that petition states the distrust and the dismay of retaining a self-identified racist to supervise our children. And so with that today, there are several people, I guess, as Madam Chairwoman has said, that will be discussing, and that we have with us former educators and employees, current educators and employees, parents, guardians, and residents, hoping to address the board today. And there are also fathers of football players and former Dumas and a former Dumas principal, Mr. Brian Beavers, Mr. Larry Harris, and Mr. Tariq Anderson. Mr. Anderson is a principal here in the city, and surprisingly, he wasn't able to get away today, but he did email and text forward his letter, and a letter that's been forwarded to you, and if it's permissible, you would like to read it after, if it's permissible to on them. Our parents are determined that we will not have a self-identified racist to supervise our children, our students. And we hope this board would help us with some direction, somebody to intervene to help us deal with this chaos that's in our city, in our school district.
May I ask you one question? Have you all gotten on the agenda and talked with, because I know the superintendent recommended termination and the school board overruled the superintendent. So have you spoken before your local school board, and were you given an audience?
We were given, those emails will reveal the fact that
Okay.
we made multiple attempts to try to be on the agenda where we could create a tool and interact with the school board and in order to come to a resolve. And since we were denied, we weren't really denied by the superintendent. The president of the board took on the initiative to determine whether we would appear before the board or not. And after reviewing our Arkansas School Board Association's handbook, we discovered that he may have, and probably did, overstep his authority and bound to make that decision. So when that was brought to our attention, we stopped communicating with him and started communicating directly with the superintendent.
Okay, thank you. Larry Harris?
Good morning, good evening, I'll say. How's everybody doing?
Good.
I appreciate you. Thank you for letting me address the board. Met Mr.
We're being
Fitzy.
live streamed, so identify yourself. We
Okay,
know
I'm
who
sorry.
you
My
are,
name
but
is
they don't
Larry.
know who you are.
Sorry, my name is Larry Harris Jr. Work down at Dumas. I'm the head boys basketball coach in high school. I'd just like to thank you guys and ladies and gentlemen for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of you. I met Mr. Fitzhill on before when he came down the first time, and mine are just general comments. I was asked to speak by them, so I'm just want to tell a little bit about my story and how I feel about the whole situation. Used to work down in Drew Central before I came to Dumas. I've been in Dumas 8 years as a basketball coach, and one of the main reasons that I came to Dumas was because I had sons that were down in Dumas, and I knew I had to be there because, you know, the environment that they were living in wasn't a great environment. You know, not saying that they're bad people, because they're good people, they just made bad choices. And a lot of the current role models that he had was his uncles. And if I give you a rundown of them, the oldest uncle been in prison 16 years. Next uncle did 13 years, and he's currently out. Next uncle did 3 years. Now he's been gone 16 years on habitual offender. Then he had another uncle did 3, another 3. Then he has an older brother who's not my son that's gone for 18 years. So I knew that I had to leave Drew Central and get down to Dumas to be around my sons. And so, you know, I was in Drew Central and I was pretty successful. We were winning, ranked in the state, and a lot of people thought I was crazy when they say, you giving up a head job to go be an assistant coach. But I knew by staying in that position that I had no opportunity of seeing my son get coached every day. So I get to Dumas, and you know, I get there, and now we're dealing with this current situation. And I feel like, you know, as a father, I've done all the right things, and I made it to Dumas when he was 4th grade. Now he's a senior. He's been living with me since he was 6th grade. Dumas Cat, Dumas Bobcat, purple and gold, born and bled. But now he's, you know, he's a football player. He plays basketball for me. But he's there, and we faced with this situation because morally, what happened, I'm against and I feel is wrong. But then I have this son who's one of the focal points on the football team who happens to be the quarterback, you know, and, you know, I'll be honest with you, he's a quarterback. He was all state, you know, threw for 1,800 yards, rushed for 1,500, had 40 touchdowns. So when you ask him about this coach, of course he has no problems with racism because of his talent. The coach is going to treat him like a king. So he never had a bad situation or a bad opportunity with the coach. There was nothing there. So, you know, when it came to him, he was always going to tell you good things about the coach. And I didn't have any bad things with the coach, but when this came out, you know, it let me know another side of him. And my son, like I said, he was never experienced racism. And so he wasn't going to have anything bad to say. But God works in mysterious ways, as I'll say, because, you know, this I played in junior high. Is that it for me?
Yeah, finish your sentence, finish your point. You're good.
Oh, I was just saying, I played in junior high, I played in college. I played in college. I've coached basketball for, over 12 years, and I've never experienced anything race, with all the people, nothing ever racist. Well, this happened in May. Took my team down in July to play in Drew Central. And my son, that's why I say God works in mysterious ways, one of the white players called my son the N-word. And it lets me know that this had to be premeditated on what had happened with this situation. And there was a fan that yelled out and said that I don't know why they're mad, because this is what they're used to. And we had never dealt with anything until this happened. And one thing about this whole situation that gets me is that, as this happened, they had some students, maybe a day or two later, write some letters on support of the coach. And my son happened to be one of those because he had supported the coach. Even though he did this, he didn't quite know what racism was until the Drew Central incident. But what I really don't like that hurts me as a parent is that I was against what the coach said, what he said. But the thing that makes me mad and disappoints me is that when they had this meeting on June 18th, the first thing in the defense of this coach was that letter from my son. And the reason his name was on there is because he scored 40 touchdowns for the team. So they want to say that this player is in support of this, is in support of what happened. Now with my son, I feel like it's divided a town. It's divided a family, a community, a team, students, everybody. I mean, me and my son, we go back and forth. We get along about it, but all he wants to do is play football. But I have to let him know what's the bigger picture of all of this. And like I tell a lot of them, my son was a basketball player, played for me, he was a football player. He had a pretty good year this year. He never cared about football. All he cared about was basketball. He wanted to quit as an 8th grader, wanted to quit as a 9th grader. He didn't want to play football. I'm the one that pushed him to keep playing. And it was an unpopular, decision that I made. And a lot of people say, they made this decision because of the kids. The kids wanted him to play. Well, my kid didn't want to play in 8th, 9th, and 10th grade. But I made a decision to make him keep playing. So like I always tell him, if it wasn't for me, he's never playing for them. So I just feel like this whole situation has divided our town, has divided our community, has divided people that was all you hear about is this. And I'm not from Dumas, I'm from McGee. But I'll end with this. All I know about Dumas, as you always heard about, was they won state championships under Coach Van Holt, who was just inducted into the Hall of Fame. You had the Ding Dong days. They have Hoodnick. And then Dumas just had this wonderful year in football last year. That's what we always heard about Dumas. But now that this situation has happened, all if I say I work at Dumas, that coach said the N-word. And so that's what relates to us now. So I just think that it's been a black eye on our community. I think it's going to continue to be one. I got along with the coach, but since this happened, I haven't heard from him. And I'm the basketball coach. He's the football coach. We're supposed to work hand in hand. I mean, I don't know how I'm going to be able to do it. I'm not going to be able to do it. I just don't feel right working with him because, he showed his hand. And a lot of people say, how do you feel? I think he made a mistake. I think he sent the right text to the wrong person.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have to say.
Alice Love.
Alice Love, retired teacher, and I wasn't aware that I was on to speak, but I will say, as the chairperson of the DeShay County Social Justice Advocates, this issue in our community is unacceptable. The actions of our school board is unacceptable, and we need someone, whoever those powers be, to assist us in overturning this decision, because the school board recognizes they made the wrong decision, but how do you get them to say, oh, we'll go back and do the right thing? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Love. Bryant Beavers, is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, good.
How's everybody doing?
We're good.
Good job for giving us this time. We've been trying to
I'm
get
sorry
here.
you've been having to sit here all day.
First of all, I just want to start mine off with a question. I mean, to all of you guys, the experts, do we or do we not have a zero tolerance policy on racism in all of our Arkansas schools? Because me and the black community in Dumas were under the impression that all schools had zero tolerance when it comes to racism. I mean, he said what he said, he lied about what he said, and then he came back and admitted he meant what he said, and he was still accepted. Overruled, they went over the school superintendent. I thought he was there to run the school. They overruled him. He recommended immediate termination because he knew that was the right thing to do. They went over his head. They allowed him to, this all went on for a whole summer.
Yes.
We wouldn't let the kids participate in nothing in the protest. They knew how we felt. Okay, so I just want to say that. And then second of all, like Coach Hatch was saying, this is what really bothers me. Okay, there were black children whose signatures were used to protect a man who said, "I hate niggas." I mean, that's just not right. Like I asked one of the school, the board members, how y'all gonna explain that to the school board and the media? I mean, just by saying it's legal, it's not right. You can't use my son, knowing I oppose this, use him to protect this man, our children, to protect him. And then not only that, they shut us out. We can't even talk to them. They won't even talk to us. We finally got them, I guess we harassed them enough. We finally got them to let us come in and give him a few minutes to talk and that's the closest we've got. This is the most we've got. And that's why we come to you guys, the experts, because they won't help us in this. They're pretty much telling us, they're forcing it on us. They know that the coach said what he said. They know he meant what he said. He admitted it. But they basically said there's nothing the black community in Dumas that we can do about it. And I just know that's not right. I'm not sure how this works, but he said what he said. He said, "I hate niggers." He came back and lied and said, "I meant to say beggars." Then he came back and admitted, "I meant to say I hate niggas. I just was mad when I said it." How can he possibly still have authority over our children when he admitted that he meant what he said? He lied. He's looked up to as a person, a figure in the community who's supposed to be honest, first of all. Sure can't be racist, you know? So, and then we got all these blacks. I think it's like 70% black students at Dumas School. And he's the dean of students and the football coach. So he still has his authority over our shit. How can we trust him? He admitted he meant what he said. So we come in for help. The Dumas School Board, I even had a board member tell me, one said, "I'm sure politics played a part in it." The other one said, "I pray he just resigned." I mean, is that what we did? That's what we're relying on now. Yeah. You know, so we come to you guys for help, man. They won't, it's been forced on them. And then it sends the wrong message. It says that it's like normalizing racism. And it definitely says the wrong message about how we feel about our children. We don't want him representing our children. He's not a good representative of our children. Right. You know, so we need some help in this, and we appreciate y'all giving us the opportunity to let y'all know about what's really going on down there, because we've been kind of shut out, and this is being forced on us. Make no mistake about it. Right. The black community in Dumas do not support this man supporting our children, because I was told somebody may think that we do. Right. We don't. No. We brought the signatures, and there's plenty more people, but we appreciate y'all giving us the opportunity to let us at least let y'all know what's going on. This is a coach who said, "I hate niggas." It's been forced on the black community to still be allowed to have authority over our children. Right. We need help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do have other names here. Tariq? Okay. Is it Anderson? Anderson. Okay. Just say your name and then say what you have to say.
Okay, Tariq Anderson. And I just wanted to speak from a personal standpoint that I worked with him and let you all know the character that he actually displays around kids. I was a building principal and I hadn't met him, didn't know who he was, and he came to me several times asking me to come out and coach because he had been told that I was a good defensive coordinator. So when he came over a few times, I spoke with him. And he convinced me. I love the game of football, so I left a principal job to go out and help him out. First day on the job, first conversation, it was in the summer that I heard him have with a student. And I don't know, am I allowed to repeat exactly what it said, or do I need to paraphrase?
You got the microphone.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't use profanity, but I'm just going to repeat what was said to a student. Student walks in the coach's office, and he calls the student by name. I won't say the name, but he said, "How many bitches did you fuck this weekend?" Very first conversation I ever heard him have with a student. After that, the next day, I think he asked me, called me, said, have you ever fucked any white girls? And I'm like, what? And he said, because I love me some black meat. After football games, every Friday night, you go to the football office, You will see liquor. They don't smoke inside, but they do step outside the door and smoke. Profanity is always used around the players, all type of words. There's no telling what you will or will not hear. I wanted to say all that and say it to you all personally because he is bad for our kids. It's not just the text that he sent accidentally. He meant to send it to the wrong person. It's not just the text. He is not good for our kids. And if there's anything that you all can do in any way, it needs to be done because he's harming kids. We're supposed to be educators. We're supposed to lead our kids, guide our kids, display good morals, and we don't get that from him. Those kids deserve much better, and whatever power you all have, I appreciate it if you would remove him from our kids. He doesn't need to be around anyone's kids.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I have a question, not of you, but I know that anybody can file ethics complaint on an educator with PLSB, and I presume, and maybe this question goes to either the commissioner or Ms. McFetridge, is there something that the School Boards Association, do they have rules about how school boards are to conduct business, how they're supposed to listen to the community? Is there a recourse that they have with a school board?
I'll tackle that the best I can. And the answer to that is the School Boards Association is a membership organization. It is not a sanctioning body. It does not have any authority over the individual school board members at the local level. As we saw with the situation in Blevins some maybe 2 years ago, that community members brought that issue to this board, asked, but there was no authority of the School Board Association at the time. If I may take just a few liberties on, so that the folks who drove all the way up here and have sat here all day very faithfully to have this opportunity. Since y'all were here all day, I would just draw your attention to many of the cases of educators that came before this board at the beginning of the meeting. Those were ethics issues of different types. And I'm saying this because they directly have, a couple of them have asked this board to do something.
Did they, can you tell them how to file them?
Well, that's, so when we started getting the calls on this issue, we referred those calls to the PLSB, which is the Professional Learning Standards Board. Those investigators, they were all sitting up here at the front corner during the time that these cases came before this board. These cases represent months of investigation and hearings before the PLSB panel, which are educators and different folks from all different backgrounds that come and hear the complaints against educators who are accused of some ethical violations. Right? The problem and I know it's frustrating because we can't tell you right now if a complaint was filed, because of the law surrounding the protection of privacy of the individuals, any of the witnesses involved, any students that may be involved. It's very clear that how we have to handle those situations.
Well, we, the board, wouldn't even know.
That's correct. And as commissioner, I don't even know. I mean, that's how sensitive and how dedicated those people on that board and that work for that board handle their job. But I just, this isn't, I'm not saying this to try to satisfy you because it won't. I'm saying this so that you understand better the process that this board deals with. Situations that are ethical in nature go through a process. They have investigations, they have hearings, and all those things that happen. And at the end of that process is when they come here. So what you heard earlier today was the end of a very lengthy process of investigation, hearings, evidence gathering, and all that. After, this is the second time many of you have come, and Reverend Smith, I know that you take this back to your community, and hopefully your community will get a sense that it's not being ignored, but there is a process that has to be followed. That process does not end up with immediate action by this board. But I can tell you this board takes their responsibility very seriously. Whether it's an opportunity to show grace to an educator, as you saw today, or an opportunity to say, this is unacceptable behavior, and a person needs to lose their license because of that behavior. It's the whole spectrum. I hope if you reflect on the earlier part of this meeting, you will see that this board is very dedicated to making the right decision. And at whatever time, if this situation comes in through that process to this board for that decision-making time, they will give that situation the same level of dedication that they do every month. I don't know if that helps, but I wanted y'all to understand that the process sometimes takes a long time. And I can't even confirm or deny if that process is underway. But I can tell you that as members of the community contacted us, asking what can we do, that's the direction we sent them. And some of y'all may have been some of the folks who had inquired about that, but hopefully that's helpful. And hopefully that helps the board understand kind of my position leading that team that does that work.
So do you know how you do that? I mean, I wouldn't even know how to file a complaint.
Yes, I mean, so when there is a complaint, if someone sends me an email, I send it directly to the PLSB, to Mr. James, typically, and he contacts the individual directly to help them know where to go on the website to get the form, to file the complaint, to make it a formal complaint, and follows up with them and is very effective at answering whatever questions they may have. And if there's anything that I've said wrong, Dr. Bailey is back there, that actually okay, so everything I've said is in line. All right, thank you. But that is the process. We put them in contact with a live person to talk to help them walk through the process.
I have a question. So my understanding is their ask was of two things. One was action against the individual, but also something to be done about the board. Is that
Yes.
process still the same for the board?
That's a very good question, Ms. McAdoo, and no, it's not, because the PLSB does not have authority over boards.
Citizens.
Pardon?
Just individual citizens, of which the board is.
Right. I mean, well, in their position as a board member, there's no law that gives this body or PLSB authority over individual board members for ethical situations.
Reverend, I have a question.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay? Okay.
Come here.
Let me first say that our community has total faith in this board. Each time we discuss our appeal, that has always been the enthusiasm, and that we know we have a reputation of being one of the leading education departments in this state, and in this nation. So we do trust the board. We do know that the process is lengthy. We have had conversations about what to do in the process and what cannot be guaranteed. One of the major things that we're concerned about is that we don't know the date that Mr. Pendleton is to return. There has been some miscalculations where it has been included some weekends that should not be included, and so we were never able to have that clarity from the school board. However, we want to protect our children because we are insisting that if somebody don't take him out of the presence of our children, we're going to take our children out of the presence of him. And so we are instructing our children and preparing them. If he's in the cafeteria, do not go in the cafeteria. If he walks in, you leave. If he's in the gym, don't go in. If he's in the hallway, go to your class another route. And so we don't want our children penalized for the instructions of parents and guardians, because that's what we're preparing our children for. They're not to be in his presence. They're to avoid him at all costs. Be respectful at all times, but then there has to be a strategy where this man is not and does not have supervision over one of our children. And if nobody else can do it, we can give our children the instructions. We want to know if they're going to be protected. Now, is also a concern about those students who wants to drop football or athletics from their schedule, because there's a concern, rumor we haven't been able to verify, that if they drop, then they'll get a failing grade, even though it may not account on their curriculum, etc., but it could be on their transcript. Those are some concerns that we have that we can't get answers to.
And I don't know, to whom would we refer them?
Well, as far as the grade's concerned, I mean, that's probably a matter of local board policy, and I'm looking for help from my team because we don't have any at the department. So, okay, so local board policy regarding drops of courses during the semester. I would just encourage you to ask for copies of the board policy regarding that. If there is a policy, it would be at the local level, and Mr. Gregg should be, Mr. Gregg at the superintendent's office, he would have access to what those board policies are.
The only other thing I'd say is, as an attorney, I hope you all are working with counsel that will look out for your rights and can hopefully deal with some of these issues that you're.
Yes, sir, we are getting some counsel. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you attending and your concern for your children and your community.
Thank you all. Thank you also.
Nothing else to come before this body. We'll accept a motion to adjourn for today. Moved by Ms. Dean. Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
This meeting's adjourned.